We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Nigeria, rich in traditional and cultural heritage, is intentional about promoting history and retaining cultural values. The country has succeeded in preserving its identities and that of the forefathers for ages through folklores, folk tales, traditional ceremonies, community-based initiatives, cuisine, and most notably, museums and cultural centers. These institutions serve as invaluable repositories of history, ensuring that future generations remain connected to their roots and appreciate the diverse cultural tapestry of the nation. In Nigeria, there are over 38 museums comprising national, state, and privately owned institutions scattered across the country. Each of these museums plays a crucial role in safeguarding Nigeria's vast historical wealth, with collections that reflect the uniqueness of different ethnic groups, traditional practices, and historical transitions over time. In Lagos, the National Museum, located at the center of the city in Onikon, claims a notable collection of Nigerian art, including pieces of statuary, carvings, archaeological, and ethnographical exhibits, among others. Of particular significance is the terracotta human head, known as Jema head, dated between 900 and 200 BC, which is part of the renowned Nok culture. The piece is named after Jema, the village where it was discovered. The museum is administered by the National Commission for Museums and Monuments and remain a key educational and historical attractions for visitors. Another prominent artifact housed within the museum is the famous Benin bronze head, an evidence to the artistic excellence of the Benin Kingdom.
The museum has a lot of functions, some of which are to educate, to entertain, research, interpretation, conservation and preservation of our cultural heritage. And then the museum was established, Lagos Museum particularly, was established in 1957. It was formerly referred to as Department of Antiquities. So, well, the journey so far has been interesting because, we are here, to showcase our cultural heritage, not just to the country, but to the world. And we've had, we have series of, events that we do, that involve the community. And because of that, we create that awareness that this is where you can come and, see and feel your cultural heritage, your traditions, your history. Because it is said that a people without a history is a people without identity. So the museum portrays this to the people. And over the years, that is what we've been doing. Through education, community participation, we have galleries, that we display some of our objects, our antiquities, that showcase our patrimony and all there is to know about our cultural inheritance. And so the museum, has been doing that over the years, and, we still keep doing more.
The Lagos National Museum was founded in July 1957 by English archaeologist Kenneth Murray, following the submission of architectural sketch in 1948 at a conference on museum policy in Nigeria. Kenneth Murray collected several traditional masks from Cross River State to display in the museum's early years, according to historical records. The primary purpose of structuring the museum was to preserve Nigeria's historical artifacts and cultural heritage. Fortunately, that vision has remained alive to this day. The museum serves as a significant tourist attraction for Lagos residents and international visitors alike, offering an immersive glimpse into the nation's past. Some of the remarkable artifacts currently on display at the museum include the bullet-ridden car in which former Nigerian head of state, General Murtala Muhammad, was assassinated, pictures of previous rulers and presidents of Nigeria from different eras, a diverse collection of cultural drums, tools, and ceremonial staffs from various ethnic groups, historical crowns and caps of revered traditional rulers symbolizing their power and authority, photographs of Queen Elizabeth II and her entourage during her visit to Nigeria, reflecting moments of colonial history.
It's so immense. Museum is a reminder of what the society is all about, because a number of us are missing the link. We don't even know the role, the significance of the society we find ourselves because of foreign influence. But when you come to museum, it will bring your mind back to the original habitat, the way of life of people, how things should be seen in the society, and how we should react to phenomenal changes in our environment. Basically, we'll be doing this work of educating the general public, not only Nigerians, over 20-something years here, and the impact has been so tremendous. To the point that what we do at the museum is in consonance with the curriculum of our institutions, from primary, nursery, primary, secondary, even tertiary, even people in their corporate organization. They deem me free to come to National Museum anytime they feel like, we are missing the link, we have missed a lot of things concerning the way of life of our forefathers. You know, even here, apart from that, we do have what is called seminar. We organize seminar for expatriates, for individuals. They come around on Wednesdays to come and listen and learn on cultural-based subjects.
I think it was great. I mean, I particularly like the circle of life that are presented in here, right? From birth to reincarnation to external influences. I think it gave a good history of Nigeria. I learned a lot about that. There seems to be some real big connection between Nigeria and Benin in terms of the history that I wasn't totally aware of. I was able to see the different artifacts and stuff that were presented. So it was quite interesting. They did, I think, a pretty good job doing a comprehensive tour or comprehensive history of Nigeria and its culture and its surrounding areas.
A visit to the Lagos National Museum offers an enriching experience, transporting visitors back in time and allowing them to connect with Nigeria's rich and diverse history. The museum provides an opportunity to explore stories of resilience, artistry, and governance that have shaped the nation. Whether you are a history enthusiast, a student, or simply a curious traveler, stepping into this museum promises a nostalgic journey through Nigeria's past, fostering a deeper appreciation for its cultural legacy. Nigeria continues to reflect the stories that shapes its people, steadfast in its commitment to promoting history and preserving its cultural values for generations to come. Grace Komalafe, SOUQ Perspective.
AME, the Chief Executive Officer, Field Foundation. Please recognize that she's presently present. Please let the time scale up for her. Thank you so much. Unfortunately, I'll need to be on standby to see many of my guests and not seated where they should be so that they can let me do that. All right. I think we have, I don't know if we have the founder of the Builder Transact yet. All right. Okay. The Legal State Manager for Small and Medium Enterprise Development Agency of Nigeria, Sweden, Dr. Olukumi Odekaudu, still on his way. Mr. Twinchi, co-founder of Get Funded Africa Technology, still on his way. Dr. Itausa of SOUQ, that's the General Manager of SOUQ News. You are recognized as well. Mr. Shino Vanikeshi is here with us, the Managing Director of Gongzi Micro Insurance Bank. You're welcome. So, round of applause. Can you move your hands so that we do that here with us? Thank you so much. Please, ushers. Yes. Can you get me moving to its appropriate seat? Thank you so much. Mrs. Tinubu Olatunsin Ajayi, Asborn Ambassador, former President, Association of Professional Women Bankers. All right, still on our way. Mr. Richard Imoniji, Regional Manager, Bank of Industry. You're most welcome. A round of applause for him. Thank you so much. All right, so we're still expecting the representative from SOUQ, NAFDAC, and the Raw Material Research and Development Council of Nigeria. If you have the representative, please let us know. All right. Okay. I think it's safe to move on while we await other guests that need to take their seat here today. But meanwhile, while we do that, please let me at this point in time announce to us that this event once again is put together by ASBON, Association of Business Owners of Nigeria, in collaboration with the Lagos State Ministry of Commerce, Trade, Industry, Cooperatives and Investment. And we are here today. It's going to be a record-breaking event for you. This is your first time. Please, this is your first time. Please, can you wave your hand? This is your first time. Oh, wow, we have first time here. Wow. Well, don't worry, we'll start a drink now. That's the first time, don't worry. But that's what we do in churches, yes or yes. First time honors, don't worry. Not because you get drink, you're not raising your hand. You didn't raise it before. Because you had to be entertained, there's no problem. Alright, everyone of us will be entertained here today. We have our sponsors and brand. Many of them. We have SOUQ Bank, which is the lead sponsor, the platinum category, and of course, 7-Up will be company makers of Pepsi. And that's why you see Pepsi outside there. So please don't worry, we will be duly entertained. Bank of Industry, Adosa, Lagos State Employment Trust Fund, SOUQ News, Gongzi Micro Insurance Company, the CRC Credit Bureau Limited, and of course, yes, these are some of our sponsors. And at this point in time, I think it's important that we know why we are doing this. For 5 consecutive years, this organization have ensured that this event is put together to celebrate stakeholders who are adding value to the small and medium enterprises in Nigeria, and to shed more light, to give us more insight as to why they've been consistent with this event. Please, I would like to invite no other person than the lead convener, the president of the Association of Small Business Owners of Nigeria, a great visionary, a great pathfinder. Please, let's celebrate Dr. Femi Egbesola.
Please permit me to stand on existing protocols for the special mention of the Executive Governor of Lagos State, Mr. Banky Sowolu. The Executive Governor of State brings therefore Abiodun CON, the Commissioner for Commerce, Cooperative Trade and Investments, Mrs. Olashade Abdul, the Honorable Commissioner for Commerce, Industry, Trade and Investments, States, Mr. Shofela and Bola, and for recognition. Okay, thank you very much. I will fake it, I want to mention everybody has ought to be mentioned. Every one of us is important. I also like to thank very seriously the keynote speaker for today. Daily, they are many other times we're here. And of course, our panelists, quite a number of them are already around. Thank you so much for being here today. The commissioner will soon be here to give a speech. But before then, we're going to go down to my speech, which is to give the opening address. So on behalf of the Association of Small Business Owners of Nigeria, collaboration with the Lagos State Ministry of Commerce, Cooperative, Industry and Investments, I warmly welcome you to the Nigerian National MSME Business Awards. This is the 5th edition, and it is designed to celebrate, appreciate, and enablers and supporters of the MSME ecosystem. We have created a platform to say thank you for supporting us at all tiers, institutions, governments, development partners, and the rest. And it is our desire to find a way to create a platform to recognize and appreciate. That's the essence of this award event. And at the same time, it's not just about appreciating them, it's about pushing them to do more. The award program is designed to say, please, we want you to do more. So today, it's not just about appreciating, it's about also encouraging them to support us to more. We are kids, the MSMs, we are kids, we need a push, we need a support. Everyone in the ecosystem can give to us. We also want to thank our sponsors that we are today all of us without the sponsors. We also thank the media and of course every other person, including my own immediate community, as one man and women.
Once again, members of SOUQ, and I think they are by this side, right? Please celebrate them. Let's put our hands together for them. The drivers of the economy, yes or yes. I think you guys have a slogan, SOUQ. Start small. Wow. Is that it? Can you get that? You know it. Wow. Amazing. SOUQ. Start small. Grow big. See, it's very important, especially the last one. You want to start now. Many ideas are probably died in the heads of the conceivers, like, I will start tomorrow. I have this idea, and yet you never have the opportunity to start. So it's very important. Start now. God bless you for consistently putting this together. You are indeed the drivers of the economy, and we celebrate what you are doing under the able leadership of the President, Dr. Femi Ekeshola, very energetic man. I don't know where he gets energy from. See, yesterday he was still reaching out, putting the dots on the I's, crossing the T's, ensuring everything is, on point. God bless you. I love your meticulousness. There's so much I'm learning from you, sir. God bless you, sir. Thank you so much. All right, on this note, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, once again, it's the 5th SME Business Awards, National SME Business Awards, put together by SOUQ. We'll be inviting our key note speakers to speak for us at this point in time. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, our keynote speaker is no other person than the Executive Director of Faith Foundation, Mrs. Adeyemi Adeyemi. She will be speaking to us on sustainable business practices, the new competitive advantage for SMEs. A round of applause for her one more time.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Abby. Great, thank you once again. I'm really delighted to be here at the 5th Nigerian National SME Business Awards. Very honored to be giving the keynote address. All protocols duly observed, and I stand on the existing protocols that were earlier on outlined, and hopefully hopefully our special guests coming, and I know definitely take time to acknowledge them once they come. I also would like to, I love the Ask One, Start Small, Start Now. That's it's a very inspiring, but also very strategic slogan, and I think it speaks to the essence of what Ask One is, but also what Ask One should be, and the role that you play within the ecosystem. For me, whenever I come to events like this, the people who are very important to me as VIPs, those who are building businesses of different forms. You are my VIPs, you are the champions of our work in so many ways. You are the ones that hold our economies nationally, community-wise, locally. Nobody gets credit like people that run businesses. And I know recently we're talking a lot about emotional and mental health for business owners because they need it. Maybe even more than other people that do it. And I'm also happy to see that we have quite a lot of women here. No prejudice to our men, but to God. You're home builders, you're community builders, you're nation builders. So I want to especially acknowledge our MSMEs who are here in the room. So good morning once again, everyone.
Decision and MSME can actually take view of the affordability of microinsurance for them to adopt affordable microinsurance for them to be as a means of risk management to protect themselves in the event that they experience shock. And of course, with as little as 1,500 naira, an MSME can actually be able to access to protect their means of livelihood. Or a minimum of 500 naira monthly premium payment. They will actually buy an health coverage, that will, of course, protect themselves, protect their staff, and member of household against issue of out-of-pocket, health services. And of course, an MSME with that same little amount of money will also be able to access, some kind of insurance protection that will support the education of their children. All of these are very essential in terms of support the MSME needs. What we found mostly is that MSME are not able to adopt, the old mechanism that MSME adopt are always very challenging. And most of the time, quite often than not, erodes their, small saving by having to deep manage their, already existing asset or saving for them to actually meet some of these challenges. Thank you.
You'll be shocked to see that a lot of small businesses do not have access to data or do not make data-driven decisions that help their businesses perform, right? So to achieve continued success in a growing economy like Nigeria, small businesses need to focus on solutions that help them stay efficient.
We are very focused on sustainability because we understand that SMEs are the engines and the main focus of any economy in any nation. So why do we talk about sustainability? There are different ways of ensuring that there's sustainability through strategic programs that it does. In SMEDA, we have various programs that are focused towards the whole MSMEs. Then we are also gender-centric and we focus on those that are mainly meant for women and youths. Some of the programs we have about 15 programs off the top of my head. We have some that are focused on those in agriculture, the textile and the likes of them. For example, we have the YSP, which is Women in Self-Employment Program, which is focusing on women that are working for themselves and trying to thrive. So we always try to identify all these businesses and look at how we can have a strategic partnership within the ecosystem and building sustainability. Thank you.
Some time ago, I was in Kigali and we were having a conversation and somebody said something that was quite very traumatic for me as a person. And he said there are two nations on earth that are very passionate about telling how hard that they are. And those nations are Nigeria and South Africa. So we tell it very serious energy. And what picture does this paint out there is that nothing good is happening here. And so people are not even willing to come around to say want to do business because the way the media is structured in Nigeria only tells the bad news. We have data about things that are not working. We have data about things that are so bad. But on the good side of the country, nobody is telling it. And this is the challenge that, of course, the country is facing. So when people are thinking about Nigeria, the things that they can easily think about are the things that are not working. And this was a challenge for us. And so in 2022, we were in the UAE, and we saw the way the environment was working. It's not as if the things that are happening there, we don't have them here. But the way they are positioned in the media makes everybody want to do business with them. So we decided to also come back home and see how we can position media differently in Nigeria. That we're not just going to be talking about politicians, how much money is embezzled, but we also need to talk about the good things that are happening within the business environment. There are a lot of people who are doing excellently well. There's one woman selling amala there, is training their children overseas. Nobody is giving them the platform to talk. So SOUQ News came into existence to give platform to businesses, small and medium-scale businesses, voices in Africa, so that people all over the world can see what we're doing, see your visibility, support your project, and then of course you can also become a global champion.
You walk around, you see people doing great things, doing business, and you ask them if they have their business registration. You discover that someone has been doing business for a long time, for some of them 10, 15 years, and they don't have business registration. Some of them, they don't even have business accounts registered in the business name, or they operate these businesses practically in their own name, and this is part of the challenges that they face in accessing finance as another challenge. Because as part of the challenges that you occur when you don't have a business properly structured, access to finance also becomes a challenge for you, as you do not have credit history developed over time for people to make informed decisions on whether they want to partner with you or not. So these are part of the challenges that small businesses face in developing their businesses. Thank you.
What we have done is to actually connect financial access to digital inclusion, right? By providing the opportunity for SMEs based on, at least the name you mentioned, something about credit score, based on their credit score, their record keeping, and their transaction history, to be able to access some types of funding, right? So what I'm going to have to mention. Right, so there's money that's accessible single digits, ranging from about 7% to 3%, starting from as low as 100,000 up to 5 million. And the best part about it is that this product initially is free to the SME. All they need to do is to register. It's called the Divide. They're able to establish their online presence. Photographers, barbers, small shop owners. There's no reason why they can't use technology, right, to actually formalize their business and be able to create that history to be able to access funding that is available to them. By becoming more organized, more productive, and also more effective. So, as people in finance know, it's about following the money. Usually there is criteria that is set out, and this criteria, just like he said as well, it requires certain things like coming to the formal economy, right? Taxes, business name, having a bank account. I used to have a tailor that started from absolutely zero, right? He built his business such that he had like a bungalow in front and back, several staff. When you want to pay money, it isn't really private account. It doesn't make any sense. And it's actually well spoken, better spoken than I am. So until SMEs can actually understand that it's about criteria, right? And it's not free money. They have to follow a process to meet these criteria. Then they continue to laugh. I've been in a session with the Marine Director here at Ogun State Stakeholders Meeting where some of the SME associations are complaining to, I will mention the Development Bank Association, that, you're saying you have 5 billion, you're saying you have 10 billion, but only 5 members have collected this money. And the representative told them that, look, there is criteria. Some of you know this criteria, you're not of that. Some of you are just too disorganized. Some of you actually qualified, but you just don't want to put yourselves in a position where you can access this money.
But I would like you to tell us, there might be 5 business plans on the table. Yeah. What makes one better than the other? What are the key things as a lender that you look for?
So, like we mentioned, financial discipline is one. I'm looking at for example, the requirement that you mentioned are part of the document that was submitted to me, and part of the business plan. But in reviewing all these documents, I'm looking at the financial discipline amongst all of them. Who amongst all of them is disciplined enough to? Because it shows, as you are modeling this document, it shows the plan.
Discipline. Retaining funds or less expenditure?
No, it depends. It depends. For some businesses, it depends on the nature of business anyway. No one size fits all.
Correct, but usually what are the things? It's just different sectors.
Like generally, you look at how you leverage expenses, right? What do you spend your money on? Basically, it shows in the business how you expend from the business. Do you use it to solve personal problems as against destroying family businesses?
I think content they say today is king in the media. What we're doing today is that nobody's creating content for you, you're actually creating your own content. Take for example, you produce granite and you're showing on your mobile phone, for example, the process that you take to produce this granite has come to the market, and people are looking at it and they say, oh, how hygienic that you are. They're not just buying something because you also find it. Because there are too many narratives in the social media, for example, today, people believe that there are some certain things that want to buy chips on the road and say, oh, they are using chemical to produce it. Now, this is discourages a lot of people from participating. But if you create content to show, for example, from your oil, how it's genuine.
Social media.
Social media, yes, of course.
They need to get a professional to do it, or it's something that they can do, or that there are courses.
Of course, the mobile phone is a television house today, really. So you may not even name a media house, for example, and you put them together on either your Instagram or your Facebook, and the word can say it, and it gets viral. Especially when the story that you are telling is so touching and has a human angle to it. And what I'm saying is that yes, for those who are big, yes, you can have somebody who is your media strategist, is going to help you design content and invest so much on it. But as a small business, you can actually create your content with your mobile phone. And most of the content that you see today that actually go viral are done on mobile phone, not on the big cameras that, of course, the medias are carrying. But what we can only do is to validate some of all this story when we also give you the platform to tell the story, and then, of course, we help you distribute to wider audiences. There are a lot of platforms, there are a lot of softwares that are available today in the space. Some of them are free, some of the lessons you can actually get. For example, if you can use a Canva, for example, on your phone, it can help you aggregate your photos, your videos within your phone and produce a content. There are AI-powered tools today you find on the app. Before now, when, of course, as a radio station, you want to produce your ident, you need somebody to come voice from it. Today, there are AIs who does that free for you. And those facilities are available, and of course, businesses can leverage it to actually tell their story.
Okay, so how you now be helping small businesses today? I'm doing it in 4 ways. The very first thing is we're helping businesses manage their transactions. And I talked about efficiency in the first place, right? We are managing transactions by ensuring efficiency, automating certain things that you need to do, so that small businesses can focus on producing whether your product or creating your design as a service provider. As a result of those transactions, we are also using that to build credit profiles for small businesses. Credit profiling is a big issue in Nigeria and Africa today. Right? There was a publication outside recently that the CBN have confirmed that businesses can now have transaction histories passed around banks, which is a great thing because it has been a major problem till date. Right? So that's how we're solving that particular part. And another thing is we're providing financial insights. Please take note, I didn't say data. Data is the raw form, right? Like I give an example within the team. I say data is your logo, your pepper. Insight is the soup. right, is a useful form of it, right? Because a lot of businesses have a lot of data, right, but they don't know how to make use of it. So we provide financial insights that you can actually use to make data-driven decisions to achieve continued success. And the last thing is, which we know is super important for businesses, is investment opportunities, right? How do people access investment opportunities? Because a lot of small businesses have stash cash that they're not using. Now, worrying on efficiency, how do they make efficient use of money that they're not using to run their business daily? And I'll border on one more thing, which is payments I talked about. So, in the digital world of today, security is a major issue. And how we're solving that is by ensuring that people or businesses have seamless and secure transactions every day. We have stuff like escrow. I'm sure a number of us must have heard of it. And escrow basically means that there is a middleman that collects the money when two people want to transact. Then after the transaction is done, we pass it to who's supposed to receive it. And as a result of that, we've had a lot of satisfied businesses growing daily based on that.
MSME is the issue of accessibility to finance. And one of our flagship products, which I think I need to talk about here, is a product that actually helps to support, micro and small scale business owner to be able to repay a loan. Giving them, some kind of guarantee or support, through microfinance bank, microfinance institution, cooperative society, and all of that. I sometimes wonder each time I listen to institutions that are doing lending, talking about collateral. They are actually an insurance product that can actually help support an MSP to see them through the period of that loan and then able to repay their loan. And what we do, therefore, with that product is that we support lending institutions, we support cooperative society, all of these institutions are involved in lending, so that we can support them, provide some kind of insurance that can see the customer through the period of that loan and then able to help them repay in case they fall into any challenges and they do not have the ability to repay the loan. Our product also, like I said, earlier on, cut across virtually. Even a Keke driver can actually have access to a full form of insurance. And then going to your question, one of the, some of the major challenges, and I'm actually going to talk about just 3 of them. One of the major challenges, which of course, both from the supply and the demand side, is the issue of awareness. When you talk about awareness of insurance today, many people would say they don't know even micro, and that's why I started earlier on speaking about what microinsurance is actually all about. Awareness is still not, we have the fault, some of us who are the operator. Most of our strategy are, most times appeal to the above the line customer. I mean the literate and the major organization and all of that. I think we need to readdress our strategy to ensure that it also addresses some of those the BTL, that's the below the line kinds of customer, where we have quite a number of MSME. And of course also the issue of public trust and negative perception is still very much there in insurance. A lot of people still, even though there have been a lot of improvement, a lot of people still feel insurance, they do not trust the insurance company to be able to pay to pay their claim. And I tell you, a lot of people have actually been made in that regard. There are regulatory supervision these days that ensures that when an insurance company takes your risk, they must fulfill the obligation of paying claim. And should they fail to do that, there are sanctions that goes with that. And then thirdly, the issue of God forbid. I know that's cultural and of course religious belief. When you talk about, most of the time when representative goes out to go and talk about insurance, the moment he mentions death or anything, or disability that could, be a form of insurance coverage, they say God forbid. So there are a lot of God forbid, and people most times do not want to actually listen to insurance companies. People pick the product before, they stop them from, having. I do believe that if we are able to address some of these things, if we have, opportunity and the kind of collaboration that we do, especially with the like of ASBON, where we talk to, their representative about insurance as we are doing today, many people will actually see the benefit of insurance and then be able to take on a program that will help them remain resilient and sustainable into the future. Thank you.
My apologies for coming late, but you know Lagos is very big. So, but I'm nevertheless delighted to be here, and all the more so. I'm happy that I also got here in time to listen to some of the very insightful dialogue on the just concluded panel. That was really very good. I'm here to deliver the Executive Governor, Mr. Babajide Olusola Sanwo-Olu's speech, and goodwill and thank you, appreciative comments by the Special Advisor, Deputy Director General, Open State Investment Promotion and Facilitation Agency, and my dear sister, Ms. Shola Arubieke. Representatives of the Commons, representatives, obviously myself, my colleagues from the Ministry of Commerce, Industry, Trade and Investment, all here. Applaud them now. The Director General, Federal Research Institute Oshodi, FIRO, Mr. Lawal Adekunle. The President and convener here today of the Association of Small Businesses in Nigeria, ASBON, Dr. Femi Egeshola. Representatives of governments here present, leaders of business membership organizations here present, esteemed members of the panel of discussion, distinguished guests, gentlemen of the press, ladies and gentlemen. The acceptance speech by Mr. Babajide Olusola Sanwo-Olu. I am truly honored and humbled to accept the esteemed award for the most supportive governor for MSMEs in Nigeria from the Association of Small Business Owners of Nigeria, ASBON. I commend ASBON's leadership for their unwavering commitment to the MSME community and for tirelessly advocating for small businesses throughout our country. I dedicate this recognition to the hard-working people of Lagos State, especially our enterprising MSME community, whose resilience, creativity, and entrepreneurial spirit drive our economy. From the beginning of our administration, we've understood just how important micro, small, and medium enterprises are in fueling economic growth, creating jobs, sparking innovation, and alleviating poverty. To create a greater Lagos, it was clear, and it is clear, that empowering our MSMEs, the true engines of grassroots development, is essential. Our firm commitment to supporting small businesses is evident in our policies and initiatives, which include expanding the Lagos State Employment Trust Fund, LSTEF, providing billions of naira in loans and grants to MSMEs across various sectors, making it easier for them to access affordable funding and grow their businesses, launching the post-COVID-19 Lagos MSME Recovery Fund, which delivered essential relief to businesses hit hard by the pandemic. Investing in enterprise hubs, business clinics, and industrial parks to foster environments where businesses can really flourish. Strengthening market access through initiatives like the Lagos State MSME Trade Fairs, the MSME Digital Marketplace, and forming strategic partnerships with private sector players. Facilitating capacity building training and mentorship programs in collaboration with local and international partners. Helping MSME operators gain the skills they need for the digitized world. Inaugurating the Lagos State Council on MSMEs to create a coordinated platform for policy development, advocacy, and support for small businesses. Simplifying the business registration process and introducing tax relief measures to lighten financial burdens, particularly during these economic times. Over the past 4 years, through the Micro Enterprise Support Initiative MESI, we have empowered more than 11,000 startup businesses, particularly focusing on vulnerable groups, women and graduates from our skills acquisition centers. Our goal in Lagos State is to tackle poverty, is to boost wealth, and to help ease the economic challenges faced by the people of Lagos State. What is most important is that we are committed to listening, to engaging directly with MSMEs in order to truly understand their challenges and work collectively to create sustainable, impactful solutions. I want to assure you that we will ensure a business-friendly atmosphere, investing in infrastructure, encouraging innovation, and promoting inclusivity, making sure that every small business in Lagos has the chance to flourish. So let me take a moment to express my heartfelt gratitude once again to Asborn for this recognition. Your commitment to celebrating excellence in entrepreneurship is truly admirable. To all, yes please, let's applaud it. To all MSME operators in Lagos State, your contributions are appreciated, and your government is firmly behind you. Let us keep working towards building a greater Lagos, one that is competitive on a global scale, economically thriving and socially inclusive. Thank you all, and God bless you. Mr. Babajide Olushola.
Yes, kindly put the award. Please come on, come on. Will you 7 up to mix and go yes or yes? Now let them know so that they can continue to. All right, please take the award to Her Excellency, and she will do us the honors of presenting.
I'm incredibly delighted on behalf of the Nigerian National to present to you on behalf of ASBOR the Nigerian National SME Business Awards. You are the winner of the SME Impact Leader Award, SME Man of the Year Award. I'm delighted to present to you Mr. Siad Madu, the Managing Director of Seminole Public Company.
Please look at the camera. So the next award.
Mike, I will not let it go, by the way. Madam, thank you very much for the award. It's a great honor for me to receive it, especially from you on behalf of Mr. Governor. It's a great honor. Thank you very much. Together we make it better, Lagos.
For Mr. Governor, as the SME-friendly Governor, and this award will be jointly presented by our own Shola Obieke. Please come up, and Dr. Femi Shola presenting this award to Mr. Babajide Olushola Sanwo-Olu, SME Most Friendly Governor of the year 2025. Let's celebrate that.
Presents the Nigerian National SME Business Awards for 2025 to His Excellency Mr. Babajide Olushola Sanwo-Olu as the SME Most Friendly Governor of the year 2025.
Okay.
Commissioner of the Year for Business-Friendly Reforms under the Nigerian National SME Business Awards 2025. Can you give it up to the winner?
I'd like to have to say ready to accept this on behalf of the entire, because you know, as they say, it takes many people to make a village, and it's actually a team award. So these are the Director of Commerce and the Deputy Director of Commerce, and we all work together. So it's actually our award. Thank you all very, very much indeed. Thank you.
I present to you this award as the SME Most Supported State Ministry of the Year. Big congratulations.
SME Hero in Public Service, but the winner is Shola again.
On behalf of National SME Business Award, year 2025, the Vibrant State Investment Agency in the Nigeria State category, and the winner is Open State Investment Promotion and Association Agency.
For small business growth in Nigeria. The winner is Mr. Kola Emmanuel Sofela. Congratulations.
On behalf of the Nigerian National SME Business Award, year 2025, I'd like to present this SME Microinsurance Company of the Year Award to the winner, SOUQ Microinsurance Company Limited. Congratulations.
On behalf of the National SME Business Award, the year 2025, we are presenting you SME-centric television station of the year 2025. Winner, of course, is SOUQ Television. Congratulations.
management. Congratulations.
Are you a man of business in need of support? Visit www.artworld.org and register for free under the Nano Free membership portal today.
Join us and make a difference. Together, we can build a thriving future for Nigeria. So, to be part of the Artworld Collective Impact Initiative, please call 091-191-69773 or send an email to artworldcollectiveimpact@gmail.com.
Or donate to Fidelity Bank account 5600189903.
Let's join hands to empower dreams, build businesses, and transform Nigeria together. Your support, their growth, our future.
So that's it. Let's have the cake. Yeah, that's the cake. Let's be at the center here.
Good afternoon, everyone. Mr. President asked me to give a 10-minute speech. I'm not very good at speeches, so I'll tell you a story. They introduced me as the MD of 7-Up Bottling Company, but I am the MD of 7-Up Bottling Company. I'm the chairman of the Food and Beverage Recycling Alliance, and I'm the founder of a company called SME Scale. When I meet people and they ask me and I tell them my titles, they say, how lucky you are. And I look them in the face and say, guys, I'm not lucky at all. This is not luck. This is determination. This is sweat. This is 24 hours work. Now, why I'm telling you this story? Because I've been working very closely with SMEs for the last 2 years. And SMEs fit within 3 categories. The lucky SMEs, starting a company is so easy. Anyone can go tomorrow and start a company. The ones that work hard and smart and maybe a bit lucky, they scale up and grow very fast. The other ones, the second category of lucky SMEs are the ones that shut down. The third and worst category in my point of view, and please guys, what I will tell you now, you might not like it, but the worst category of SMEs are the SMEs that continue 5 years, 10 years, 15 years. Because we are like, SMEs are like human beings. We are born as babies, then we become children, then we become teenagers. I went in a coma for 1 year, not knowing what to do. I was on the shock. So I moved after that 1 year. I said, enough is enough, I have to do it. I started traveling and working in the worst countries in the world when it comes to safety. I don't know if anyone worked in Iraq after the American invasion. And people say Nigeria is unsafe. There, you have a probability of coming back home of 50% every day. I had to work 9 years getting all my salary and paying to close my debts. And big thanks to Nigeria, the last year I came to Nigeria and I closed my last debt in Nigeria. So, if we look at that journey, when I closed my company, you all were much better than me. Nobody can debate that. But the moral of the story is, when we are determined to do things, when we do it the right way, the results will come. It took me 9 years to recover, and I made a promise to myself that I want to make people avoid that experience. How do I help people not go through this and go through nine years of suffering, and it was real suffering? Who better than Nigerians that I should give that back? I've been in Nigeria for the last 18 years. I never lasted in any other country more than 1 year to 2 years. I madly fell in love with Nigeria. Nigeria made me what I am. And this is what I said. I want to pay back to this country and pay back in double-sided way. One way through the economy, as it was mentioned, because SMEs are the economy. And the second way is how do I minimize the suffering of people? Companies that struggle, based on my experience, how can I pass on that experience? Based on that, we do every 10 days a one-day workshop for 100 SMEs where I manage 90% of the time. I sit with them, I talk with them, I joke with them, we plan together. And I categorize them in 3 categories. 1/3 come to the workshop to chop food. What do I do? They just come to eat, leave, finish, they disappear. Another 1/3 or more come there, they want their business to grow, but they want to move all the problems to me so that I grow their business. It doesn't work that way. But there's a 10%, every session I have 5 to 10 SMEs that I feel they are determined to grow. They have a good idea, they have the passion. This is all what is needed for you to grow your business. Whatever people tell you, sometimes I get offended by SMEs telling me, I'm waiting for the grant from here or intervention. I say, why the heck, you are not beggars, guys. Without money, with small money, if you have a great idea, you will get the money.
Today, we cast our minds back to 1993 as we celebrate this achievement and get people's reaction on how democracy has fared over the years.
June 12 is an incident that happened in 1993 when late MK Abiola ran for presidency and he was declared winner. And the election was presumed to be the free and fairest election during the time of a military junta headed by the General IBB.
There is nothing to celebrate in our democracy. Absolutely nothing to celebrate. Many people today desire to go back to the military era in Nigeria because the politicians have failed us, and they have failed us woefully. If you want to celebrate June 12, let us celebrate Professor Humphrey Nwosu, and let us look for another Humphrey Nwosu to man the electoral system in the country. A man of integrity, a man who can stand his ground and say billions or no billion, dollars or no dollars, millions of naira or no millions of naira, the wish of the masses must stand.
For the fact that we are no more under colonialism, it's something to celebrate, but it's not just for us to celebrate, it's for us to rethink, look at where we're coming from and where we are currently and how we can improve and be better off as a country and as a people.
It's a remarkable day that democracy came back to Nigeria after prolonged and tedious time of military.
I think that was the day we honor Kabila. In a situation of this kind of country, where there's no money, no food, nothing, no electricity. So what are you celebrating for? There's nothing to celebrate.
If the time comes now, maybe probably like 6 p.m. in the evening, you will notice everybody puts on maybe only white. Yes, in this area, just to commensurate with the day as well.
It fought for democracy, and it is up to today. We are still enjoying the dividend of the democracy. We fought for it, so I'm celebrating it.
It is very gratifying. I've always known that the events of the last few weeks have, in fact, enabled people to make up their mind a lot more firmly. In fact, it has increased tremendously the public support that I have in the country. Nigerians are ready for democracy. Nigeria have elected their president, and Nigerians are not prepared to go for another election. The truth of the matter is that you do not have 2 sunrises in one day. Even in Africa, the sun rises only once a day. And that is the way it is. The people have made it very clear that that is what they want. And I'm sure the purpose is to let government know that the people are very serious in what they are saying.
Faith on the part of government. All matters relating to the election should have gone to the tribunal set up by law for such cases and should only have been initiated by persons or bodies that had genuine interest in the election. Instead, we are being told that the judiciary behaves so badly that I, Moshood Kashimawo Olawale Abiola, should be penalized for his conduct.
This is the Eleganza Sport Hall in Ekpetedo, where Chief MKO Abiola declared himself president and winner of the June 12, 1993 election.
What you are looking at here is, I don't know if we can call it a sacred place, because it really means a lot to the whole country when it comes to the time of democracy. This was the first place Abiola's hand was raised up, like, officially as a leader. Like, the people were happy. Like, I can't recall the last time we had such celebration when someone won an election in Nigeria. This is supposed to be like a tourist attraction. Like, come June 12, as a Nigerian, what makes you not want to visit some place like this and, you know, just have that feeling of June 12 actually?
Despite the challenges we may encounter in democratic setting, but I still believe that democracy is the best way of government. But one of the challenges is we are being run by people who are not competent enough.
What actually have we achieved? Dividend of democracy, it is all a barrage. It's a mirage. There is no dividend. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. When your vote cannot count, my vote cannot count. What else? Because it is when our vote counts that the electorate will become accountable to the citizens.
The only thing I can say that we achieve is that we have succeeded in pursuing the military to the barracks.
Well, to some people they will say they've achieved so much, but the difference is a lot. The margin is still wide. Nigeria is still not there. Even compared to other African countries, the margin is very wide. Our leadership, they are not doing well enough. And I must be honest with you, they are not doing well enough. Electricity, infrastructure.
Hello and welcome to SOUQ News Television. We're reaching you live from our studios in Lagos. I am Olumide Shokoya. President Bola Tinubu has cancelled his scheduled nationwide broadcast for Nigeria's 26th Democracy Day anniversary. Instead, he will deliver a commemorative address before a joint session of the National Assembly on Thursday, June 12, 2025. The event will take place in the House of Representatives chamber, with proceedings starting at 11 a.m. and the president is expected to arrive by noon. A key highlight of the speech will be the conferment of national honors on selected federal lawmakers. In another development, strong but unconfirmed reports emerging from the National Assembly suggest President Tinubu may use Democracy Day platform to announce presidential pardons for politically exposed individuals. Among those reportedly under consideration are former Delta State Governor James Ibori and former federal lawmaker Farouk Lawan. If granted, these pardons could signal a strategic political move and may be delivered either during the address to lawmakers or through an official statement from the presidency. Nigeria has recorded a trade surplus of 5.17 trillion naira in the first quarter of 2025, reflecting a 51.07% increase from 3.42 trillion naira in the previous quarter. This according to the Foreign Trade in Goods statistics released on Wednesday. Total trade reached 36.02 trillion naira, with exports contributing to 1.60 trillion naira, driven largely by crude oil, despite 16.35% decline in its revenue. Crude oil exports stood at 12.96 trillion naira, making up to 62.89% of total export. However, significant growth in non-oil exports, particularly agriculture, helped boost overall performance. Agricultural exports rose by 64.65% to 1.70 trillion naira, with cocoa beans, cashew nuts, and sesame seeds driving growth, mainly to Europe and Asia. Imports totaled 15.43 trillion naira, up to 4.59% year-on-year, but down to 7.02% from the previous quarter. China led import sources, followed by India and the United States. Intra-African trade remained strong, with exports to the continent hitting 1.85 trillion naira, while manufactured good exports rose by 9.58%, signaling gradual diversification of Nigeria's trade portfolio. Now, the British High Commission in Abuja has reiterated its commitment to supporting Nigeria's energy transition. During a courtesy visit to the Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission, NUPRC, the First Secretary for Climate Diplomacy, Samantha Harrison, emphasized the United Kingdom's interest in climate-focused partnerships, particularly in reducing gas flaring and promoting decarbonization. Chief Executive of the Commission, Benga Komolafe, noted that the NUPRC is implementing a dual strategy to convert flared gas into economic assets while decarbonizing flare sites. He identified Nigerian gas flare commercialization program covering 49 flare sites as a major step towards environmental sustainability and national revenue growth. Both parties held a technical session to explore deeper collaborations, while with Komolafe expressing optimism about the role of international support, including World Bank and the British High Commission, in achieving Nigeria's long-term energy goals. Now, the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, has reaffirmed that the recapitalization deadline for Bureau de Change operators remained June 3rd, 2025, dismissing reports of an extension to December 31st, 2025. The Acting Director of Corporate Communications Department, Mrs. Hakama Sidi Ali, stated that the circulating report is misleading and should be disregarded. Ms. Sidi Ali emphasized that the central bank has not granted any extension beyond officially communicated date and urged the public, media, and stakeholders to confirm all regulatory updates through the bank's verified platform. She added that responsible information sharing is critical to maintaining market confidence and regulatory clarity. Under the revised guidelines announced in February 2024, Tier 1 Bureau de Change operators must raise a minimum capital of 2 billion naira, while Tier 2 operators are expected to meet a capital requirement of 500 million naira. The central bank reiterated its commitment to strengthening the foreign exchange market through transparency and strict compliance. Shell, the world's largest trader of liquefied natural gas, has announced plans to add up to 12 million metric tons of new capacity across Nigeria, the United Arab Emirates, Canada, and Qatar by the year 2030. According to Cedric Kremes, Shell's president of Integrated Gas, all projects are already under construction and are not just future ambitions. Although exact share for Nigeria was not specified, the development signals growing investor confidence in the country's gas sector. Shell's expansion aligns with Nigeria's decade of gas strategy, which aims to maximize the country's 208 trillion cubic feet of gas reserves to drive industrial growth, job creation, and national revenue. Nigeria currently ranks 12th among the global gas producers with a daily output of over 3 million cubic feet. The government is positioning gas as a key transition fuel and international project, such as Shell's offer potential to strengthen the country's energy value chain and industrial base. Many thanks for watching. Do follow us on all our social media platforms at SOUQ News Television. Just Africa comes up next. I am Olumide Shokoya. Happy Democracy Day.
Today, we cast our minds back to 1993 as As we celebrate this achievement and get people's reaction on how democracy has fared over the years.
June 12 is an incident that happened in 1993 when late SOUQ Abiola ran for presidency and he was declared winner. And the election was presumed to be the free and fairest election during the time of a military junta headed by the General IBB.
There is nothing to celebrate in our democracy. Absolutely nothing to celebrate. Many people today desire to go back to the military era in Nigeria because the politicians have failed us, and they have failed us woefully. If you want to celebrate June 12, let us celebrate Professor Humphrey Nwosu, and let us look for another Humphrey Nwosu to man the electoral system in the country. A man of integrity, a man who can stand his ground and say billions or no billion, dollars or no dollar, millions of naira or no millions of naira. The wish of the masses must stand.
For the fact that we are no more under colonialism, it's something to celebrate, but it's not just for us to celebrate, it's for us to rethink, look at where we're coming from and where we are currently and how we can improve and be better off as a country and as a people.
It's a remarkable day that democracy came back to Nigeria after prolonged and tedious time of military.
I think that was the day we honor Kabila. In a situation of this kind of country, where there's no money, no food, nothing, no electricity. So what are you celebrating for? There's nothing to celebrate.
If the time comes now, maybe probably like 6 p.m. in the evening, you will notice everybody puts on maybe only white. Yes, in this area, just to commensurate with the day as well.
He fought for democracy, and it is up to today. We are still enjoying the dividend of the democracy. He fought for it, so I'm celebrating it.
It is very gratifying. I've always known that the events of the last few weeks have, in fact, enabled people to make up their mind a lot more firmly. In fact, it has increased tremendously the public support that I have in the country. Nigerians are ready for democracy. Nigeria have elected their president, and Nigerians are not prepared to go for another election. The truth of the matter is that you do not have two sunrises in one day. Even in Africa, the sun rises only once a day. And that is the way it is. The people have made it very clear that that is what they want. And I'm sure the purpose is to let government know that the people are very serious in what they are saying.
Faith on the part of government. All matters relating to the election should have gone to the tribunal set up by law for such cases, and should only have been initiated by persons or bodies that had genuine interest in the election. Instead, we are being told that the judiciary behaved so badly that I, Moshood Kashima Wolawale Abiola, should be penalized for his conduct.
This is the Eleganza Sport Hall in Ekpetedo, where Chief MKO Abiola declared himself president and winner of the June 12, 1993 election.
What you are looking at here is, I don't know if we can call it a sacred place, because it really means a lot to the whole country when it comes to the time of democracy. This was the first place Abiola's hand was raised up, like, officially as a leader. Like, the people were happy. Like, I can't recall the last time we had such celebration when someone won an election in Nigeria. This is supposed to be like a tourist attraction. Like, come June 12, as a Nigerian, what makes you not want to visit some place like this and, just have that feeling of June 12 actually?
Despite the challenges we may encounter in democratic setting, but I still believe that democracy is the best way of government. But one of the challenges is we are being run by people who are not competent enough.
What actually have we achieved? Dividend of democracy, it is all a barrage. It's a mirage. There is no dividend. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. When your vote cannot count, my vote cannot count. What else? Because it is when our vote counts that the electorate will become accountable to the citizens.
The only thing I can say that we achieve is that we have succeeded in pursuing the military to the barracks.
Well, to some people, they will say they've achieved so much, but the difference is a lot. The margin is still wide. Nigeria is still not there. Even compared to other African countries, the margin is very wide. Our leadership, they are not doing well enough. And I must be honest with you, they are not doing well enough. Electricity, infrastructure, the economy, everything is zero. And I'm telling you, I can make a contrast between Nigeria and some other African countries I've been to and some other international countries. The difference is very wide.
Celebrating 25 years of democracy in Nigeria, a tale of triumph and tribulation. Hope prevailed despite a long journey. June 12, 1993, remembered, shaping future. Praise Matthias, SOUQ News.
Faith on the part of government. All matters relating to the election should have gone to the tribunal set up by law for such cases and should only have been initiated by persons or bodies that had genuine interest in the election. Instead, we are being told that the judiciary behaved so badly that I, Moshood Kashima Wolawale Abiola, should be penalized for his conduct. Faith on the part of government. All matters relating to the election should have gone to the tribunal set up by law for such cases and should only have been initiated by persons or bodies that had genuine interest in the election. Instead, we are being told that the judiciary behaved so badly that I, Moshood Kashima Wolawale Abiola, should be penalized for his conduct.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
At the Africa Development Study Center, ADSC, we are committed to driving sustainable growth and development across Africa through innovative training and research. Our mission, empowering leaders, policymakers, and professionals with the tools they need to create lasting change. With customized training, dynamic research programs, and study exchanges on leadership, management, and other critical development topics, ADSC offers a platform for exchanging cutting-edge ideas and global best practices. We provide comprehensive services in research and consultancy, capacity building and training, education programs, publishing and knowledge sharing. Our esteemed faculty, composed of seasoned experts and researchers, ensures a learning experience that is insightful and practical. We specialize in policy development, implementation strategies, and monitoring and evaluation. At ADSC, learning is engaging and enjoyable. Our unique methodology includes talks, interactive exercises, games, video screenings, and lively seminar discussions, all in a comfortable and friendly environment. For more information, email us at info@adstudiescenter.com or call +234 912 039 2362. Visit our website www.adstudiescenter.com to explore our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa.
Hello and welcome to Just Africa, where we'll take a deep dive into the trends shaping our world. Happy Democracy Day. Now, since Nigeria's return to democratic rule in 1999, the country has witnessed significant shift, not just in political participation, but also in the expansion of economic freedoms. One of the most notable developments has been the rise of entrepreneurial activity, particularly among youth. But has democracy helped shape this trend? Today, we are discussing democracy and the rise of entrepreneurial freedom in Nigeria. I am Olumide Shokoya. I also have the beautiful Swift Aderito.
Hi, Olumide. Good morning. Happy Democracy Day! I'm excited. I'm African. I'm Nigerian. I love my country, and it's good to celebrate. How are you?
Very patriotic. I'm good. I'm good. So we're discussing democracy and entrepreneurial. Okay. So do you think democracy has actually helped to boost, should I say boost? Yes, boost, give rise, give freedom to young entrepreneurs?
Okay, so I love to come like this. From May 29th, 1999,
yes,
we officially became a democratically elected government. We had a democratically elected government. Of course, before then, you cannot but talk about the whole Abiola 1993 June saga. We have to talk about the fact that military people came in, and for a long time, and so entrepreneurism in Nigeria was, it was very downplayed. To be an entrepreneur in Nigeria at that time, you had to have a military reliance, or you were a military officer's wife. In fact, you couldn't even have a big supermarket if you did not know one officer or the other. And now, looking at 1999, suddenly we had by 2000, I think 2003, the government then, that was under Olusegun Obasanjo, came up with the small-scale SMEs, came up with the organization to monitor entrepreneurs, small-scale enterprise. 2009 came up with the CIA, that's where you could register your business, CSC, thank you, officially, that's the corporate office. So at this point, it was just telling Nigerians that, look, you can own a business, you can legalize your business, you don't need to know anybody in court. Now, if you're looking at Nigerians' political system and entrepreneurism, right now I can run a business without knowing anybody. I can run a business and wake up one day and come from the UK and start my business. One of the biggest entrepreneurs, female entrepreneurs we have, because I'm very female inclined, we have Dr. Brown, who has her own air ambulance. So she picks you up if you are sick, and she can transport you out of the country. Necessity was born when her younger sister, she and her younger sister, they were born in the UK. They came to Nigeria for the first time for holiday, and her younger sister fell ill, and there was no way to transport her back to the UK to receive first-class medical services in court, and she died in Nigeria. So as a medical doctor, she told herself, look, I'm not just going to be a medical doctor, I want to meet a need. Now, during the military administration, you cannot just meet that need. You may have the idea, but you saw people running back. So we saw a brainwave thing going back to Europe. But now we are seeing people leave Europe and come back to Nigeria with ideas and say, look, the government would support, we can build. So I think the democracy has been a plus to entrepreneurism in Nigeria and development, because entrepreneurs bring development.
True.
Yes. They claim that our GDP, entrepreneurs make up about 75% of what the Nigerian GDP is. Because you're looking at that woman selling on your street, from that woman selling on your street.
The hairdresser, the makeup artist.
Yes. They also tell you that the multinationals don't hire, they don't train. So you look at somebody coming in, let me use a shell, for example.
Okay.
A shell will not train you from the start. It is someone who has worked in a technical place, who we have trained as Africans. They will just bring in they'll bring in the, they say what they call them, the expatriates. Yeah. God bless you. They'll bring them in. And so they won't really train, they'll just put you. So if you want a training, it means that you need to build yourself. And so that's where the small scale businesses come in. They build the people that are later recruited by the entrepreneurs, the big multinationals. So the entrepreneurship system in Nigeria has not just helped to develop the country's GDP, it has also helped to build and professionalize people. So I feel that without democracy, there will be no entrepreneurship. So they work hand in hand.
What about the challenges and limitations? You know, if you look at democracy, yes, it's not a success. That's not been success, 100% success. But I always say this: we are evolving. I don't like to call ourselves third world.
Yes.
We are evolving. We are moving higher because countries, China and the rest of them are coming. They are bringing business. They are investing. If this land is not, fruitful, if it's not green, we will not have all these international countries eyeing Africa, which means we have a whole lot to offer in Africa. But there has been also challenges. We have corruption, we have bureaucracies, we have inconsistent policies. Yes, this present government, they are actually trying. President Tinubu has brought out different policies. Yes, some might say, oh, this policy was not well thought out, this policy was not well planned. Was not well implemented.
Yes, it's harsh.
He is up there. He cannot bring out a policy and start policing everybody, all the MDAs, all the ministries, and say, oh, what are you doing? Then he has to elect to his own best knowledge people he believes are well qualified. It is now left for those people, the ministers and the directors, to make sure that all these policies are well implemented. So we've had inconsistent policies. We've also had, security challenges and all that. But, it's not stopping. I remember when, during the former administration of President Buhari, when he said the youth are lazy. It was
quoted out of context. I always have to say that. Okay. Yes.
But that also inspired the youth to come out to say, no, we are not actually lazy. We are hardworking. I mean, most youth these days, they are not so inclined to the blue collar, industry jobs. They believe they want to get out of university and start off their own. They believe in just, though there's also this drive to make money at a very young age. They believe you have to be established by 25.
No, because you have to stand on your own
house, 2 cars and all that, be married by 25. That is also there. But I like the drive that Nigerians have. If you take Lagos, for instance, Lagos, the hustle drive is phenomenal.
It's a city that never sleeps. What do you expect?
It's phenomenal. Everybody's just looking for an opportunity to make money, to do something. If there's a need, there's always an opportunity.
I like that. If there's a need, there is always an brilliant.
So that is one of the things I like this country for. And democracy, like you said, has actually helped. With the establishment of CAC, Smedan, Bank of Industry, and all that. This have been created out of democracy. Democracy is actually government of the people, by the people, and for the people. Everything. And if you notice, people is being mentioned in all this, which means it cares about the people. It's about the people. Let's come together. What would help us? What will make us go forward? And I like this president. He has a listening ear. He's always coming out. Anytime there's a need, anytime there's something going on, he will come out and address the nation, which is expected also to do today at the National Assembly.
Yes.
So he is a listening president. And he has also said it that bring all your problems to me. I took this job. I know the rudiments of the job. I know what it was going to cost me, and yet I still went head on. So, democracy has actually paid off if you look at it.
Yes, but at this point, I want to talk about a twist. So there's a twist from the older generation who claim that, look, under the military government, there was, people's freedom was trifled and all that, but we developed the brightest brains Nigeria ever saw. The president you are talking about, who people said, oh, he was almost too old to rule. He has come up with some of the best economic policies that Nigeria has ever seen. In fact, World Health Organization, IMF, they are praising his policies. all over Europe, they are saying, look, these are brilliant policies and these strategies, if they are followed through, we will see Nigeria standing up. By 2013, economy was said to be the largest in Africa. So he means, like you said, a lot of people are coming because we have a lot to give. But now the twist that is saying that during the military era, we saw more brains, we saw more doctors that were revolutionizing the system. We saw architects come out and build buildings that till today. So for example, this building we are in, the NECOM building, 32 floors. Nobody has been able to build something higher. Something more. If you actually, you need to come to Lagos and visit the NECOM building where our studio is. It is made of brick. Now we are seeing architects build houses that are collapsing. Is it that the military era fostered or built in us the resilience to be better than the democratic era? Is it a soft life thing?
Well, during the military, most of these buildings were built by our colonial masters and and all that. So, but then again, I wouldn't say the military era brought out the best. Do you understand? Because there's a saying that yesterday should not be your best.
Yes.
We should always aspire to be greater. And we've had other people that have come out and have achieved great height. Even though one name I like to mention, but people are not so happy, is Kemi Badenoch, but people are not so happy to it. But we also have the Okonjo-Iwealas.
Yes.
We have a lot
military era.
Okay.
Dora Kunle, military era.
We have the Anthony Joshua.
Even our very own Oshomole, who has revolutionized the those states from road network, military era. I'm just saying. But of course, we have younger people who are doing fantastically well. Olumide, let's do this.
All right, so never mind our bantering. Our topic for today is democracy and the rise of entrepreneurial freedom in Nigeria. And our guest is Mr. Adetunji Banwo, founder, chief executive officer of Banwo Consulting Limited, Nigeria, and ProSharp United Kingdom Limited. It's so glad to have you. Happy Democracy Day.
Thank you, Olumide. Thank you, SOUQ. Thank you for having me.
I like your outfits. Very, democratic. Yes, patriotic.
I thought to take a cue from you. White and green, and just touch of white and green. Proudly Niger.
Proudly, yes.
All right, so let's set the stage. I know we often, link democracy to political rights, but we often link democracy to political rights, but do you think it's directly influenced by economic freedom, especially small businesses and startups in Nigeria?
Sorry, I didn't catch the start of your question. Yeah.
Let me take it again. Now, we often link democracy to political rights, but do you think it is directly influenced, or it directly influenced economic freedom, especially for small businesses and Nigerian startups?
Oh yes, absolutely. I totally agree with that. I never subscribe to sentiment whipped by some quarters that the military era was better than military is better than the democratic era. That's probably coming from some persons that don't really understand history. When you talk about freedom, there's nothing compared to freedom. I'm a strong believer in the fact that the worst of democratic era is still better than the best of the military era. Freedom. Freedom. You can't take that away. So freedom is not just manifesting itself in terms of freedom of rights, your right to life, and freedom of speech and all that. Even economic freedom, your ability to express your dreams and your desires, and without fear or favor. So it actually goes a very, very long way. It looks like our minds were just exploded, at the advent of democracy. I mean, let's take leaning from one of the oldest, if not the oldest democracy, the USA, and look at the birth of entrepreneurs. You see what I'm talking about? So there's a connection between having a democratic setting and the fact that people are able to express themselves. I mean, people were suppressed during the military era. You get what I'm trying to say? People were surprised. I mean, are we saying the likes of Aliko Dangote had not been around since the military? They've been around, but look at the explosion, in terms of their business that they've experienced thanks to institutions, democratic institutions. So these things, they go a very, very long way. It's not just politically, but then even economically, you have that freedom to express yourself, to do things. I mean, look at how social media has actually helped to shape a lot of businesses. You see what I'm talking about? Some of those things that we, right now, you're able to, to go online, to go on social media to boost your. Look at the rise of influencers, for example. I mean, you are trying to build any brand right now, you definitely need social media influencers to help you boost your, your brand and all that. But would you have expected, some of these social media influencers to thrive during the military era? And it's an absolute no. You get what I'm trying to say? I'm just trying to picture how that would have been. It's so suppressed. I mean, but give you an instance, right? The use of WhatsApp, for example, there's still certain countries where WhatsApp is still, will I say, heavily regulated. It's not like there's anything bad in regulating it, but it's heavily regulated. Like, try making a video call to anybody you know in the UAE, for example, right? Because I've got a younger brother who is based in Dubai, and you just can't do a video call. He's got to initiate, I think, VPN or thereabout, like, so that ability to communicate, you see what I'm talking about? It goes a long way, because that society is not democratic. They are not a democracy. It's a monarchical system. You see what I'm talking about? So if you're looking at the proportion of entrepreneurs globally, you're not going to find so much of them in, some of those Gulf countries. I'm just trying to say there's a connection. You see what I'm talking about? Communication and business expansion and business entrepreneurship in general, because you need to express yourself. So those things, they actually go hand in glove. So I totally subscribe to the fact that democracy, the rise of democracy and the spread of democracy has really helped to foster entrepreneurial freedom. Definitely. You're able to showcase yourself. You're able to, to actually, to try things, to experiment. And then because of all the institutions that we have set in place, they're actually, able to help grow, various businesses, SMEs and all that. We didn't have all that during the military era, no. I mean, as young as I was there during Babangida era, Abacha, and, some of those eras, I can't remember. So it's a lot of, a lot of the businesses that were really doing so well were military, were government contractors, people doing businesses with the government, and all that. You don't really find like, the likes of Tony Elumelu and, some of these great business giants that we have right now, because the room wasn't there for them to thrive, So that was, I mean, that's really the connection I can draw. So there's just that correlation. There is a correlation between the spread of democracy and entrepreneurial freedom.
All right, thank you so much, Tunji. I totally agree with you. I remember Concord newspaper owned by Moshood Abiola, when the newspaper was seen to be speaking the truth, and the military administration closed that newspaper, and that was one of the legacies that Nigeria had in the media. Still talking about your question, some people have argued that policies from the government it takes a while to trickle down to SMEs, and this affects entrepreneurs. So the government has a good policy, has a good plan, but due to political bottlenecks, it takes a while. And I know you're an entrepreneur and you have tried to do some things in Nigeria and Africa. Do you agree?
100% Swift. Wow, this is... I'm going to try not to take this personal, because I've been on the short end of the stick when it comes to impact of government policies or lack of it, or lack of implementation. Like I've mentioned previously on your program, I've been an entrepreneur most of my life. Like from my teenage years, I've been running one form of business or the other, and I've actually evolved even as an entrepreneur. So a lot of government policies, like they say, the road to hell is paved with good intentions. I don't think any well-meaning government, any government at all, would actually intend to make their citizens suffer. I don't think it's not. I mean, it just doesn't add up. So why would, for example, the policies being introduced, the environment, right? Why would it be making business uneasy for people? You see what I'm talking about? So it's all down to the fact that it's cultural. You see what I'm talking about? Cultural. One of the things I found out is what corruption has eaten deep into the fabrics of our society. So that is a very, very big one. So where you have something happen at the top, the person at the top maybe is the president or the minister or the governors. This is their direction, this is their strategy, this is their vision. They want to achieve this, they want to make life better for the citizens. But by the time it gets to those that are going to implement it, I tell you, it's a different ball game. It's a different ball game. So it's something that we need more of. We need more people to speak about it. We want more dialogue. We want more partnership between the private and the public sector. We want more town hall forums where they can actually hear. So one of the things the government can really do is regular sessions, stakeholders forum. So it happens a lot, in the UK, for example. My big sister also happens to be an entrepreneur. She's employed about 25 British citizens in their business. They run a chain of stores. And I tell you, one of the things they do quarterly, I think it's quarterly or about monthly or quarterly, but let's say quarterly. The government invites them, the Minister for Economy, the Department for Business and all that, they invite them for regular breakfast, like luncheon and all. So, and they would have to pay a token to even attend such meetings. And those are the avenues where you actually hear directly from the horse's mouth. They tell you what are our challenges. These are our bottlenecks. If we can help us with these importation barriers, if you can help us, we want to create more jobs, but these are our bottlenecks. So that kind of forum can actually help bridge that gap between your strategy and implementation. Because according to Brian Tracy, culture will eat strategy for breakfast. You see what I'm talking about? You have this, you have this strategy, but then the people that are really going to implement it, they are not in tune with the person that have that vision. So we need to break down that barrier. We need to make it rather hierarchical or bureaucratical. We need to make it flat. You see what I'm talking about? Where I can see the Minister for Economy face to face, the Wale Eduns of this world. I can meet with them, have lunch, have that meeting, and ask questions and tell them these are the challenges we are facing as SMEs. Access to capital, for example, is there, and then even infrastructural challenges. So one of the things I would like to bring to such forums would be, I want to, for example, site my business in one remote part of, Ogun State or, your state. But then how do I get my goods from that location to the city, to the market? That's where routes comes in, right? So what if I decide to build the road? What incentives do I get from the government? So those are the kinds of conversations we should be having, rather than lamenting over, there's poor infrastructure, there is this. I mean, a lot of businesses in Nigeria, in spite of the challenges, they are thriving. I know big businesses where they've decided to generate their own electricity to the point where they are now even able to sell part of it to the neighboring, or give part of it to the supplying neighboring communities. You see what I'm talking about? So electricity already overcome. What else? Roads. What about you think of the Dangotes of this world that would decide to even construct the roads and then get tax waivers? That's the kind of conversation we have, we want to have. Road taken care of. What else? Water. You see what I'm talking about? So how about building that reservoir where we can, but then it's a two-way street. If the businesses are willing to help fill in the gap for the infrastructural deficit, what's the government going to give in return? You see what I'm talking about? It should be a two-way street. It's quid pro quo. That's it. So I'm giving something. We are willing to go the extra mile. Nigerian entrepreneurs are really trying. I tell you, we struggle a lot with so many things. One of the biggest challenges with even with banks. You see what I'm talking about? So making it sure that businesses are able to access funds, and then developmental, setting aside such platform. I can give you an instance.
All right, Mr. Adetunji Banwo, if I may come in. Democracy has produced truly dividends. I think one of the highlights of former Olusegun Obasanjo's administration was the introduction of global satellite mobile telecommunication, the GSM. That was one of the highlights of his administration. It was a major, breakthrough for us, and it brought about the Wale Adenuga empire that introduced per second billing. Now, the old folks, I want to put you on the spot a bit. The old folks, one of the arguments during the military era that comes up, I think among the Generation X or the old folks, is that our currency was much more powerful during the military era than now. In fact, there was a time the naira was even much more powerful than the dollar. What would you say to this? How would you react to this?
Well, with all due respect to the older generation, I'm kind of confused right now. Maybe I'm mid-generation or new generation, but definitely I'm not Gen X or Gen Z, definitely far from it. So we're kind of in between. With all due respect to them, the economy wasn't, we wouldn't say, for example, that our lives were better back in the days, growing up in the 80s and all that. But I wouldn't say so. What has simply happened is there's now more mouth to feed. So if you compare our population back then to the population now, it's not, it's grown exponentially, so you had fewer mouths to feed, you had, fewer persons to take care of back then compared to now. So that has, actually, quadrupled our problems. So it wasn't so much about the fact that the currency, yes, you can say for a fact that the currency was more stable then, but if you look at all the micro and macroeconomic factors we had back then, they are not the same thing as what we are dealing with right now. You've had series of wars right now, ongoing political instabilities happening, globally and even geopolitically, across the in the West African region with insecurity. I mean, growing up, I never heard anything like around bomb blast. For example, the only kind of bombs we get to see was in movies, watching Rambo and what do you call it, Schwarzenegger, and these guys throwing bombs in their movies and all that. I mean, but imagine, I think the first one was now Madala bombing United Nations House or thereabouts in Abuja. So, these challenges, has actually, exacerbated, the problems we've got in Nigeria. So those are the things you get to factor. But you look at the fact that you have now more, I can bet you that we have more billionaires, right, and millionaires in Nigeria of today than maybe like some 20, 30 years ago. You see what I'm talking about? So how has this happened? You can link it even to democracy. Yes, you can link it to some of the initiatives of the government. Fine. I mean, I know we also have some critics would also have things to say like, what about the number of people, that have slid into poverty, multidimensional poverty, and that's, where the government. So we need to have that balanced conversation, So it's not so much about, things have gotten better or things have gotten worse, but it's also just to look at, all the indices, population indices, the GDP and all that. But for me, really, I feel it's all about planning, really. It's all about having the numbers for us to plan with, because I'm a stickler for data, So we need to have the right data to plan with. For example, look at our borders. The borders are so porous that, I read it in one of these, a recent book that I read, and it says, I think the book is Breaking Point, by one, leading voice, one of the leading voices in the journalism space in Nigeria. Breaking Point said you could literally just walk through the, so imagine if you're wanted in Nigeria, you could literally just walk through the semi border, without anybody even detecting anything. That's how porous the border is. So, an adding criminal, someone that commits crime in Nigeria could literally just walk out. The same way you can have someone commit crime in another country and just literally walking through the borders. So that needs to be fixed. I know we have so many borders over, hundreds of, borders and all that. So it's so exposed. So that alone, the infusion of people, immigration and all that, it needs to be checked. So that again has also put a pressure on our public services. You see what I'm talking about? The same roads that we've had. Take, for example, the Lagos-Ibadan Expressway, which is one of the major truncated roads we have in the country. Think about those roads where, people were using to move, goods from Lagos to other parts of Nigeria. The size of that road, compared to what we had maybe some, several years, about, decades back, has it really increased compared to the population growth? So transportation, you see what I'm talking about? So the available infrastructure to support the growth in businesses, in population, there's just a mismatch. That is what I think has happened. So it's not so much about the fact that life was better then than now, but it's just the fact that it's like a family, a family,
All right, Adetunji Banwo, last question in less than a minute. Now, do you think entrepreneurship itself, can help strengthen democracy, maybe creating a more independent and, of course, economically powered citizenry? And what advice would you give young professionals, young tech startups who want to start something but feel discouraged by the whole economic policies and all that?
Wow. Great question, Olumide. My advice to I'm going to say the younger version of me, right, would be that imagine if I was starting, this all over again. What would be the advice, I would really appreciate anybody giving me, would be you need to start local but think global. See that? Start local but think global. In spite of, so you need to look at your present. So you do what you call your SWOT analysis, your PESO, which is what's my present environment, what's it like, and so you also need to look beyond your your current state, which is where you are, where are you starting off from, but then you're also looking at how do I, for example, scale up? How do I go, take these, globally? So that's what I think we should be, any young, young startup should be looking at. And you should also, sorry, I think there's a technical glitch. Can you guys still hear me?
Yeah, sorry, we can hear you. Just continue.
All right, perfect. So what I'm going to advise is you need to have that foresight. You need to be looking at how can you leverage on technology, for example, leverage on technology. And, to be able to, AI, for example, is shaping a lot of things, thanks to the internet, so some businesses, if only, businesses like, Aliko Dangote and some of these businesses that we know, the Flutterwaves. So imagine if, they had, the kind of infrastructure available today when they started off, they probably would be way 10 times bigger, at least than where they are right now. So
this has been such a rich conversation, Mr. Adetunji Banwo. You have actually given us, a lot about how democracy, with its flaws, has still created room for innovation, business, and, of course, personal freedom. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for having me.
You're welcome. You're welcome. That's quite been a lot. I wanted to even mention a whole lot of things that, that's why I had to mention the GSM, the introduction of GSM. We've had a whole lot of other things that have, sprung out as a result
of
democracy.
The GSM alone revolutionized the economy of Nigeria.
And with this, I will call it a wrap on Just Africa this morning. Thank you very much for staying with us. If you have enjoyed the program, why not join us again? Also, you can follow us on all our social media platforms at SOUQ News Television. If you love this, Just Africa, please follow us, like, and share. I am Olumide Shokoya. Once again, happy Democracy Day.
All right,
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
At the Africa Development Studies Center, ADSC, we are committed to driving sustainable growth and development across Africa through innovative training and research. Our mission, empowering leaders, policymakers, and professionals with the tools they need to create lasting change. With customized training, dynamic research programs, and study exchanges on leadership, management, and other critical development topics, ADSC offers a platform for exchanging cutting-edge ideas and global best practices. We provide comprehensive services in research and consultancy, capacity building and training, education programs, publishing and knowledge sharing. Our esteemed faculty, composed of seasoned experts and researchers, ensures a learning experience that is insightful and practical. We specialize in policy development, implementation strategies, and monitoring and evaluation. At ADSC, learning is engaging and enjoyable. Our unique methodology includes talks, interactive exercises, games, video screenings, and lively seminar discussions, all in a comfortable and friendly environment. For more information, email us at info@adstudiescenter.com or call +234 912 039 2362. Visit our website, www.adstudiescenter.com, to explore our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa.
Wale Soyinka, born Akiwande Oluwole Babatunde Soyinka on July 13, 1934, in Abeokuta, Ogun State, southwest Nigeria, stands as one of Africa's most celebrated literary figures and a global icon of resistance against oppression. His life and works reflect an unwavering commitment to justice, culture, and the transformative power of art. Soyinka was born into a Yoruba family in colonial Nigeria, an environment that exposed him to both traditional African culture and Western education. His father, Samuel Ayodele Soyinka, was a school headmaster, while his mother, Grace Eniola Soyinka, was a devoted Anglican. This blend of indigenous and colonial influences deeply shaped Soyinka's world. Soyinka attended Government College Ibadan and later proceeded to the University College Ibadan, where he studied English and literature. Soyinka completed his education at the University of Leeds in England, earning a degree in English and later a doctorate degree. In the late 1950s, Soyinka began working as a dramaturgist at the Royal Court Theatre in London. However, his passion for storytelling and cultural preservation drew him back to Nigeria, where he founded two theatre groups known as the 1960 Masque and the Orisun Theatre Company. Soyinka's works, often a fusion of Western dramatic techniques and African themes, address universal issues of justice, freedom, and human dignity. His early play, titled A Dance of the Forest, which was introduced in 1960, written to celebrate Nigeria's independence, critically examined the nation's socio-political trajectory, setting the tone for his career as both artist and activist. Soyinka's activism became more visible during Nigeria's post-independence years. In 1967, during the Nigerian Civil War, he called for a ceasefire between federal forces and Biafran separatists. This led to his arrest by the military government, and he spent 22 months in prison, where he wrote a short drama titled The Man Died, Prison Notes, a harrowing account of his imprisonment and a profound critique of authoritarianism. Soyinka has authored more than 20 works, including plays, novels, poetry, and essays. In 1986, Soyinka became the first African to win the Nobel Prize of Literature, an achievement that brought global recognition to African literature. Soyinka remained an outspoken critic of oppressive regimes, often at great personal risk. His activism extended beyond Nigeria, addressing global issues of injustice and human rights. During periods of military rule in Nigeria, he went into exile, continuing to write and speak against tyranny. Today, Soyinka is celebrated not only as a literary giant, but also as a symbol of resilience and moral courage.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Angola is a place of stark contrast where enormous natural richness coexists with post-war wounds and where traditional rhythms and a growing contemporary ambition converge. Endowed in natural riches, culture, and a strong spirit that has shaped its post-conflict character, Angola is situated on Africa's southwest coast. Angola's enormous oil and diamond wealth is what makes it unique economically. Angola is one of the leading oil producers in Africa, with over 90% of its exports revenue coming from crude oil. In addition to oil, the country's diamond business has grown to be a regulated and important sector of the economy, despite its historical association with the Civil War. For example, one of the biggest diamond mines in the world is the Catacol mine. However, Angola is more than just its natural riches. From the captivating sounds of Kuduro music to the exorbitant energy of its Kizomba dance, Angola's cultural manifestations have spread far beyond its boundaries, making it a potent export. The capital city, Luanda, is a vibrant blend of expansive informal settlements and upscale beachfront development, reflecting the hopes and struggles of a country currently recovering. The agricultural sector is also recovering. Angola, formerly Southern Africa's breadbasket, is attempting to revive its agricultural industry with an emphasis on rural development and food security. Key items being revived includes coffee, cassava, maize, and banana, while land reform initiatives are gradually drawing in new agricultural investments. The journey in Angola is still in progress. It is intricate, potent, and steeped in history. Angola is a country with great potential, bound together by resilience and rhythm, moving from colonization and civil conflict to a period of restoration and cultural rebirth. The people of Angola are proud, the country is wealthy, and the recovery dance is still going on. I am Antonia Umor, and this is Just Africa on SOUQ News TV.
Hello and welcome to another edition of Cashcraft. I am Grace Komolafe. Today I have for you something that really looks ordinary, but it's more than how some people perceive it. This isn't just news. It's a wake-up call, a signal, especially if you live in or near Kayama, Kwara State, or you have any connection to the north-central zone of Nigeria. According to reports, the Kwara State Shell Butter Factory in Kayama is projected to create 10,000 direct and indirect jobs, officially confirmed by the Commissioner for Agriculture and Rural Development, Dr. Afiz Alabi. Now, this news isn't meant to bore you. It's a flashlight revealing something you need to tap into. Don't sleep on shell butter, and you ask me why. That's because this is not just a skincare ingredient. It is a multi-million-dollar global commodity, and it starts from the word shell 3. Shell butter is a natural fat extracted from the nut of the African shell 3, Vitellaria paradoxa, native to the savanna belt of West Africa. It's rich in vitamins A and E, packed with essential fatty acids, and used in skincare and cosmetics, cream, balms, soaps, hair products, pharmaceuticals, chocolate industry as cocoa butter substitute. From Africa to America, France to Japan, shea butter is in demand. A metric ton of raw shea butters can fetch around 350,000 to 500,000 naira, depending on quality and volume. Processed butter can go for about 2,500 to 4,000 naira per kilo locally and higher when exported. In global markets, refined organic shea butter is gold. trading at $4 to $10 per pound, depending on certification. Nigeria is the world's largest producer of shell nuts, yet we are not making nearly enough from it yet. Are you still thinking it's a job not fit for you? Perhaps that's pride. Yeah, but here is the reality. Anyone can go into this, male or female, young or old, educated or not. It's not about the job title, it's about your operational model. Now let's take a look at ways to tap into the shell butter business. 1. Shell nut collection and selling. If you live near wild shell trees, you can gather and sell nuts in bulk to processors or exporters. 2. Local processing and packaging. With basic training and equipment, you can extract and sell raw shea butter to traders, beauty salons, or markets. 3. Skincare line startup. Infuse shea butter into soups, body butters, hair food, lip balms, brand it, sell online or offline. Let's go to 4. If you are thinking export, then join cooperatives or secure necessary certifications like NOP Organic, Fair Trade, or EcoSat to export high-value shea butter. Now we move to 5. Value chain services. Offer drying, logistics, aggregation, quality testing, or training services in rural communities. If you are in Kwara and ignoring this, then you are sleeping on what could become your ticket out of poverty or your ladder to wealth. Kayama is becoming a hub, and the government is backing it with infrastructure and policy support. So why miss out? While this is not a professional advice, remember to do these things to get started. 1. Join a shea producer cooperative. Example, National Shea Products Association of Nigeria. You can search for a whole lot of them. Attend local trainings, workshops, often supported by NGOs and donor agencies. Start small. Even with 50,000 to 100,000 naira, you can begin processing locally, packaging neatly, label professionally, even if you're selling on Instagram. Now, research export guides from NEPC, Nigerian Export Promotion Council. The Kayama Shell Butter Factory is only one part of the story. You are the next chapter. Don't let ignorance or pride rob you of this golden opportunity. Whether it's as a collector, a processor, or a brand owner, shea butter is calling. Will you answer? That's it on Cashcraft, where we turn everyday ideas into smart business moves. I am Grace Komolafe, helping you start up your day and making it count. Bye. Welcome to Cashcraft, where we uncover the gold in every enterprise. Today, we explore a buzzing opportunity that is sweet, sustainable, and seriously profitable: beekeeping and honey production. Nigeria's honey demand is rising, but supply still falls short, creating a lucrative gap in the market. Beekeeping is a low-capital agribusiness with high returns, especially when done organically. From honey to beeswax, propolis to royal jelly, every part of the hive has commercial value. Imagine this: low startup, high yield. A beginner-friendly venture with starter kits costing 50,000 naira to 150,000 naira and profit margins above 60% after the first harvest. That is very possible. Also, are you thinking climate advantage? Nigeria's tropical vegetation and long flowering seasons make it ideal for beekeeping almost year-round. So you know that's a good business to venture into. Now let's look at health and organic market boom. Natural unadulterated honey is in high demand. This demand kept increasing on a daily basis, not just locally but across West Africa and international markets. And it is used for different purposes, from health to skincare, culinary, and more. You may need further research, professional advice to understand exactly what I am talking about. Now, value chain potential. Processing and packaging honey, producing beeswax candles, selling hives, or even offering training is the way to go. Do not miss out. Just so you know, this is a climate-smart, gender-inclusive business that doesn't require owning a land or intensive labor. Here is how to take advantage. Start small with training and support. Enroll in the basic beekeeping course. Many NGOs, agricultural institutions, and cooperatives offer short-term hands-on training. Join a cooperative to access shared equipment, farmland, and easier entry into the market. Invest in starter kits. Begin with 1 or 2 hives. Starter kits typically include protective gears, a smoker, hive tools, and a bee colony. All you need to get started. Explore the full value chain. Process and bottle raw honey for local or boutique markets. Create value-added products such as beeswax candles, lip balm, soap, and natural polish. Build and sell beehives or rent them to farms for pollination services. Offer training and mentorship as your experience grows. Target empowerment opportunities. That's very key. Many donor-funded projects now support climate-smart land-light ventures like beekeeping, making it ideal for women and youth with limited capital but strong entrepreneurial drive. From the wild to the wallet, beekeeping is more than a craft. It's a golden opportunity. With the right training and tools, you can turn nature's sweetest gift into your next source of steady income. And you know what? You don't need to think twice. If you want to go into it, take that decision now and get started. I am Grace Komalafe, and this is Cashcraft. I'll see you again some other time. Bye.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Known as the father of African literature, Chinua Achebe was born on the 16th of November 1930 in Ogidi, now Anambra State, Eastern Nigeria. He was born to Isaiah Okafor Achebe, a teacher and an evangelist, and Janet Anenichi Ilegunam, a vegetable farmer. Achebe has reshaped the global understanding of African identity through the power of storytelling. Raised during the twilight of colonial rule, Achebe's education was steeped in both Igbo tradition and the Western values of post-colonial Christianity. As a student at the University of Ibadan, he became fiercely critical of how Africa was portrayed in Western literature. Achebe believed that Western literature often painted Africa as a dark and primitive continent, but he sought to tell the African people's lens. In 1958, Achebe's groundbreaking novel Things Fall Apart shattered colonial narratives through the tragic story of Okonkwo, an Igbo warrior. Achebe illuminated the complexities of African culture and the devastating effects of European colonization. Things Fall Apart became more than just a novel. It became a symbol of African resistance against the oppressive narratives of colonialism. Achebe was not just a writer. He was a passionate advocate for African self-determination, and his political activism made him a critical voice in the post-colonial era. Even after a life marked by personal and political struggles, including a car accident that left him partially paralyzed, Achebe continued to inspire. He taught at Bard College and later Brown University, where his influence reached new generations of writers and thinkers. He was married to Christiana Chinwe Okoli, and they had 4 children. Sadly, he died in March 2013 at the age of 82. Chinua Achebe's legacy endures in his novels, his essays, and in the countless voices of African writers who follow in his footsteps. He gave us a voice, a story, and a vision of Africa that is ours to share.
When you visit Lagos for the first time and Google fun or recreational places in the city, at the top of that list will be Freedom Park. Located in Lagos Island on Broad Street, Freedom Park over the years has become home to the Nigerian arts and the culture at large. From annual big shows like the Lagos Theatre Festival, celebration at the Lagos Poetry Festival, to local festivals that celebrate literature, music, and arts. Freedom Park is one of the most visited recreational sites in Lagos, for both local and tourist people alike. A place to mingle, unwind, or simply just have fun. Freedom Park, however, hasn't always been a place of fun and games. It has a history that dates to 1861, when Lagos was made a British colony. In 1885, Freedom Park was built as a fortified prison from imported bricks. It was referred to as Her Majesty's Broad Street Prison. Some prominent political prisoners were held in the prison, people such as Herbert Macaulay, Michael Imodu, and Obafemi Awolowo. In 1979, Her Majesty's Broad Street Prison was destroyed, reduced to a dumping ground. It was later rebuilt in the 1990s, celebrated in 2010, Nigeria's 50th Independence Day. Freedom Park still holds a bit of its history within its walls. In the museum, where there are pictures and artifacts. Some of the old prison facilities have been converted into leisure facilities that people visit and enjoy today.
Muhammad Yunus was born on the 28th of June 1940 in the village of Batwa, Chittagong, a British Indian colony which is currently known as Bangladesh. He attended Lama Bazar Primary and Secondary School in his village and passed the matriculation examination into Chittagong Collegiate School, where he ranked 16th out of 39,000 students. After his graduation in 1961, Yunus joined the Bureau of Economics as a research assistant and was later appointed lecturer of economics at the Chittagong College. During that time, he also set up a profitable packaging factory on the side. In 1965, he received a Fulbright scholarship to study in the United States, where he obtained his PhD in economics from the Vanderbilt University Graduate Program in Economic Development. Between 1969 and 1972, after his keen education excellence of apex heights and proportions in the United States, he returned home and was appointed professor of economics at the University of Chittagong. He was eventually appointed onto the board of directors to the United Nations Foundation, where he served for 33 years. When Bangladesh suffered a famine in 1974, Yunus felt he had to do something for the very poor. In his country, he founded the Grameen Bank. His motivation was to create economic and social development for the very poor, giving long-term loans to those who wanted to start small enterprises to pay back when they can. The aim to help was to get many of them out of poverty. For this, he was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize in 2006. Muhammad Yunus is a recipient of numerous international awards for his ideas and endeavors, including the Humanitarian Award in 1993, World Food Prize in 1994, Independence Day Award in 1987, Bangladesh's highest award, the King Hussein Humanitarian Leadership Award in 2000. He was also awarded the Volvo Environment Prize in 2003, Nikkei Asia Prize for Regional Growth in 2004, Franklin D. Roosevelt Freedom Award in 2006, as well as the SOUQ Peace Prize in the same year. All humans are born entrepreneurs, he would always fondly say. His heart showed through his everyday life.
Anthony Onyemaechi Elumelu was born on the 22nd of March 1963 in Jos, North Central Nigeria, to Susanna and Dominic Elumelu, originally from Delta State. Tony earned a degree in economics from Ambrose University, where he laid the foundation for his future career, and then furthered his education at the University of Lagos, where he obtained a master's degree in economics. His academic journey also includes attending the Harvard Business School, where he completed the Owner of President Management program, equipping him with advanced business management skills. Tony currently serves as the chairman of Heirs Holdings, Transcorp, and United Bank for Africa, UBA, demonstrating his significant influence in the banking and investment sector. He founded the Tony Elumelu Foundation, which aims to empower African entrepreneurs through comprehensive training, mentorships, and funding opportunities. In addition to his professional achievements, he's also a family man, married to Dr. Adele Vivian Elumelu, and together they have 7 children. In 2020, his efforts were acknowledged when he was named one of Time's 100 most influential people in the world. Anthony Elumelu's net worth is estimated to be around $700 million, a testament to his successful ventures and strategic investments. Elumelu continues to be a driving force in the business world, advocating for sustainable economic growth and empowering the next generation of African entrepreneurs.
Broad Street. Broad Street, situated in Lagos Island, is steeped in Nigerian history. Once the biggest financial hub of the country, it housed the headquarters of major banks, linked to CBN, the stock exchange, and the loads of lender companies. Broad Street is a historically significant street. It has played a central role in the development of Lagos and history, an important commercial and administrative center for the British colonial authorities. It was also a home to some of the city's earliest modern buildings. Broad Street was a residential area in the pre-colonial era. With the British came the Methodist Boys High School in 1878 and the Broad Street Prison in 1882, renamed Freedom Park. The General Hospital, which was a British military hospital, was built in 1893, being the first general hospital in Nigeria. The old British Secretariat building, which is now the Federal Ministry of Justice, was built in 1906. Broad Street has seen a full turn into modern commercial office blocks, complexes, skyscrapers, and markets from the outer marina through Akpombo, early into the Adeniji Adele Road. Broad Street is one of the busiest streets in Nigeria on weekdays, where commercial activities take place day and night. From modern buildings to ancient structures, this street gives one a raw dose of life in Lagos. Broad Street is often referred to as Lagos Financial District. It boasts a mix of architectural styles, reflecting its long history, colonial-era buildings, Victorian and Edwardian architectural features, alongside more modern skyscrapers and structures. Broad Street remains a vital, vibrant part of the Nigerian economy. Broad Street. SOUQ Enlightenment.
Idumota Market. Eko Idumota, once a residential neighborhood, is home to Idumota Market located on Lagos Island. It is one of the oldest and arguably one of the largest markets in West Africa. Idumota is a historic neighborhood adjacent to the Lagos port that facilitates.
Hello, a very good morning to you and welcome to SOUQ News Television. Today's program is Democracy Day Special, and we are reaching you live from our studios in Lagos. This is where we pause to reflect, analyze, and celebrate the journey of democracy and democratic governance in our beloved country. It's June 12th, a day etched into our national consciousness, not just as a remembrance of a pivotal moment in our political history, but as a symbol of people's will, the resilience of Nigerians exercising their right to choose their leaders. But before I intimate you with our line of discussion for the day, let me introduce you to my colleagues. Good morning to you, Dr. Idausa.
Good morning, Priya. Pleasure to be here on set.
It's great to have you here again. And I believe for us in Lagos, it's the first time we'll be seeing the face of the gentleman beside you. Is Ayola Babalola.
Yes, good morning. Happy to be here.
Great.
And not the first time, actually.
Oh, in Lagos, not the first time.
No, not the first time.
Thank you for that correction. So, well, but yes, not the first time, but now you are in the Federal Capital Territory, the seat of power. I think you came over for this purpose.
Yeah.
Now, leaving the seat of power down to this place, how does it feel? What's happening on the seat of power?
Well, power play happens in the seat of power. You know, different interests, different groups, you know, trying to make their way. You know, many people seeking patronage within the system. But, you know, we remain there, trying to see what comes out from there.
In fact, study the whole situation, the lobbying and the movements during the corridors of power and assess them. Well, in the next 3 hours, we will journey through the architecture of Nigerian democracy with 3 insightful and robust segments of conversation. The evolution of party system in Nigeria. It's where we examine how political parties have shaped and being shaped by Nigeria's democratic experiments. And then we move to democracy and institutional development in Nigeria, a look at the institutions that uphold or challenge our democracy. And finally, the relationship between democracy and the economy, where we probe the tangible economic benefits or the cost of democratic governance. We will be joined by experts, public figures, academia, and citizens who drive diverse perspectives to the national conversation. So, wherever you are watching us from, sit back, engage at SOUQ News TV on all our social media platforms as we celebrate democracy, not just as a system of governance, but as a heartbeat of a truly free society. Now, the evolution of a party system is what we're going to be engaging, and we already have a seasoned guest, professor, that will be joining us in the conversation. But first of all, let's pick our brain briefly, even if it's just for 2-3 minutes. Doc, let me start with you. The party system. I know you want to, the major parties, the NPC, the NCNC, the AG, being driven by regionalism. And how did most African countries, whenever there is sovereignty, democracy, they start off with a one-party system. And that one party would normally dominate the political system and maybe overall becomes a dictator. But Nigeria's case was different, multi-party system from the beginning.
Well, I think if you look at the history of Nigeria and vis-a-vis other African countries and see how we struggled to get off the grips of the colonial masters, some scholars have argued, really, it was not so much about the people who were at the grassroots, but most of the conversation was how to step into the GRAs that these colonial masters had stayed all this while. And so the struggle to grab power really had outweighed the genuine desire to forge a political system that will drive the transformation of the people. Now, if you take a little dive into history, you see that when, for example, the Nigerian National Democratic Party was formed in 1924 by Herbert Macaulay and his colleagues, transmuted into the NCNC, the Council of Nigerian and Cameroon, in 1946. What we saw is the fact that we seem to have been united. But shortly after the death of Herbert Macaulay in 1946, that trend was no longer able to hold water. Suspicions came into the arena because there are some people in the Southwest, really, who felt that pushing an 81 ODR man to go campaign Kano was deliberate by the secretary of the political party that led to his death. And so that agitation led to the formation of the Action Group, rising from the what was called the Egbe Omo Oduduwa, which was an association that started by Obafemi Awolowo while he was doing his law profession in the United Kingdom. And of course, by 1951, we have in September Action Group. And of course, they not know where this was heading toward, because right now, the man who was in charge of the NCNC was an Eastern, and that was Nnadi Zikiwe, who became the head of NCNC. And then the Action Group came in 1951 September. And by December of 1951, the North has to set up the Northern People's Congress, headed by Sir Ahmadu Bello. And of course, these three gladiators eventually had come to shape the narrative of our political evolution,
our party
as it
system.
were.
Okay.
Really not regionalism, in my view, but of course, the fact that the ego trip of these three personalities had actually defined the political culture of Nigerians since then.
Okay, thank you very much. Yes, Ayola.
I'll just loop on what Doctor has said to add that, you know, from the onset, I think it was Richard Sklar who said Nigeria's political elites were not actually challenging for self-governance in terms of developing the commonwealth of the people, but rather they were competing for colonial concessions. And that played out, you know, immediately after independence, where we had three major political parties, which also sort of represented ethnic blocs. You know, one of the characteristics of that setting was also that minority ethnic groups were excluded, and it became sort of what they call the Wazobia configuration. And that follows the evolution of the party system in Nigeria. In 98, 99, when we were returning to democracy, even though the People's Democratic Party had a national outlook, but they also had the unofficial power rotation agreement within their political party, which rotated between the South and the North. So it's always been the same, three ethnic groups, three elites from three major ethnic groups agreeing on a power rotating system at the expense of actual public governance.
Thank you so much. Now, we begin this journey by looking at the backbone of any democratic system. Political parties in this segment, titled The Evolution of Party System in Nigeria, we trace the shifting landscape of party politics from pre-independence to the present Fourth Republic. What role have political parties played in the nation-building system or nation-wrecking? As you may say, what do our parties often lack ideologically? Do they lack clarity? And how has the political party structure influenced the quality of our democracy? To take us through this crucial analysis, we'll be joined by historians and political party analysts and politicians who have lived through this multi-party dispensation. Now, we will have someone, a guest who will be joining us in this session, and you know, academically, he stands in that cradle of, he's a professor, gone from, you know, he's specialized in administrative development or development administration, and is quite involved in local administrations and development. So I'm beginning to picture in my mind, if we talk about political party, Doc, permit me if I'm going to keep picking your brain. Because you know who you are in this place. So there's been this argument that political parties in Nigeria, and if I say generally in Africa, they lack ideological clarity And it looks like that has affected the quality of governance in our country. Do you go with that perspective?
Well, I'm a fervent student of Professor Claude Ake, and I read a whole lot of his work. And he tried very hard to argue that really the defining character of the Nigerian political parties is the drive to acquire power. So that's the single interest. And because the interest is to grab power, like Richard Joseph also argued in his book, Democracy and Prebendal Politics, The Rise and Fall of the Second Republic, is to see how to use this power for the interest of that clique or the elite who grab the power, but not for the common good. So to that extent, you see that we are really not about how to govern people. So it has always been about cake sharing. So who gets the cake? Who is having the knife to cut the cake? And who deserves to receive a slice of that cake? And I think that's also lend credit to what Ayola just mentioned about the plight of the sub-regions who were in the minorities. For example, you have the Middle Belt, you have the Midwest
region.
And you also have the Cross River, Ogoja area, who were also agitating because, of course, they were not accommodated in that global sharing of the national cake.
Doc, permit me to, please kindly hold your thought. I think we have our guest standing by and is waiting to join us. Now, joining us now to shed light on the historical and political currents that have shaped Nigeria's party system is a highly respected academic and thought leader in governance and development. Professor Abdul Hamidu Abdullahi is a professor of development administration at the prestigious Ahmadu Bello University, Zaria. He served on the board of trustees of the International Association for Community Development, a global organization committed to inclusive and participatory development practices. Professor Abdullahi is a widely regarded public commentator on governance and development. It's a pleasure to welcome Professor Abdullahi Hamidu join us today on Democracy Day Special on SOUQ News Television. Professor Abdullahi, you are welcome to the show. Good morning to you.
Yeah, good morning. Am I audible enough?
Oh, yes, fine. We can hear you audible enough. Your voice sounds very clear, and we are glad about that. I won't be the only one doing the job. I have my co-anchors here, Dr. Idausa and Ayo La Babalola, who will be having this conversation with you.
Professor Abdullahi, good morning.
Good morning. Happy Democracy Day.
Yeah, you're smiling a lot. It seems that, of course, you've seen the dividends and the blessings of democracy.
Yeah, one thing I'm very happy about the democracy is that at least the press has not been gauged too much. That's the only thing I can say. The press have been given a little breathing space, unlike during the military era. So that's one of the dividends of democracy as far as I'm concerned. But if you talk about the other aspect, then everybody is feeling the pitch of the other aspect of the democracy in this country. During your analysis, both of you made some very good statement about, I like the word you use, struggling for the cake, and then how to cut the cake and how to share the cake. And you can see the marginalization and the issue of what you may call divide and rule in order to get the cake to certain people, and then that makes it very interesting. And you know, I remember vividly when one of these Egyptian was the United Nations Secretary General, and he was asked which if he leave the office, I think I can't remember his name now, but it's an Egyptian. If he was asked if he leave office, which country would he like to stay? He said he want to stay in Nigeria, and they asked him why. He said because Nigeria is one of the countries that nothing is happening and nothing is going to happen and everything is happening and nobody is going to do anything about it. So that is that is one of the things I take along with me because everything is going wrong and nobody is doing anything, and then everybody is doing everything, and then nothing is doing, and nobody is doing anything for anybody. So it means that the poor keep on suffering, and some of the lucky rich that were able to cross the gate and enter the other side of the bridge continue enjoying their spoil. And that is how we are in.
Professor Abdullahi, thank you for that quick brief. Now let's jump into the meat of the day. And I'm going to take you down to the cradle of Nigeria political history because I think you've seen lots of both political and administrative happenings in our country, and you'll be able to shed some light on it. Now, during the First Republic, how could you describe Nigeria's political party or party structure, and what happened during that dispensation? And now we are in the Fourth Republic. What do you think we can learn from the party system in those times, how we can translate that into governance currently as we speak?
Oh, thank you very much. One thing I want you to understand is that the party system in the First Republic is different from the party system right now, because the party system in the First Republic was primarily formed in order to what you may call wrangle power from the colonial masters, total power from the colonial masters. So the intention then, there is a lot of compromise from everybody. But then let's go back a little bit in history and understand that the formation of the party system, even the colonial masters did what they did by dividing the country into pieces. And as such, the divide and rule formula was a determining factor. And as such, it also had effect in the formation of the party system. And that is why, for example, when the struggle started by people like Herbert Macaulay and the rest of them, they were very nationalistic and concerned about the colonial masters leaving the country, right? And as such, all that was done at that very point in time was, let's get the colonial masters out of the country. But you see, there was also another problem that was not attended to, because we started with what you can call parliamentary system. And the transition between the parliamentary system to presidential system was never thought of very well. And it's one of the factors that is now affecting our democracy in Nigeria today. And secondly, again, during the colonial masters, traditional rulers and traditional rulers were part of the parliamentary system. And as such, some of them were very, very powerful. But then at a certain point in time, when we come to the Second Republic, Third Republic, Fourth Republic, and the rest, they were all dislodged. And mark you, these are people that have a lot of experience. Some of them are seasoned administrators. Some of them are expert in various fields. Some of them are retired military officers who fought for the independence of Nigeria and who fought in places like India, Burma, and the rest of them, and bring in some idea of nationalism and the rest. Now, when you come in now and then you did not make a system that will integrate them into the process of nation building, then you are also trying to also create a very permanent problem that is part of what we are having today. So what I'm saying is that the First Republic political system or political parties were tailored towards totally getting independence from the colonial masters. Unfortunately, they inherited parliamentary system, right? Then subsequently, we now have presidential system, which also now affects the the transition period or the transition was not well arranged to get us to the promised land.
Yes, you're taking us into the journey into where we're coming from. We understood all the contradictions that happened from the first elective principle in 1921 till 1923 when the first political party was formed, headed by Abat Macaulay, and then, of course, the subsequent constitutional development in 1946, 1951, 1954, before the independent conversation in 1957. In your opinion, how do you think that the ego battle between the trio of Awolowo, Nnamdi Azikiwe, and Sir Ahmadu Bello had shaped the political evolution in Nigeria?
Question again, please. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm asking, how do you, in your opinion, think the ego war between Sir Ahmadu Bello, Nnamdi Azikiwe, and Obafemi Awolowo shaped the political party evolution in Nigeria since independence?
You see, I'm also a student of political sociology. And as far as I'm concerned, I think the issue of talking about those nationalists, they did their own. They did their own bet at that period in time. They were all what you can call output or offshoot of the colonial system. And as such, the regional system operative at that time gave them the power to operate within a regional perspective. And that gave them the audacity also to think within regional perspective. And that is why I keep on saying the transition from that regional perspective to presidential system was not taken into cognizance very smoothly. And as such, it has what you can call the inheritance of the regionalism into the mentality of the next set of generation of political parties think that they should be operating within the regional system. And that is the reason that I gave back to the military rule, because the military was seeing that the country was moving into regionalism at the expense of a nation. And as such, there was a need to have a consolidated Nigeria. And that was why you now have series of coup d'etat trying to consolidate Nigeria as a nation to become united. But unfortunately, up to this moment that I'm talking to you, the politicians, understanding the nature of the cake that is at the center, always concentrate themselves using primordial interests like religion, tribalism, ethnic sentiment, and the rest of them in order to grab the national cake. And as such, you can clearly see that those are some of the factors that really influence what is happening with the transitional program up to after independence.
Prof, just to be specific, Prof, are you with me?
I'm with you.
All right. We saw the controversy around the 1953 census in terms of the desire to grab power by these three men. And then, of course, these snowballed into what we had as a crisis of the 1963 census that led to the general election failure of 1964, which brought the military into power. Now, these are specific issues. What do you think was really the intention in our inability to even establish how many we were in 1953 by these three men?
You see, the general political economy at that time was the nature. We were not talking about who is baking the cake. We are not talking about who is baking the cake, but rather we are concerned about how to share the cake. And then in sharing the cake, the emphasis was more on, in sharing the cake, the emphasis was more on number of human beings instead of developmental project that is needed at a certain point in time. Because take for instance now, if we are going to be very rational to ourselves, in a place like Lagos where the population is much, obviously you should expect the social services there should be more than a place like maybe Ekotokpene or somewhere like Biu. Yeah? But you see, the thinking, because all of them were groomed under the colonial masters, and the colonial masters' perception or the colonial masters' principle was divide and rule. And in terms of that divide and rule, they can go to any extent of making, dividing the people. So our nationalists at that very point in time could not see the logic of could not see the logic of not fighting on regional basis but on national basis, and that is what causes a lot of problem, and it is what is also happening up to this very moment in time. And that is why you see people talking about this person dominating this person dominating that, but instead of talking about what is the need assessment of the various areas in Nigeria, it will have been the better option than just talking about domination that is imaginary. Thank you.
Right. I should say that I completely agree with you, Prof, that many of Nigeria's political challenges arose from the way the colonial masters governed the country. I think political scientists often agree that it was governed as an economic outlet, not really as a socio-political entity that needs to be united and developed. And that leads me to my next question, looping on your previous comments that nobody is doing anything. I think the mutual suspicion that we have inherited, from the time of the colonial masters continue to play out. Right now, we have Professor Pat Utomi championing what he calls shadow cabinet. Take It Back movement are out today protesting in several cities across the country. But many people continue to disagree with these methods by different people who claim to, want to address the country's many challenges. How can we move on from this ethnic-based outlook that we have had since independence and that continues to color our political discourse today? How can we move on from there into a united front to rescue the country from the doldrums?
Thank you very much. This question also raised a lot of thoughts into anybody who is serious in his mind. First of all, let me comment on the issue of people like Pat Otumi, a very responsible and very versatile professor who has sacrificed a lot for the country, and he is very nationalistic. And I'm also one of his students because he taught me in the School of Politics, Policy, and Governance. You see, the issue is that we are in a democratic dispensation, and in a democratic dispensation, the underlying issue is the ability to mobilize people to your own side, regardless of party structure. For instance, now, most of the politicians say something without taking into cognizance the import of that thing they say. For example, they will tell you, let him go to his ward and see if he can win any vote. So one of my criticisms of those ganging up, sorry to use the word ganging up, one of the criticism of those set of people is that all what they are doing they are not doing it within the context of their own constituency. If you go to their ward, if you go to their street, for example, if you go to their street, go to their town or village, they are only recognized at the level of the houses, the big houses they have, and the rest of them, but not in terms of the direct connection within them and the people. So even what I'm saying is that those who are agitating for third force, most of them are agitating for third force at the level of television, social media, and the rest of them. But down in the street, the common man does not know that they are existing. Why, in terms of the youth that are also agitating for a better Nigeria, they don't have also the connection between them and the people in the grassroots, the people in the villages, the people in the nooks and corners of the country, and the rest of them. The man in the street does not know of them. So invariably, what I'm saying is that in as much as that struggle is good, there is need for this set of people to also rethink their strategy, because they are cut off basically from the people that vote. The common woman, the village woman, the market woman, the farmer in the village that comes out to vote has no connection with them. Only at the point of when they want his vote, that is when he sees them. So what I'm saying is that in as much as this struggle is there, but then there's also this aspect of connectivity between them and the people that vote. And that is where the problem is, because these other people, these other big political parties and the rest of them have what they can give these other people. And that is...
Let me quickly ask. In 2013, about 4 political parties came together to wrestle power from the ruling People's Democratic Party. But as it turns out, you know, the APC also turned out to be just a mirror of the PDP with the unofficial power rotation system. But there's been, you know, the news of another coalition ahead of the 2027 general elections. Do you think, or what do you think can be done differently to connect this new coalition as a political party to become a political front to express the desire of Nigerians, not just another platform of patronage for, you know, elites who desire power?
And that is where the problem is. As long as the fuel price goes higher, as long as the inflation is rising higher, as long as civil servants are not being paid commensurate to their labor, as long as the farmer does not have where to send his product to the market or determine the price of his product, these people have already made everybody to be poor. And as such, the biggest money bag that will come out in 2027 and give them what they want in terms of 5,000 naira, spaghetti, gari, and the rest of them to go and vote, obviously is going to determine what is going to happen. So I personally am not concerned about those coalition, because as far as I'm concerned, most of those people that did the coalition, most people that are going into that coalition, what credentials have they got to show us? They were in the position of power before. What did they do? We have a proverb in Hausa that says, if you want to see, if the sign of seeing a very good Friday is from the activities of the Wednesday. So we have seen what they have done before, and as such, we don't have any confidence that they can have and they can become a messiah overnight, because they when they were in a position of authority, they did all they could do for their own selfish interests, but not for the sake of the common man. So, and as such, even now when they form all those coalitions, because if you look at all the political parties and all the opposition, there is nothing on ground ideologically or even program-wise that to show that they are serious. Even where the opposition...
Professor Abdullahi, sorry, I needed to butt in here. We just have a few minutes for us to round up this session, but I need to ask this question so that our session with you will be complete. It will not be incomplete. Now, it's about 1993 election. And during that time, we had two-party system, the NRC and the SDP. What made June 1993 election was seen as the most freest and fairest election in the political history of Nigeria. Do you think we can repeat such feat again, currently as we speak? Professor Abdullah, I'll be very glad if you can just spend 2 minutes to answer the question. Thank you.
One of the unique aspects of that 1993 election was that there was no founder of a party, and there was no founder of the party, and there was no sponsorer of the party. That's one of the unique aspects. The government was funding those parties, and as such, anybody who did not play according to the rule of the game will not be able to succeed. And that is the moving factor behind the success of those period. And it was having a Muslim ticket, but nobody is complaining. Why? Because nobody is funding the party and nobody is sponsoring anybody. And then the searchlight was on anybody who violates the rule of the game will be dealt with. So unless we make our INEC to be very strong enough to strengthen our INEC, that they can now call a spade, and any violator of any of the rules of the election is dealt with accordingly, then we cannot go to anywhere. So, and no matter how we do it, we cannot come back, we cannot have a repetition of 1993, because we are having people who are sponsoring the party system, and they are sponsoring individuals. We have godfathers and the rest of them. To be frank, I published something on the party system previously, where in the campaigning I see how much I quantify how much campaign money was spent.
Okay, Prof. Just to help the conversation a little bit, do you think that model that Babangida midwife could really qualify for a democratic dispensation, given the fact that the process that led to the June 12, 1993 election was orchestrated by several shifting of goalposts, from people asked to go from parties to two parties formed to Musa Yar'Adua winning overwhelmingly, and then of course cancellation of that primaries, and then of course reintroduction. Can that really be described as democratic?
It cannot really be described as democratic, but what I'm saying is that we have a lesson to pick up from those instances. The major lesson we can pick up there is that one of the things is that if we strengthen our independent National Electoral Commission and then strengthen our judiciary so that they can be very upright and the rest of them, then we can be able to have a field day. Because that is one of the major lessons that I learned, because the changing of the goalposts was to also marginalize some set of human beings. So it is not democratic in nature, but in the present dispensation, we can put our foot down that we now consider party funding to be a very serious issue, because in the ideal situation, members of the party should supposed to fund the party, not one individual funding the party. And as such, people who fund the party are the ones that are standing for election, and they're the ones that are saying this is what the party should go and this is where the party should not go. So I thought what I'm suggesting is that let's strengthen the National Electoral Commission, the judiciary, and then let's make the politicians to understand that it is not a do or die affair, that somebody must win, and then there has to be some credibility, capability in terms of who's supposed to be in the realm of affair. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Abdullah Ibrahim. It's been a pleasant moment with you on the program today.
Sorry. Abdulhamidu Abdullahi, not Ibrahim.
Abdullahi. Yes, thank you so much for your time with us this morning on the program.
pleasure, and I'll be happy to meet. I'll be happy to join again with this cream of intellectuals. And also, it looks like they are also practitioners. They are politicians, just like me.
Thank you so much for the compliment. Thank you so much. For the Democracy Day special program, we're going to break. And when we come back, Professor Abdullahi mentioned things like institution. I would need to revive our institution, democratic institution, INEC, the judiciary, and I dare add, including the police force, the Nigerian army. Yes, but that's where our next conversation will be going to, democracy and institutional development. We're going to break. When we return, the conversation continues. To stay with us.
As Nigeria marks another Democracy Day, the spotlight turns not only to the right to vote, but to the system that gives democracy its structure, the party system. In this special report, Bayo Olaoye traces the evolution of Nigeria's party system, a journey that reflects both the nation's resilience and its political complexities. The history of Nigeria's party system is a story of transformation from colonial resistance movements to complex democratic structures. It is a reflection of how the country's politics have evolved through time, marked by regional loyalties, ideological shifts, and national aspirations. In the early 20th century, nationalist consciousness began to rise across Africa. In Nigeria, this took the form of the creation of the National Council of Nigeria and the Cameroons in 1944, led by Dr. Nnamdi Azikiwe. It became a rallying point against colonial rule and a symbol of political awakening. As the independence movement gathered momentum, regional formations began to emerge. In the Western region, Chief Obafemi Awolowo founded the Action Group in 1951, promoting federalism and free education. In the North, Sir Ahmadu Bello championed the conservative cause through the Northern People's Congress, while the Middle Belt region saw the rise of the United Middle Belt Congress, which advocated for autonomy and resisted dominance from the North. Though ethnically influenced, these groups were united in their call for independence, a dream that came true in October 1960 with the birth of Nigeria's first republic. But the dream soon encountered difficulties. Electoral malpractice, ethnic tensions, and political distrust created deep divisions. By 1966, the civilian government collapsed and the military stepped in, marking a tragic setback in Nigeria's democratic journey. 13 years later, a second attempt at a democratic governance emerged in 1979 with the birth of the Second Republic. New parties and platforms were created. The National Party of Nigeria, under the leadership of Alhaji Shehu Shagari, preached national unity and economic growth. Chief Awolowo returned to the political scene through the United Party of Nigeria, promoting progressive ideals. Malam Aminu Kanu, known for his grassroots activism, led the People's Redemption Party. Other players, like the Nigeria's People's Party and the Great Nigeria's People's Party, contributed to a colorful but fragile democratic environment. Unfortunately, that experiment too collapsed under the weight of corruption and electoral fraud. A military coup in 1983 brought an abrupt end to the Second Republic. In the early 1990s, under General Ibrahim Babangida, Nigeria attempted what he called a guided democracy. Two government-formed parties, the Social Democratic Party and the National Republican Convention, were introduced to simplify the system. It was under this structure that Chief Moshood Kashimawo Olawale Abiola emerged as a presidential candidate. He won the June 12, 1993 election, widely regarded as Nigeria's freest and fairest. But instead of a celebration, Nigeria was thrown into chaos. The military annulled the results. The hopes of a third republic were dashed. Protest erupted. Abiola was detained, and Nigeria once again slipped into political darkness. After years of activism and civilian pressure, the military handed over power in 1999. The Fourth Republic was born, the longest uninterrupted democratic era in Nigeria's history. The People's Democratic Party quickly rose to dominance, producing 3 presidents and controlling most states for 16 years. But in 2013, a group of opposition parties came together to form the All Progressive Congress, a major political force determined to unseat the PDP. In 2015, the APC achieved a historic victory. General Muhammadu Buhari became the first opposition candidate to win a presidential election in Nigeria, signaling a significant shift in the party system. Since then, Nigeria's political space has grown more competitive. In the 2023 general elections, the Labour Party, once relatively quiet, surged into the spotlight, driven by a youth-led movement championed by former Anambra Governor Peter Obi. From regional power blocks to national mergers, Nigeria's party system continues to evolve. It remains a mirror of our society, defined by ethnicity, shaped by history, and driven by the quest for inclusion, justice, and representation. But the journey is not yet complete. For the party system to truly serve democracy, it must be reformed. Internal party democracy must be strengthened. Ideologies must be clear. Youth and women must be given seats at the table, and institutions must be strong enough to protect the system from manipulation. Only then can political parties rise beyond being mere vehicles of power and become true instruments of national development. As Nigeria celebrates Democracy Day, we are reminded that democracy is not a destination, but a process, a system, a structure that must be protected, refined, and redefined by the people and for the people. Happy Democracy Day, Nigeria. This is a report written by Bayo Olaoye for SOUQ News Television.
Welcome back. Many thanks for joining us on the program. Next, we turn our attention to the institutions that are supposed to guard democracy: the judiciary, the legislature, the electoral bodies, and the civil service. In this segment titled Democracy and Institutional Development in Nigeria, we interrogate how democratic principles have or have not translated into strong, independent institutions. Now, do our courts inspire confidence? Is the National Assembly a rubber stamp or a true check on executive excesses? And what role does INEC play in reinforcing or undermining democratic culture? Let's explore the dynamics that make or break this functioning democracy. So, Doctor, institutional development. Without these institutions, we can't even be talking about democracy. I know you have your own concept of democracy. We have conversation times with that number, and you've been saying democracy is not suitable for Nigeria, for Africa, and maybe we should redefine it. But looking at the roles that institutions are supposed to play, INEC has a role. The judiciary have a role. The Constitution has given roles to them. The legislature, the executive arm of government. But it looks like we've not gone as far as we think, even with the responsibilities that these institutions have been saddled with constitutionally.
Well, Priya, we will keep moving around in a circle if we are not honest in telling ourselves the truth. Earlier on this morning, I was saying to people we should not be talking about democracy. We should be talking about uninterrupted 26 years of electoral practices.
Why not 26 years uninterrupted democratic practice?
Because democracy is a culture, and I don't see that culture around us. And if we have to take this realistically, what's democracy? Defined lamely by Abraham Lincoln, is the government of the people, by the people, and for the people. And I don't think that in the last 26 years you can say that what we have is that kind of a brand of democracy. Number two, you also have democracy had their variants, and we pick our own variant from the West. And actually the superstructure for political contestation is actually the economy, in which case the democratic culture is built on a superstructure of an economic understanding. And when you look at the West, the superstructure is capitalism. We don't have here. So what you see happening is the fact that, like I said earlier in the conversation, is that we're in a struggle to grab power for the use of ourselves, our cronies, and probably those who collaborate with us across the divide. And so I remember one of my professors in my undergraduate, when he was doing his PhD thesis, was actually arguing the context of the North, that the North is not a geographical concept. And his own understanding of the North is the fact that people who hold on to power, and you can find them across the geographical divide. So when you look at the way politics has been played in Nigeria, for example, since independence till now, you see the trend has been the same. There's no change. And so if I become the principal, political convenience is what matters, not merit. So in the selection of your public service, in the selection of those who gets into this institution talk about, whether it's EFCC, whether it's ICPC, whether it's the police force, whether it's the military, whether it's even the arbiter or the judiciary itself, is the man who is at the helm of the power. And therefore, these institutions are put in place to safeguard his power.
Okay,
so for those people to now act contrary to the principle become difficult.
Okay, so I want Mr. Ayola's input into this before, because I have a different perspective from what you said. Yes, Ayola. Institutions, democratic institutions. Doc is saying what we have is not democracy. He's different from his own concept. He believes democracy is a culture, and he doesn't see that in existence here.
Well, I completely agree with him. You know, there are what we can call elements of a democracy, of which electoralism, you know, the principle of people choosing their leaders by themselves is a part. But that's not all there is to democracy. And when democracy is organized solely around electoralism, it becomes power grab, just as we've been emphasizing all day. But that said, there is, you know, critical, what you can call incompetence or institutional inadequacy that's been a feature of our democracy since we returned in 1999. We have a legislature that does not understand, or let's say the leaders of the legislature do not understand their role or their impact or what they should do in Nigeria's democratic space. We see at the resumption of this current National Assembly, the Senate leader, or the Senate President, Akpabio, was dressed in the insignia of the president to signify unabridged loyalty to the executive, you know, directly bridging the principles that guides the office that he was supposed to be holding. We've also seen political leaders come out and say, oh, I'm sorry, I used to interfere in the activities of my wife, who is a justice of the appeal court, you know, and I thank her for always accommodating me. These are aberrations that we'll find as day-to-day features of what we call democracy. So it's a long way coming, and we've made some progress. We should not all be pessimistic. Our electoral systems have developed from 1999 till now, but there is still a lot more to be done. The electoral umpire still needs to gain the trust of the people. Many questions are arising ahead of 2027 and the ability of INEC to conduct a free and fair election, especially under this regime where institutions and persons are being induced by, you know, government, what have you. So I think there is still a lot to be done. There is still a lot of growth to be made in our democratic institutions.
Briefly, before I bring on our guest, I would like to say democracy, even normally, when any government in power wants to fight the hydra-headed monster, corruption, it fights back. When democracy entrenches itself, of course, we know that political officers, either in the legislative arm of government, in the Senate or in the Green Chamber, they will always look for the loopholes in the law to fight back. Now, if Akpabio had not done that insignia, I'm using that as an example, you and I, and of course many other intelligent Nigerians out there will still know that there's this unabridged loyalty that he has because they belong to the same political party. During the, was it the ninth assembly, during the ninth Senate or the National Assembly or the ninth or the eighth where Bukola Saraki was heading the Senate, we saw he belonged to this, they belonged to the same political party with the chief executive and the commander-in-chief of the armed forces. So, his disposition, did he spell out democratic norms? Because they're in the same political party and he opposed some of his...
Yes, and I think
that's democracy.
That doesn't speak to what we are saying.
It does, because
the challenge there was the fact that in Saraki time, there was this internal rumbles within the party, the new PDP and the
it is democracy.
They were actually not
I don't think we should be.
The point that I want you to pick away from all of this conversation is that for us to get to that level where we are democratic, the people have to fully participate. I give you one simple instance.
Doc, we have our guest standing by. We need to bring him on.
In 2023, just this point, in 2023, there was a crisis between the late Okukpe and the Labour Party. And what was this crisis? And they said the cash that was given to him to mobilize people to move from Abeokuta to Ibadan for campaign, that he didn't disburse it. So how will I, who is a party member, be waiting for my party top members to pay my transport to a conventional ground? That's an aberration in democracy.
Okay. We will come back to this conversation. However, our next guest brings grassroots governance, experience, and institutional insight into the conversation on democratic development. is Honorable Adeneka Ibrahim, also known as Ophilum. He is the councillor representing Ward C2 in Ifako-Ijaiye local government area of Lagos. He is a dynamic public servant, deeply engaged in local legislative process and community development. He currently serves as the chairman of the House Committee on Works, Housing and Infrastructure and Business Rules, where he plays a critical role in shaping policies that affect infrastructure delivery and procedural standards within the local legislative council. Honorable Adeneka Ibrahim, you are welcome to the program. Many thanks for joining us this morning. Please kindly unmute yourself.
Yeah.
Program.
All right. Good morning, Good morning.
Morning to you. It's nice having you join us on the program. And first of all, I would just like to ask this question. No, as we commemorate June 12th, a date deeply symbolic of the people's will, how far would you say Nigeria has come in translating ideals of that democratic struggle into strong, functioning institutions?
All right. Thank you very much once again. I would just like to say a few things regarding these questions. Okay. Firstly, let me use this opportunity to congratulate every one at home. Happy democracy. Firstly, like we rightly said, because I've been listening to a few conversations that have been going before now. Today itself commemorates the struggle for democratic governance, be it at the grassroots or at the local level, at the state level. Democratic governance begins when Nigeria itself was widely regarded as the freest and fairest election, which was held in 1993. That is the essence of today, to make us understand that we have come a long way, we have come far, and we have been able to ensure that we do justice when it comes to democratic governance and as Nigerian at large. So today itself, looking at the topic that we are discussing now, we have seen that Nigeria has come a long way, and we have seen the different growth and development that has actually come into play when it comes to in terms of legislative, in terms of corruption and the likes. It does not really. It's not the usual things that we have been seeing right from onset. So today you will see that things are beginning to get different. There has been a lot of changes that has been, come to think of it, the likes in the different policies that we have been seeing so far. We have noticed that at the grass level, we have come to see that different policies have been inculcating to ensure that every governance is it comes on board to bring about the distinct governance that we are pushing today, which is democracy. Every 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 state or either at the state level, that's or at the federal level, every leaders there needs to ensure that for this country,
Can you hear me, Honorable Brian? Yes. Okay. Let's focus the conversation on in development at the grassroots level, since that's where you practice, since that's where you make representation between the people and government, since that's where you function effectively. So how would you describe the level of development or contribution of local government to development at the grassroots level in terms of providing infrastructure, or in terms of some states have local government or state institutions that conduct elections at the local government level?
At the local government level, we have been able to ensure that all elections, all electoral parties, all elections that comes to into the local system, the local government are, it has always been a free and fair election. And this is because we have people that, that have been able to pledge their loyalty to the party, and they've been there to serve the people. They've ensured that every distinct policies that have been made were implemented in the right way. For examples, we have before, if a government is in system and they're not doing the right thing, the people will definitely come on board and set a lot of things against the government. But we have seen distinct governance at the grassroots. We have seen infrastructural developments. We have seen different policies that ensure that people are being guided, people are being protected, policies that that help the people to shape their lifestyles, that help the people to shape their livelihood and ensure that they are being given appropriate security in terms of in all locality. We understand today that the kind of politics we practice in Nigeria is local. All politics is local. And we wouldn't say because now we have democratic governance in all routes. We would not say that injustice should not should be a thing that is that's going to be for the ruling party alone. So we try as much as possible to bring everybody on board.
Honorable Adeneko, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Yeah, we want to actually focus on strengthening institutions. And it has been there in the public space that the Nigerian Federation has been very faulty in that the component units have not had their kind of freedom and liberty to actually operate as is designated in the Constitution. And recently, we also saw that the president had following the Supreme Court ruling on the local autonomy for local governments, that they should no longer be appendages to state and state governor. Let me ask you in clear terms, how free is the local council areas in Lagos State are from the whims and the caprices of the state in terms of independence of operation?
Thank you very much. These questions will direct me down to I think for about a few weeks ago, we had what's it called? The local government elections, the LCD elections generally in total, all the 57 local governments in Lagos State. We conducted the local government elections, and it was indeed free and fair. I'll tell you particularly from my local government, the Fakoja local government, we do not have, there's nothing like being biased or what have you. We have been able to strengthen the local institution, ensuring that all the policies laid down by the president down to the governor are well followed. The electoral officers, they came and they did justice. So they did according to what the LASEC, INEC, LASEC were the one, the body that is actually covering the local government elections. So the electoral officers ensure that each and every candidate that belongs to all parties, wherever party that is coming, whichever party belongs to, as far as you are as far as you're citizens of this country. So it's ensure that all diligence, all distinct requirements are meant to be, covered up. But in as much as we don't want any issues to arise from the, local government elections are actually quite hard to, to monitor. You understand? So, but today we have witnessed a very sincere and a very, um, free and fair elections at the party, at the grassroots level, because each of the policies that have been laid down has been favoring the institution right from the onset that the president Bola Ahmed Ashwaju Tinubu has emerged as a president. So today we have seen different policies that have been laid down at the federal level, at the state level, not just to favor the local governance. Democratic development has to be a thing that would come into places every now and then to ensure that every indigent benefits from the dividends of democracy.
I want you to take a national outlook on this issue of local government autonomy. What do you think this means for states that have yet to implement the Supreme Court directive that local governments should be allowed to be in charge of their own affairs and receive their funding from the federal government? States inclusive, by the way.
Local government autonomy has been a thing that like we have actually been on it for over the past few months. You understand? And it has not been implemented because there are things that are meant to be put in places. But truth be told, it is actually a very good implementation. It's one of the best policies that we have seen so far. Witnessing this autonomy, it is actually a great achievement for every local government stakeholders. In as much as governance begins from the grassroots, so we should.
You can hear me. When you say things have to be put in place, things like what? Because many people will argue that states already have their electoral bodies, INEC is also assisting, and there is a Supreme Court directive that needs to be implemented right away. So when you say things have to be put in place before a Supreme Court order is followed, things like what do you mean? Because what many people see, what many political commentators have argued is that governors, APC governors inclusive, want to continue their stronghold on local government finances.
Of course. I think that is also that is also right. But at the same time, we need to look at the public trust. There's a reason why the local government itself has been functioning for years without the autonomy. But now that it has come to stay, so you can't actually put in places a lot of things without considering the mutual reinforcement between the state governor, government, and the local government. Are you with me? And at the same time, we need to look at reasons behind these policies, reason behind these local government autonomy, responsive policies. You understand? Because I think one of the policies that the Supreme Court has made so far is looking into the whole crisis that has been coming right from the beginning right from the onset till date. You understand? So they are trying to cultivate this habit that every local government must actually have a mutual reinforcement between the state government and at the same time between what's it called between the state government and the local government. So they got this the um, what's it called? Public trust is one other important factors that we should consider in all of this.
Thank you so much, Honorable. Now, I want to ask you this question. If there is any reform that you think should be happening at the level, excuse me, if there is any reform that you think should be happening at the local government level, at the local government administration level now, What kind of reform would you suggest that should take place now at the head of society and local government administration to make sure that we have development at that level? What kind of reform would you suggest? Okay, I think we have a glitch there. Now, okay, so I think we have a glitch, we have a technical challenge. Hopefully he will join us again so we can conclude the conversation. Now, I have seen that, let me extract from the question that he was talking about. He was talking about local government autonomy. Buhari, when he was in power, you know, he wanted to do it too.
Yes, he actually gave an
executive order.
10, yeah.
I think I can't remember vividly if he was taken to court and he
yes,
ended
they
up
went to court.
They went to
state
court
and local government went to court,
and we're talking about
God gave them judgment.
God gave them judgment, the verdict in favor of the state governors. And I think I know that because there are some issues that you cannot settle by executive order, because we are talking about constitutional issues that brought way of election brought them to power, so it's constitutional. However, I turned my attention to the political rivalry in Rivers State, where the currently suspended governor went through a specific route to win the local government elections. And that other battle is still on the stable. So I'm thinking, grassroots, why are the state chief executives, why are they so particular about grassroots administration? But in their policies or in their development agenda, it looks like, most especially the rural areas, grassroots is most of the time cut off.
Yeah.
Yes, because you don't see development there. But during elections, you see them, they will queue up in the sun. So there is this struggle between the federal government and the state government on who is going to have control. We know that the local government is domiciled in the state, so the state is even more closer to the head of society. But the state does not want to let the local government go. Why do we keep having that?
Should I? Well, I think Dr. Abdul Hamid has spoken very profoundly about that issue in the earlier conversation today. When you look at local government structure, they're actually appendages. Because even Honorable Adenekon was talking about a free and fair election in Lagos, and that, of course, makes one smile a little bit, because we know when that election happened, ratification of the names had to be done, because it was really not true democratic. Let's say, okay, that's the internal affair of the party. But where the weakness is like Amit said, the people who should actually be driving governance in Nigeria, rather than focus on governance issue, I'm more concerned about how to grab power. And they are not any way different from the established political parties. Take, for example, in America, we have two dominant parties, the Republican and Democratic. But we have smaller parties. Some of them, they only contest only within a mayor. They don't even aspire to contest for state elections. So what they do is that they focus on their local council. And they contest election there. And they win election there.
No, they grab power there.
No, they win elections. They don't necessarily have to. They don't necessarily have to be Democrats or Republican.
Yeah.
But we are having political parties today who don't have members. And they are running for presidential elections. That's weird. And then you come out and say, oh, election is not fair. Election is not free. You see, if we want to build an electoral culture that is focused on governance, people in these areas should focus on winning at the base. And then they will be able to mass up to even taking power at the center. Okay. So what you have here is that, so because there's a decree from Abuja, for example, down to Igwebe, where my local government is. So the president is interested who become the councillor in my ward, who becomes the chairman in my local government, who is represented at the state assembly, and therefore they cannot really maintain autonomy. So they use the state as instrument to be able to drive this thing down to the grassroots. So that's a problem. So we need political parties who really necessarily don't have to be national or regional in outlook, but they focus on winning elections. And then by the time, if for example I'm a chairman of
local government,
AYZ political party, and I capture my local government in Igwebe, I don't care who is in Sadepe House. If he says A, I'll say B. And if he doesn't care, we go to the law to go and argue our case out.
Okay, doctor. So let me hear from Ayola.
Right. I think the background to former President Buhari directive is actually lots of civil society advocacy and pressure flowing from what you said, that development and local governance is lacking in rural and grassroots areas. So the pressure mounted on the president was actually successful, leading to that order. But what we see is that as the typical elite culture that we have in Nigeria, governors want to solidify and consolidate their base. Many of them who are seeking re-election for their second term, and some of them want to have a political base to use to bargain for power and authority in the near future. So when they come into office, they install their loyalists as leaders of local councils, chairman of local governments, and once those people step out of line by the directive given to them, they quickly work to, overthrow their local administration. It speaks to our culture of power grabbing. It speaks to our culture of, lack of vision and lack of people's interest as central to our attempt at democratic governance.
Okay, I just wanted to contribute to what Ewa said. Look at it. In 1992, I tried my hands on village politics. In my local government area, it was predominantly SDP, because it was an offshoot of NCNC, whether I like it or not. And that's why I'm talking about, because we cannot talk Nigerian politics without going back to what happened before independence. So, in that area, I came with an NRC idea for the local government council. And we went into the field. And we won. We were not an appendage of the government in Osadebe House. So we had ideas. We could sit down with the chairman of the council to say, what development needs do we want in this community? So it is possible for people. You see, because this whole idea of having somebody hand power to you cannot happen.
Okay.
That's why President Bola Tinubu tells us, power is not served a la carte. It's a buffet.
Okay.
So, you run, you try, you grab it.
Okay.
Nobody is going to give it to you.
And you grab it and run away with it.
You run with it.
Great. Okay, but Doc, the portrait you were painting earlier, before Ayola spoke, you were talking about the United States, how some political parties at the fringes of the polity don't contest for office in the Senate or the House of Congress or for the national. But don't you think the Nigerian electoral law has already provided a specific law at that? In the sense that as a political party, when you contest for election, including the presidential election, there's a specific quota of votes that you are required as a political party to have in each state. When you do not meet that, INEC has the constitutional and the institutional power to remove you. To remove you. No, I'm coming. Just a moment. To remove you. And when they do that, they equally judge other political parties. Then they come to identify those political parties that are now being used as appendages for the more prominent political parties jostling for power at the center and at the subnational level. So, INEC equally has a responsibility. But the other thing is there was a specific time that INEC came up to take up a large chunk of political parties in Nigeria to delist them. Civil society organizations in this country, including some other prominent political parties, almost took INEC to court and said it is constitutionally not tenable for INEC to delist political parties, and they started quoting fundamental laws of fundamental human rights, that these people have the rights to form association, but they are forgetting what the Electoral Act says. We could see in that specific case that INEC actually played its role as an institution, bringing about development to sanitize the electoral space.
I don't think that is the point I'm making.
No, I know that is not the point. I'm just making that reference.
Is that I'm not even talking about whether you are delisted or you have the numbers. The point I'm making is
address this case that I just mentioned. Okay.
APGA, as they call it in the Southeast. APGA has not been delisted. I don't think APGA has a councillor anywhere outside of the Southeast. Not a single councillor, not to talk about a local government chairman. It's completely a regional party. And I don't think that they are negotiating to go to Abuja. That's the point I'm making. Can AAC, for example, re-strategize and change their strategy rather than hoping for the cake at the center? And they can actually be concentrating on the local area. Because like the proverb Hamid gave to us just now, a Good Friday will be known by what happened in a Wednesday. So if we see some of these political parties, as it is now, AAC has not been delisted, they have no councillor, they don't have a governor, they don't have member in the State House Assembly, they don't have member in the National Assembly, they don't have the president, but they have not been delisted. Can they concentrate on winning several local governments, maybe just 5, and then show governance in those 5 local governments, and then project it to Nigeria in the next election cycle to say, yes, you see, if you vote for an AAC government, the way we develop Odiolowu local government, that's how we are going to develop Nigeria. So there will be something that is practical, that they are working toward taking power at the center. But right what we have at the moment is that everybody seems interested at the center. Nobody is concentrating on winning power at the local level.
Okay, great. So, Ariel, I want to start from you because you are dressed like a lawyer. So let's shift away. Let's move away from from INEC, political parties, to other institutions that have to play their own responsibilities to make our democracy, very, very receptive. And I'm talking about the legislative arm of government, or probably, let me just even, including the judiciary, we'll talk about both of them because we're almost out of time. For me, the judiciary, people said, including experts, that the judiciary cannot be determining who win election in court. But I'm like, excuse me, the Constitution is clear in that. You have dispute, you take it to them. And they have the constitutional responsibility to settle it. And if 2 political parties, 3 political parties have dispute in the outcome of a specific election and they go to the judiciary, they are going to give judgment based on the evidence that is presented before them. So, but the thing is, the judiciary had the power to remove a supposedly elected governor of a state and give a verdict that another governor from another political party candidate was actually elected. Do you think their contribution from your own perspective, you think it is, bringing development to democratic practice, or it's actually detracting from the system?
Well, we cannot remove the judiciary from our electoral system or the electoral process. Like some argue that the judiciary, just as you have said, should not be determining who leads the people or who wins election. But of course, in cases where election results are disputed, the judiciary must step in as the arbiter of justice. But what really happens is that, again, goes back to elite culture of corrupting and abusing institutional procedures. What we have seen is, the elite using the judiciary to settle political scores through bribery, through intimidation, as we've seen in many scenarios. The judiciary settling political matters on issues of technicality rather than substantive justice. You know, we see in the last presidential election, because I covered the presidential election tribunal back to back, the judiciary did not delve into many matters that were raised by opposition parties, including pre-election matters. Although I understand the limitation on raising pre-election matters after the election has been concluded. But these are issues of substantive justice, like the certificate of the president, certificate forgery, allegations against somebody who is going to hold the highest office in the land is very weighty, you know, and the deposition and every other thing that was submitted by the opposition candidates should have been looked into, because there is a popular dictum that says justice should not only be done, it must be seen to have been done. Because if you say you have done justice and the parties involved do not see justice as, you know, have been done, then the goal is counterproductive. So what we are looking at here is an elite culture that abuses the judiciary to thwart justice, and that is the greatest obstacle to the issue of whether the judiciary can settle political or electoral issues or not. But per the Constitution, of course, the judiciary has the authority to adjudicate electoral issues.
Yeah, but looking at it from what I just said, how does somebody's certificate make somebody else's to lose election? You see, the problem here is that people are not concentrating on what really matters. I use the example of Lee Kuan Yew, who formed a political party from the scratch and won a general election in 1959 and set up a standard in Singapore that today everybody is looking up to. That political party was started with 8 people from Oxford. They sat down and they designed what a government was going to look like. And they went to the streets and they campaigned. It's okay. I don't think that whether somebody is, in short, as a matter of fact, it could actually help your election if you were serious about what you're doing. Now, what do we see? We see a political elite. They live in America. They stay in Lagos and Abuja. They are not in touch with their people at home. When election is coming, they are not going to the grassroots to see what's happening. Whereas there are somebody who is coming home every weekend to come and oil the wheel of that machinery. And then you feel that you just stand on a podium and people are going to follow you. Nobody will follow you. That is what I'm talking about, developing a political culture that matters. So it doesn't matter what any other person is doing. In short, it should be for my advantage. It is even morally not right.
Okay.
So I can use it for a campaign. But the problem here is that the person you are saying that is not morally right, but the people who are voting for him, they don't see it from that perspective. You are really one who is having a moral argument. And like Unadi Azikiwe said, politics is not church. So you're not arguing morality. So the issue before the law is the fact that is he qualified? Does the law allow him to contest? Does it even need such a matter that has been overflowed over the years and we keep whipping it up every election cycle to see if we can use it to win election? For me, that's not the issue. Let political parties, those so-called opposition, concentrate on enlightening people, mobilizing support from the grassroots, so that at the end of the day, no money back carry a Ghana must go to a village to procure votes, but that the people are able to resist money and vote conscious.
Okay, just
and political institutions have that responsibility. And I don't think that it is the governing party or the courts that should do that for the political institutions.
Okay, so just you will, but we have a short time to briefly round up so that we go to our next session. So I want to paint a picture. We've seen some of the exploits of the judiciary in Bayelsa State. Mr. Leo, if I remember him very well, Mr. Leo, whether he was the gubernatorial candidate and his deputy, he won the election. I think it was the APC that won the election. But his deputy had some credential problems that the judiciary actually fished out. And when they fished out, they saw some form of inconsistency in the names that he presented for the election. And just because of this inconsistency, the victory, it was revoked and given to the PDP. If I'm not mistaken, that was what brought Doye Diri
into office.
Into office. Apart from that, let's go to the Southeast. The same judiciary actually played a significant role that brought in Hope Uzodinma to power, right? And what played out. And I can't begin to think of other issues. I know you know of other cases that should be mentioned.
Rotimi Amechi in Rivers State.
Rotimi Amechi in Rivers State. So I have seen a case where a local government chairman somewhere in Ogun State took the chief executive to court because I'm a local government chairman. I need my subvention to work to develop the local government here. But even the councillors rose up against him for crying out. So as we look at institutions, if they could sanitize those elections at that area, at that place, at that level, it can also be sanitized at the grassroots level. Now, I need us to have a final take on what we're going to say about the judiciary so we can move to the next aspect of our conversation. Yes, Ayola.
Again, I agree with most of the things that the doctor has said here, but we need to take a circumspective look at our locality. In a political terrain that is characterized by poverty, illiteracy, there is a little reliance that you can put on people's understanding. Do you get what I'm saying? Because you don't even know whether they know or they understand what we are talking about here. And that's why it's easy for people, for political office holders to mobilize them with tokens during election periods to vote for them. And that's why these guardrails exist, that for a start, the person that wants to contest for the office of the presidency should not be a person of questionable character. And if we say that doesn't matter, then we've given room to people with different kinds of influence. People can bring money into our political terrain and convince thousands of people to vote for them and get away with the election and begin to make policies that we see today. Because, of course, the opposition should focus on themselves. But that's not how elections are run all over the country, all over the world. In America, we see tons of pre-election cases against Donald Trump, including the ones that, I remember this particular case where they accused him of overvaluing estate property to obtain loan. And they said it's fraud. Meanwhile, the bank that gave him the loan said, we investigated and he didn't defraud us. But the Democrats still took him to court and said it's fraud. So pre-election cases like that, throwing jabs at each other, are all part of the electoral games. And the judiciary should not shy away from adjudicating those cases as well, because it goes deep into who we consider as, electable, who we consider as valid for election.
All right.
I think I am so happy that AY had to take us to America on these judicial issues. Yes. And with all the court rulings in almost all the states in America, with all the pressure about the culpability of Donald Trump, he sold an economy to the American electorate. And they voted for him, irrespective of the moral aspect of his life. And I think this is the point that I'm making. That we must understand that, see, people are interested. We cannot begin to excuse poverty. I was telling a friend of mine yesterday, I grew up in an environment where my parents were farmers. And they had no need
Doctor, we have
of
a
government.
guest standing by. So please, let me just kindly hold your line of thought. We are due for a break because our conversation today, we still have two other guests that will be joining us to talk about this specific day, June 12th, a very defining moment for the political history of Nigeria. We'll go on a break, and we're going to feed you with more special reports about June 12th. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in a moment.
There was a hushed, almost sacred expectation in the air across Nigeria on June 12, 1993. It was more than election day. It was a moment when suppressed hope surged forward, when Nigerians dared to believe in unity beyond the divides that had long fragmented their nation. At the first presidential election after a decade of military rule, it was pivotal under the novel option A4 open ballot system introduced by Babangida's regime. Voters lined up behind candidates' portraits. It was simple, transparent, and effective, helping curb fraud and violence. At the center of this historic vote was Moshood Kashimawo Olawale Abiola, a businessman, philanthropist, and a man of the people, born the 23rd child, yet the first to survive infancy. Abiola's life of struggle built empathy. He funded schools, mosques, libraries, and his generosity earned him nearly 200 traditional titles. His reputation stretched across all regions. His campaign slogan, "Farewell to Poverty and at last, a Rays of Hope," resonated deeply. Abiola chose diplomat Babagana Kingibe as his running mate, signaling a commitment to national unity and religious balance. His appeal defied old divisions, and Nigerians responded. On June 12, millions turned out. Local and international observers hailed the elections as free and fair, with immediate public vote counts at the polling units. The people's voice was loud and clear. As early results emerged, Abiola was winning nationwide, from his southwest base to Tofa's Kano stronghold in the north. He secured 19 states and the FCT, cutting across ethnic and regional lines in a rare moment of national census. But then, 2 days before the vote, a group known as the Association for a Better Nigeria obtained a court order to halt process days later. A second injunction blocked vote counting. On June 16, the NEC suspended announcements. Then, on June 24, General Babangida annulled the election, citing irregularities. The move shocked the nation. Widespread protests followed, especially in the southwest, where security forces killed over 100 people. Journalists were detained, media outlets shut down, and public discourse silenced. The state moved quickly to erase the people's will. Abiola, however, stood firm. In 1994, he declared himself president in what became known as the Ekpete-Edo Declaration. Forming a government of national unity, he was swiftly arrested by the military government of General Sani Abacha and charged with treason. Abiola would spend 4 years in prison, mostly in solitary confinement, until his sudden death on July 7, 1998. His wife, Kudirat Abiola, was assassinated in 1996 while campaigning for his release. Though annulled, the June 12, 1993 elections remains widely regarded as the freest and fairest in Nigeria's history. It marked a turning point in Nigeria's democratic awakening. Abiola's sacrifice gave meaning to the struggle for civil rule, and the pro-democracy movement gave momentum until the military finally ceded power in 1999. In 2018, President Muhammadu Buhari posthumously honored Abiola with the GCFR and officially moved Democracy Day from May 29 to June 12. An overdue recognition of the people's mandate and Abiola's unmatched legacy. 32 years later, former military president Ibrahim Babangida personally apologized and acknowledged Abiola's victory. June 12 was more than a date. It was a declaration of dignity, of defiance, of democracy. And though the man is gone, the dream lives on.
Today, we cast our minds back to 1993 as we celebrate this achievement and get people's reaction on how democracy has fared over the years.
June 12 is an incident that happened in 1993 when late MK Abiola ran for presidency and he was declared winner. And the election was presumed to be the free and fairest election during the time of military junta headed by the General IBB.
There is nothing to celebrate in our democracy. Absolutely nothing to celebrate. Many people today desire to go back to the military era in Nigeria because the politicians have failed us, and they have failed us woefully. If you want to celebrate June 12, let us celebrate Professor Humphrey Nwosu, and let us look for another Humphrey Nwosu to man the electoral system in the country. A man of integrity, a man who can stand his ground and say billions or no billion, dollars or no dollars, millions of naira or no millions of naira, the wish of the masses must stand.
For the fact that we are no more under colonialism, it's something to celebrate, but it's not just for us to celebrate, it's for us to rethink, look at where we're coming from and where we are currently and how we can improve and be better off as a country and as a people.
It's a remarkable day that democracy came back to Nigeria after prolonged and tedious time of military.
I think that was the day we honor Kabila. In a situation of this kind of country, where there's no money, no food, nothing, no electricity. So what are you celebrating for? There's nothing to celebrate.
If the time comes now, maybe probably like 6 p.m. in the evening, you will notice everybody puts on maybe only white. Yes, in this area, just to commensurate with the day as well.
It fought for democracy, and it is up to today. We are still enjoying the dividend of the democracy. We fought for it, so I'm celebrating it.
It is very gratifying. I've always known that the events of the last few weeks have, in fact, enabled people to make up their mind a lot more firmly. In fact, it has increased tremendously the public support that I have in the country. Nigerians are ready for democracy. Nigeria have elected their president, and Nigerians are not prepared to go for another election. The truth of the matter is that you do not have two sunrises in one day. Even in Africa, the sun rises only once a day. And that is the way it is. The people have made it very clear that that is what they want. And I'm sure the purpose is to let government know that the people are very serious in what they are saying. Faith on the part of government. All matters relating to the election should have gone to the tribunal set up by law for such cases, and should only have been initiated by persons or bodies that had genuine interest in the election. Instead, we are being told that the judiciary behaves so badly that I, Moshood Kashimawo Olawale Abiola, should be penalized for his conduct.
This is the Eleganza Sport Hall in Ekpetedo, where Chief MKO Abiola declared himself president and winner of the June 12, 1993 election.
What you are looking at here is, I don't know if we can call it a sacred place, because it really means a lot to the whole country when it comes to the time of democracy. This was the first place Abiola's hand was raised up, like, officially as a leader. Like, the people were happy. Like, I can't recall the last time we had such celebration when someone won an election in Nigeria. This is supposed to be like a tourist attraction. Like, come June 12, as a Nigerian, what makes you not want to visit some place like this and, you know, just have that feeling of June 12 actually?
Despite the challenges we may encounter in democratic setting, but I still believe that democracy is the best way of government. But one of the challenges is we are being run by people who are not competent enough.
What actually have we achieved? Dividend of democracy, it is all a barrage. It's a mirage. There is no dividend. Nothing.
Absolutely nothing. When your vote cannot count, when your vote cannot count, my vote cannot count. What else? Because it is when our vote counts that the electorate will become accountable to the citizens.
The only thing I can say that we achieve is that we have succeeded in pursuing the military to the barracks.
Well, to some people, they will say they've achieved so much, but the difference is a lot. The margin is still wide. Nigeria is still not there. Even compared to other African countries, the margin is very wide. Our leadership, they are not doing well enough. And I must be honest with you, they are not doing well enough. Electricity, infrastructure, the economy, everything is zero. And I'm telling you, I can make a contrast between Nigeria and some other African countries I've been to and some other international countries. The difference is very wide.
Celebrating 25 years of democracy in Nigeria, a tale of triumph and tribulation. Hope prevailed despite a long journey. June 12, 1993, remembered, shaping future. Praise Matthias, SOUQ News.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
At the Africa Development Studies Center, ADSC, we are committed to driving sustainable growth and development across Africa through innovative training and research. Our mission: empowering leaders, policymakers, and professionals with the tools they need to create lasting change. With customized training, dynamic research programs, and study exchanges on leadership, management, and other critical development topics, ADSC offers a platform for exchanging cutting-edge ideas and global best practices. We provide comprehensive services in research and consultancy, capacity building and training, education programs, publishing and knowledge sharing. Our esteemed faculty, composed of seasoned experts and researchers, ensures a learning experience that is insightful and practical. We specialize in policy development, implementation strategies, monitoring, and evaluation. At ADSC, learning is engaging and enjoyable. Our unique methodology includes talks, interactive exercises, games, video screenings, and lively seminar discussions, all in a comfortable and friendly environment. Ready to make an impact? For more information, email us at info@adstudycenter.com or call +234 912 439 2362. Visit us today at www.adstudycenter.com to explore our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa.
A very good afternoon. No, we're still in the morning, and it's still June 12th. We're having a conversation this morning. And if you've been following us, please do well to engage the conversation on SOUQ News Television and all social media platforms. Now, the relationship between democracy and the economy. Finally, we examine a question on the minds of many Nigerians that has democracy. What has democracy done for them, for their pockets? In this segment, the relationship between democracy and the economy is what we will be looking at. We will analyze the economic dividends or the lack thereof since Nigerians returned to democratic rule in 1999. Has democracy delivered inclusive growth? Why do we still face mass poverty amid abundant resources? And can a better economy be built on a weak democratic foundation? Our guest today will help us unpack the intersection between governance and prosperity. I already have him seated here, but before we bring him on the conversation, let me take a brief look at his profile. is Mr. Abiodun Oweye. He's a chartered accountant and a financial analyst with over 20 years of experience in investment banking, accounting, audit, and consulting practices. His hands-on experience in overseeing finance and accounting have equipped him with skills necessary to navigate the dynamic landscape of capital market and financial services industry. He's a fellow of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nigeria, and he also holds an MBA in finance and investment from Ahmadu Bello University. He has attended several professional and executive management training programs both in Nigeria and abroad. Now, these include the Executive Masters in International Business Law obtained from the Metropolitan School of Business and Management, UK, the Senior Management Program at Lagos Business School, and Executive Education in Leadership and Innovation from the Wharton School of University of Pennsylvania. Abiodun Oweye, welcome to the Democracy Special on SOUQ News Television.
Thank you very much for having me on this.
Yes, first of all, I want to ask if I made a mistake or I got it correctly when I mentioned Ahmadu Bello University.
Yes.
Yes. Welcome once again to the program.
Thank you very much.
So,
I hope this is not a matter meeting.
I can see that when you read that question again, I can sense that, yeah, this might be an alumni.
No, I'm not an alumni. Okay. We are from the prestigious Oba Awon University.
Okay, I know the rivalry.
The king of universities, Obafemi Awolowo University. And you know, if we're talking about Nigeria and political history, we cannot, remove it from the equation. I can see Ayola looking at me like, why is it so?
It's they were arrested in your school for protesting last week, and you're saying they are But let's move on.
Welcome once again to the program.
Thank you for having me.
Okay, so we are looking. Do you think democracy in its practice in Nigeria has affected the pocket of the average Nigerian? Let's not even start to talk about the politicians, because in the question is an affirmative if we start to look at the political elites. But for Nigerians, the man on the street, do you think it has affected their pocket positively or negatively?
Thank you. Let me start by saying that indeed there's a nexus between democracy and economy. But I must add very quickly that democracy or democratic governance does not really guarantee economic prosperity.
Does not guarantee economic prosperity.
Does not guarantee, the word guarantee. Yeah? So, back to your question. I'll come back to this.
Yes.
I will expand further on this.
Yes.
Going back to your question in terms of whether democracy in Nigeria has improved the loss of the citizens in terms of standard of living, in terms of their economic prosperity, right? The answer is neither here nor there. There are mixed feelings if to answer that questions, in proper perspectives, Taking it back from 1999, when we transited to the current, political dispensation, the uninterrupted democratic governance for, over 20 years now and thereabout. Yeah, if you assess it critically in terms of how dividend of democracy has been delivered to people, which of course can only be measured in terms of the standard of living. Yeah, you can see that it's a mixed feeling. For example, 5 years ago compared to now, then 5 years ago compared to 10 years ago, 10 years ago compared to 1999, when we started this new political dispensation. You agree with me that it's been fluctuating in terms of standard of living, in terms of what democracy has been able to deliver, to people, in terms of standard of living, in terms of betterment of their, betterment of their lots and things like that. So I will say there's no specific answer to it. And if I had to measure it from the most recent events in Nigeria, in terms of how people are faring economically, the answer would possibly be no. In terms of what have I gotten out of democracy or democratic governance, in the last few years, Though there are explanation for that, in terms of the current administration embarking on some fundamental economic reforms, which of course have some kind of gestation period, which are not likely to deliver immediate dividend, right? In terms of improving the standard of living of people. But over time, with consistency, it is believed that situation will get better and the economic lot of people can, improve.
Okay.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask, looking at how democracy can empower the people. Some people have argued, especially the political economists, that in the kind of the political structure we have decided to adopt, that economy should actually be the superstructure upon which the politics is built. But over the years in Nigeria, the reverse has been the case, that the politics has become the superstructure upon which the economy is being built. And like people have argued, it's like putting the cart before the horse, and that will not transform or translate into a transformative kind of politics. What are your takes?
Well, yeah. I don't agree totally with that line of thought, right? My perspective is this. Political system, economic system, which one comes first, right? I will tell you that, in my own view, the political system comes before economic system. Why is this? There are several determinants of economic outcome of a country, right? One of them is stable political systems, right? If you don't have a stable political environment, you cannot have a stable economy. You cannot have a prosperous economy, right? So out of these factors, which include political system, which I've mentioned, which include the level of infrastructural development, which includes natural resources, which include the policy environment in terms of clear and stable policy environment and the likes, right? These are the ingredients that are necessary to sustain economy, to sustain an economy, right? So I strongly believe the political system comes first, is when you have the political structure, right? Like a good democratic structure that can now promote transparency, accountability, and then encourage economic activities to thrive. So I don't believe in the argument that political system comes before, the economic system comes before political. I believe it's the other way around. Okay. It is the political structure that determines every other thing that happens in the society.
But looking at our environment where we are, you see, and I think it was Richard Joseph who coined that phrase, what he called prebendalism, in the Second Republic. And I don't think situations has changed up to now, where, of course, politics in Nigeria has been about rent-seeking. And every major decisions are not taken for their economic rationality, but for political expediencies. And you think that in this kind of environment, we can still have a robust economy?
Well, I will say now, when we talk of democracy, it's a very, it's a broad terminology. And I will say that in the modern democratic governance, there are three key components, right? The first is the democracy itself, right? Democracy, giving power to the people, giving them freedom of choice, and so on and so forth, right? But there are two other key components that must complement that democracy, right? The second is constitutionalism, and the third is liberalism, right? Any society, for any society to claim to be truly democratic, these three key components must be there, right? Going back to Nigeria, in our environment, our democracy as it stands today are still defective, in the sense that these other elements are not, deeply entrenched within our political systems, right? So when you have that kind of environment, it gives room for rent-seeking to thrive. It gives room for imperfection, and that's why we're having the kind of outcome we are having today, as far as our democracy is concerned.
Okay, Ayola.
Yes, I would ask, to what extent should political leaders who form economic policies take their initiative from the lived experiences of the people? Because you said in your opening statement that the policy of the current administration will need some gestation period to bring out fruits. But if you look at the lived experiences of Nigerians, there is massive suffering going on across, which the government or elites seem to be dissociated from They are dissociated from the reality. So this policy of removing electricity subsidy, removing petroleum subsidy, everything that the common Nigerian man could count on as some reprieve that he or she is enjoying from the government is being taken away. To what extent do you think the government should consider these things in implementing their ambitious economic policies?
Okay, yeah, so I must say that most of the policies that have been implemented by the current administration were well intended. If you look at it from objective perspective, if you look at it dispassionately, right? When the government came into power, it was clear that fuel subsidy is not sustainable as a nation, right? Then, in terms of other subsidies, another thing is the unification of the exchange rate, which of course we know is the right thing to do. Another area you've mentioned, area of removing subsidies on electricity and the like. Yes. What I will say is not very right in this is that in an economy system, there should be a way of balancing the interests of the poor and the rich, right? Like we said that the elite, the rich seem to be dissociated from the current economic hardship, right? So even the best capitalism in the world, whereby you say that there's free market, there is people who have the right to decide, how they prosper within the economic system, right? There is still going to be some kind of social welfare program in place to cushion the effect or to alleviate the suffering of the masses, the most vulnerable set of people in the society. Even in the US or country, there are this kind of, scheme in place. Interestingly, in Nigeria too, we have these schemes in place. You will have heard several schemes, trade that money, this money, that they have. So I think what is possibly wrong is the implementation, the framework around implementing those palliatives. You had the word palliative several times. So within the system, we have stuff like this as well. Okay. But I think actually implementing them in a right way, so that those palliatives or, economic welfareism measures get to the right hand of people is where I think is a bit defective, which we need to...
Yeah, but taking you on that liberal conception as part and parcel of the ingredient of a democratic system. Yes. Someone has argued that no government can actually be pro-poor without necessarily be pro-business. In other words, it is only when the businesses prosper than the poor will prosper.
Yes.
But again, you have just made mention of a government throwing money at poor people, which of course some also have argued only make people become lazier rather than encourage entrepreneurship. So we are raising an army of people who are waiting for government handouts, and that will not in any way grow an economy. What's your take on this?
Okay, let me take it from the last one. So in terms of throwing money at the people, making people lazy, possibly stifle initiatives and productivity. So the answer to that is that government palliatives or handouts are not meant to be a long-term measures. They're temporary measures, right? Like I said, these economic policies being, initiated and implemented by the current administration as a gestation period. At the end of the day, it's expected that it's going to deliver, dividend of democracy to people. So the handouts or the palliative to cushion the effect is a temporary measure. So taking it from that perspective, I don't think there's anything wrong. We have it in every society. We have it in the US or whatever it is.
Okay, so just a moment. Just a
minute, sorry.
Yeah.
We've had some of these palliatives for over 10 years.
Yes.
In the case of the APC administration, we had the trader money under Oshimbajo that was headed by his office. We had the social safety scheme implemented by the Buhari administration. And now, the Tinubu administration has also continued in that path. If we've done it for 10 years and it hasn't yielded any tangible results, why should we still continue?
So you have to continue because if you look at it analytically, it's not the same set of people that are getting palliative all the time, or it shouldn't be, right? Just like saying US has been operating social welfare scheme for long, they should cancel it. No. It's meant to address the need of some section of the society at a point in time. For example, somebody might be out of job, have to fall into social welfare scheme, all right, as a backup. As soon as the person get back on his feet, it's meant to get out of that. But there will be somebody. So in other words, at any point in time, there will always be set of vulnerable people within an economy. It doesn't mean it is a set of people that remain vulnerable forever. But at any point in time, some people are being helped out of that vulnerability, but some people are falling into it, just like people are moving out of poverty, into prosperity and things like that, So that's,
But the figures are staggering. 133 million people in multidimensional poverty. How much of aid do you think the government can give to take us out of that while deliberately reducing the purchasing power of the citizens?
Well, the figure might be staggering, but the Nigerian population too is huge, right? And because the economy generally is not doing fantastically well, you expect that you're going to have, large number of people below the poverty line. I think that's the situation.
Yeah, but some people also have argued that this is just meant to also oil the wheel of winning
just
elections.
Just a moment.
Sorry. Is this agreement to political?
Sorry.
No, I need just need that to conclude.
No. I need us to go to another aspect of conversation
now.
now.
Let's just land on this, please. Let's land on this. At least let our viewers be enlightened. Because we also want to know, because recently an aide of the president came and said they have used an AI to be able to generate the list of people who are actually very vulnerable. And I think that if you take a walk on the street, you will still see people who are destitute, and they have never had this encounter, even with an unbiased umpire like AI. So, is it really servicing a political party structure, or actually trying to take people out of poverty, as Ayo has asked?
Well, if to say that the welfare scheme are not being properly channeled, if I can get that's the summary of what you're saying, I can't disagree with that, right? So, like I said, Nigeria as a country, our democratic governance system is not perfect, it's defective. And how do you get to know that? When there are weak institutions, because the success or failure of any democratic governance depends on the structures, the institutions, that supports that democratic system. So in Nigeria, as you speak today, what I can say categorically is that our institutions are still very weak. And when you have weak institutions, there are likelihood, there are possibilities that things like welfare scheme may not be properly channeled, may be wrongly channeled, may be channeled to benefit some political supporters here and there and the likes.
Thank you
so that's not too far from the truth.
Thank you so much, Mr. Abiodun Awoye. So for me, I don't buy the idea of Nigeria having weak institutions. I think it's a shared display of lawlessness, because institutions are species of acts of parliament. And the Act of Parliament, vividly put out the statutory regulatory framework on those institutions, how they should govern and how they should run. So anybody, irrespective of who you are, when you come into office and you are the aim of affairs to run the affairs of state, using that institution as a tool to bring into reality the blueprint of economic plan of government, then you need to work by the rules on which those institutions were established. The thing is, we don't follow those rules, and we say we have strong men, we have weak institutions, but that's not where I'm going. I want to take you to look at Nigeria is called not only the big brother of Africa, but the giant of Africa. People say that's a cliche now, that it doesn't really apply. If you look at Burkina Faso and some of the Sahel states, you see that even though the barrel of the gun was used to take over the saddle of power, but there's a truth that Russia, China, North Korea, and other big economies have come into this state, this Sahel state. They want to build an economy, but they're also taking advantage of state capture. It doesn't look like Nigeria is preparing for the rainy day, because as we speak, the economy will not only be built, they will be armed military-wise. And that will work in the disadvantage of our country, because as we speak, more than 100 Nigerian ambassadors abroad are back home. The president has not appointed new ones. Where does this place us economically and politically in the eye of the globe?
I'm thinking of how to approach your question. You've said so many things. So in terms of where does it place us? Let's go back to when I make my opening speech, when I said that democracy does not really guarantee economic prosperity.
You can explain that.
And there are empirical evidences to back that. The one clear one is the case of China. China is one of the least democratic, if not the least democratic countries in the world. But in terms of economic prosperity, China actually has the biggest economy in the world, if you measure it by purchasing power parity. But when you're mentioning by nominal GDP, then you say US 1, China 2, whichever one. In terms of economic prosperity, they have it, right? The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is an absolute monarchical state, right? No democracy. In terms of economic outcome, they are not doing badly, right? And there are several countries around the world with good democracy, but in terms of economic prosperity, they are not there, right? That was the essence of that, just to clarify that. Because in your question, you mentioned this. So when it comes to the case of Burkina Faso, which, of course, the military has taken over the machinery of the state, and then kind of trying to build the economy, you know, China getting involved and other, you know, Eastern nations getting involved to help them build. Where does it place us at Nigeria? So, number one, you must remember that it's not only Burkina Faso that is in that bucket. We have two other West African countries in that bucket as well, right? And giving Nigeria a dominant role in ECOWAS, right? The first thing is that Nigeria's influence is likely to diminish in terms of regional dominance in West Africa. Because you have three major nations pulling out of ECOWAS, right? Trying to run their things in a way that they think is best for them, right? They're trying to kind of jettison democratic governance and then, you know, get things done the way they feel they should. So in terms of what's in it for us as a nation, it's going to reduce our economic, our political influence as well as economic dominance in the West African state. I think that's, you know, the best thing I can say on that.
Okay, so yes.
Let us take a look at the Economics and Financial Crimes Commission, the EFCC.
Yes.
Many Nigerians have criticized that they go after petty thieves, leaving people who steal, you know, major chunk of the Commonwealth. What's your take on this?
Yes. I'm going to use that to answer one of the questions you raised, which I think I omitted.
Okay.
When it was talking about institutions. That institution, we have those institutions there, we have robust legal framework, we have judiciary, which of course is meant to be independent and so on and so forth. That people knows what to do, but at the same time, people still deviate, right? So institutions are meant to act as check and balances. So when institutions are weak, like I was saying, and people are able to perpetrate corrupt practices, right? What happens is that we have another institution of state that's able to checkmate that, which is the EFCC, as mentioned, right? So the fact that you have the EFCC, who is meant to be an anti-graft agency, right? To fight graft at every level, being restricted to an area like chasing after petty, you know, corrupt practices, like you said, and leaving the big one. That still boils down to the fact that institutions are weak. When you have institutions that are strong, then you have the rule of law, you have the supremacy of the Constitution, and nobody is above the law. And the agency of government and the institution of government are well equipped to carry out their functions the way they should.
Okay, no, just a minute. Sorry, we have a guest standing on line, so we need to bring him now. We have Paul Olubi, or Lubori, is joining us via Zoom, and he's a financial coach. Thank you for joining us today, Paul Olubi, and welcome to SOUQ News Television.
All right, thank you for having me.
Welcome. So we are trying to look at the situation, the connection between democracy and development in Nigeria. So first of all, one of the questions I asked Mr. Abiodun Owoye, who is a guest like you, but is appearing physically, was the connection between democracy and the pocket of the average man on the street. His response, he didn't actually take, he was actually neutral. So we want to hear your perspective, Mr. Paul.
All right, thank you. Thank you so for this opportunity, and happy June 12th day. Let me say that to everyone. I mean, we are all supposed to be happy and excited about this kind of day. People should be on the streets celebrating if the real importance and the real reason why democracy was declared has actually taken effect. But unfortunately, from my own perspective and looking at the economy in Nigeria, I mean, what is the concept about democracy? It's the government of the people, for the people, by the people. That means that, I mean, from that definition, I know back in secondary school days, people were mentioned 3 times. So, and if you look back at what is happening to people right now, can we say particularly that people are really benefiting from, the majority of people are benefiting from this democracy declaration? And if you look at it from then to now, you can say that people are definitely not benefiting. People are definitely not benefiting. There are only a certain set of people who are actually benefiting from it. And those are the people who are only withholding the power, because we talk about the power part of democracy. So they focus the power to themselves, for themselves. So right now, I don't think people are benefiting this. So the economy generally might have grown. I mean, and growth is relative anyways. When we talk about the different level of growth in terms of maybe what Nigeria economy has done over time. Yeah, of course, probably our exports, probably our GDP, a lot of things has grown. But the more important growth we want to experience is the growth that is happening within the nation, among the people. And if there is no physical growth that we can point out among the people, now we are currently battling about minimum wage. Minimum wage, is it really still enough? Is it?
Mr. Paul. Hello, Paul. I just want to find out from you. Thank you for those brilliant submissions. To what extent do you think that financial illiteracy among the people has retarded development of democracy in Nigeria? Against the backdrop of a little book done by Mesa Otabi, he calls it Buy Your Future, that many Africans think like Esau, and they are willing to sell their birthright over a pot of porridge. I want your view on this.
I'm an advocate of financial literacy anyways. And I believe that actually a lot of young people don't really know what financial literacy is all about. They don't even understand the basic economics that is happening in Nigeria. So that is why when there's a policy from central bank, when there's a policy that might even benefit us, the moment it brings a little bit of inconvenience, everybody is shouting about it. They don't even understand it. But I think that we need to do a little bit more on educating young people, or even Nigerians generally, of financial literacy. And I believe that if people have a little bit more knowledge about what really it is, that we are talking about in the economic finance, I think people will also appreciate some of the things that is being done by this current administration. I'm not a politician. I can't say whether this or that. But compared to previous administration, I can tell you categorically that the CBN are releasing more and more reforms that are making, currently now the dollar is stable. I'm not saying that it is better compared to the Naira. It's stable. That means that it is increasing investment into Nigeria. And one of the things that people need, that the country needs, is a stable currency that allows investors to invest. And for the last few years, 2 years ago, the currency was not stable. So what everybody was looking for is, okay, how can I now go and buy the dollar? How can I keep the dollar?
This. Mr. Paul, let Owaye also lend his voice to this.
Yes, you're talking about financial literacy. For me, financial literacy is not a prerequisite for a prosperous economy, or for being able to enjoy dividend of democracy. Why do I say this? You may be an engineer, you might be a medical doctor and be financially illiterate, right? Financial illiteracy does not mean you are illiterate in terms of being able to read and write. I may not want to bother myself. I've studied medicine, I'm practicing medicine. If I need anything to do with finance, I talk to a consultant. That's why you have financial consultant, right? So for me, it's not really the issue here. When you're financially illiterate and you don't take experts' knowledge or opinion before you make investment, what that can do is that you can invest wrongly, you can lose money, you may not be able to take advantage of opportunities in the financial market and so on and so forth. Right. But that has nothing really to do, in my view, with how an economy prospers.
No, I just wanted to link it with the vote buying syndrome. So that you really cannot find the will of the people. That if people are sufficiently literate, for example,
yes,
to understand that I can build up my capital,
yes,
and start a small thing that can give me any, and I don't need a 4,000 to sell my 4 years,
yes,
that our democracy would have evolved better than we see it today.
Yeah, for me, it's not financial literacy or illiteracy. It's poverty, right? At the root of that is poverty. It's when you are poor.
So how do we deal with the problem of poverty?
That's it. Come back to our governance systems in terms of getting it right, so that we can have a government, right? So that our democratic governance process can produce quality leadership that can help navigate the country out of poverty into, prosperity.
Let me look on that question to quickly ask this. We see Nigerian banks declaring trillions and billions in profit every year.
Yes.
And many of these profits, or this profit is extracted on the back of the Nigerian masses through various kind of charges.
Yes.
You can talk about the FDN, electronic money transfer levy. You can talk about the bank charges. You can talk about card maintenance fees, charges upon charges upon charges. And if you look at just stepping it down to their own workforce, these trillions in profit that they make does not even trickle down to their workforce. Many of them operate largely on contract staffs. Any shock in their business, they are quick to lay out thousands of these staffs. What's your take on this, on how it impoverishes the Nigerian populace and how it calls to question the central bank's role in regulating and defending Nigerian bank customers?
Okay, thank you. So one thing that Nigerian banking industry has been able to do over the years is that they have demonstrated capacity in being able to navigate through the economy. Somebody who has started a bank is a businessman, right? And my job is to ensure my business prosper without breaking the law. So when it comes to them making money, it's because they are able to navigate the economy, right? They have robust risk management processes that enable them to do proper forecast, know where to go, where to put money, and so on and so forth. That's absolutely nothing wrong in that, right? But then in terms of CBN regulation, of course, they are well regulated. From time to time, CBN fine anyone that violated the CBN rules and the likes, right?
So all right. The Nigerian banks charge ridiculously, exorbitant charges from the
I don't think so. Okay. Because I travel to the US, I use ATM in US, I know the charges I pay, right? If I make transfer, I know the charges I pay compared to what I pay locally. I don't think so. And the fact is this, all charges by banks are approved by the central banks of Nigeria. So none of them can go outside that approved charges.
That's exactly what I'm saying.
Just for your thoughts. Okay. Right. So now I'm going to ask a question to both you and Mr. Paul Olubori, who is still online. And that if you were to make two economic reform recommendation to the current administration that should, resort to the economic empowering of the man at the head of society, what kind of reform would you advise the government to do? Mr. Paul Olubori.
Thank you. I'd like to quickly talk on what he said, and I appreciate what he has said, brilliant ideas. And I want to also say that financial literacy is really important. And if you notice what happened recently about CBEX, I'm sorry for bringing it back, Nigerians lost over 1 trillion naira. And one of the problems is financial literacy, part of the curriculum of financial literacy is the way is to identify what is a scam and what will not last. So when an investment opportunity is coming and it's telling you and they're promising certain amount of percentage every month, that even the federal government funds, even the commercial papers and every other investment opportunities out there, legitimate, are not offering, and you're not able to tell in between that. What made people fall for financial crimes, a financial scam, is lack of financial literacy. And when I mean literacy, it means that the basic things about investment, people want 20% per month. How much does Wells Fargo even give? How much does all these big hedge funds pay in a year on your investments, even if it's compounding? So for me, the type of reform that I'm going to make if I had the opportunity is to really imbibe financial literacy in the educational system from young age, and it goes from just it goes from savings, budgeting, identifying scams, identifying investments, and then making compulsory a financial skill or a digital skill for everyone. If every young person has a digital skill, if every young person from secondary school to university level has picked up a skill and they are learning and they are becoming very good at it, I'm sure that there will be no need for too much dependency on government job and on everybody looking for job. People can become job creators themselves. We have become too dependent on government and organizations to create job for us instead of us to go ahead and look for skills that we can create. There are so many. Look at India, for example. India is one of the largest producers of web designer all over the world and different digital skills all over the world. You go to US, you see Indians there. You go to go to UK, you see Indians there. Because over the period of time, they have found a way to inculcate a particular system of education that allows these people to learn the skills from early age. Same thing with Korea, especially these Asian countries. They have, when you go to their young schools, you see what they are teaching them. So I believe strongly, so that we don't fall victim of financial crime, so that we also know how to manage our money. Sometimes I'm not saying the money we are receiving is enough or the money that people are receiving as salary is enough, but I'm saying that it is lack of financial literacy that also make people not know how to spend what they have received. Not know how to prioritize what is my need, what is my want, according to the hierarchy of needs. Which one should I put first? Accommodation, food, clothing, shelter, and all of that. So I believe strongly that financial literacy is also a very important part. While other things are also very important, financial literacy is also very important.
So much, Paul. Thank you so much, Paul. We are rounding up now, and I want you to attend to that question before we call it a wrap about reform.
Okay, for me, if there's any critical reform I will suggest to the government of the day is the diversification of our foreign exchange earning. In other words, as we stand today as an economy, over 90% of foreign exchange earning is from oil revenue, right? And the problem with oil revenue is this. The two parameters that determine what you make from that revenue is not determined by you.
Okay.
Talking about the quantity of oil you produced, OPEC has to give you the quota and say you must not produce more than this. Then when it comes to the price of what you sell, it's not determined by you, it's determined by the international market, right? So any volatility in the market, in the foreign oil market affects your revenue as a nation, right? So over the reliance on oil revenue is a problem. So governments need to promote non-oil exports aggressively. In the First Republic, when Nigeria economy was booming, it wasn't from oil, it's from products like cocoa, or those, So government need to produce they need to encourage non-oil exports, right? They need to look at natural resources, that we have outside oil. I'm talking of solid minerals, to be precise, So that's one area that is very critical to economic development.
All right.
The second area will be maybe in the area of ease of doing business. One thing good any country can do to, improve the economic outcome is by encouraging foreign direct investment to the country.
Okay.
As it stands today, the ease of business, if you look at the index, ease of doing business index, Nigeria is ranked very low, meaning that any foreign investor coming to Nigeria today has an option of should I go to Kenya, should I go to Nigeria, and so on and so forth. But when they look at the ease of doing business, process, and comparatively, it's not in favor of Nigeria.
Okay.
So the ease of doing business has to be well simplified so that foreign investment can be encouraged.
Thank you so much, Mr. Abiodun Oweye, for your time with us. And also to Paul Olubori, thank you so much for your time with us on the program. Even though you joined late, but we are glad we have you, and you contributed your own quota to the success of the day's program.
Thank you.
So this is where we draw the curtain, gentlemen, because we need to join Mr. President in the National Assembly. He's going to be giving a speech. So in less than 30 seconds each, I would like to say our final words as we bid our viewers goodbye to join the president. Yes.
Well, finally, I say democracy cannot be built on poverty. And like they say, poverty is a choice. And until we conquer poverty, we will not have a good democratic dispensation that will translate into what people are looking at. As long as men are still depending on government to give them handouts, we will remain where we are. Until men start to take advantage of opportunities around them and create their environment which they want to live in, it will be difficult for government to handle.
All right.
Well, for me, I'll urge our countrymen to own their democracy. If we truly do not want an alternative form of government, if we do not want our fascists to, whether through military intervention or any other means through our democratic rule, we must own our democracy. We must go out there, participate in building political parties, participate in formulating policy. The National Assembly from time to time calls on a public debate on policies. We must make our faces known. We must go there, own the process, and ultimately expand the frontiers of our democracy.
Thank you so much. Now, a big thank you to Mr. Abiodun Oweye, who came physically to appear on the studios, and thank you to Paul Olubiri, who also joined the conversation, and Professor Hamidu Abdullahi, who joined us from the Federal Capital Territory. I'm Oyinpriye Krumale, and I want to say a very big thank you to you.
We saw this happen in Delta. And today, in both chambers, Kebbi is also making a very loud statement. And I want you to know that the true lovers of democracy in our country can hear you loud and clear. I congratulate members of the National Working Committee of the party. This can only show that you are working. No one is being coerced, and we are open to more people coming to join this party in overriding public interest. Mr. President, I want to also thank you and congratulate all our colleagues. My joy as the leader of this Senate today can be better understood by anyone who saw the way I felt the day I walked into this chamber and I saw His Excellency Senator Adamu Alero and Senator Yahya Abdullahi sitting on the other side of the aisle in the 9th Assembly because they had left our party for PDP for some circumstances. But as it is said, every politics is local. Definitely they have done what they did today because the government and people of Kebbi State have agreed with them that this is just the right thing to do. Again, I congratulate all of us, and may Nigeria be blessed always. Thank you.
Well, the leader has spoken on behalf of the APC caucus. Let me, on behalf of the Senate, congratulate Senator Adamu Alero, Senator Abdullahi, and Senator Gabriel Musa Midoki for rejoining the party they co-formed with other Nigerians. It's homecoming. You are welcome and congratulations. Let me also, on behalf of the Senate, congratulate the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria for this very, very big gain by the ruling party. Also congratulate the party chairman, the national chairman of the party, for this gain. Of course, himself and the president have been working hard, and we've seen the results of the number of people coming to the party, governors, senators, House of Members. This just cannot happen without hard work. It shows that they are really doing very well, working very hard, and the government as well is working very hard. Of course, it's a testimony of the work the government is doing, because people are attracted because of the performance of the government is very, very obvious. So all we need to tell Mr. President that we commend him for what he's doing and more grease to his elbows. And also commend the governor of Kebbi State that have been mentioned in all the letters, all the resignation letters, it shows that you are working in harmony with your people and you are doing your best to transform Kebbi State. In fact, I told him, not even knowing that they are going to come to the party, that he's doing very well. We are all from Northwest. We've been hearing about the good work he's doing in Kebbi State, how he's accommodating everybody, all and sundry, improving the infrastructure, the security architecture of the state is being improved upon, and so on and so forth. And what is happening in APC is an indication of what is going to come in the future. In Hausa, there's an adage that any Good Friday, the sign of that Friday being good will begin to be felt on Wednesday. So it shows that there will be a lot of successes and victories for the APC in the future. It's just a testimony, a kind of a sign of what is going to happen. Of course, we have had, and Nigerians are beginning to understand what progressive ideology means. Of course, we have had the time that our former leaders, leaders like Awolowo, Aminu Kanu, who were all progressive, Abubakar Rimi, tried to be president of this country. But the first time that we have a progressive politician as the president of this country, this time, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, and Nigerians begin to understand the ideas of progressive politics. For that, I know, by grace of God, any future election, all the future election in the future, victories will come our way. So let me, at the final, part of my statement or my remark, again, congratulate Mr. President and the party chairman, and I urge you to continue on this good work we are doing for the party and the nation at large. Thank you very much. And I therefore call on, at this juncture, I call on the national chairman and the Kebbi State governor and all members of the national chairman entourage and the Kebbi State entourage to take their leave. We thank you for coming. Thank you very much. Leader, you may wish to restore order so that we can move forward. Restore back.
Mr. President, very distinguished colleagues, I stand to move that the relevant provisions of Order 12 of our rules, earlier suspended, be now restored to enable us continue with our proceedings.
Minority Leader.
Mr. President, I rise to second the motion that we revert back to be no more business as our strangers have departed. Thank you.
Those in favor of the motion, please say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Another announcement, the last but not the least, from Senator Simon Bakola Long. I wish to express my heartfelt gratitude for the goodwill and fraternity extended to me on the occasion of my 62nd birthday by my distinguished colleagues. Your kind gestures and warm wishes, which were expressed through personal visits, gifts, letters, text messages, and calls, touched my heart. And I'm truly humbled by your concern. I use this opportunity to convey my deep gratitude to the uncommon President of the Senate, His Excellency Godswill Akpabio, GSOA, Deputy Senate President Senator Barrow Jibrin, CFR, leader and other principal officers of the Senate, and my distinguished colleagues for the outpouring of love and goodwill as we continue to work together to advance the interests of our great nation. I'm grateful for the camaraderie and support that exists among us. Your leadership, Senate President, has been exemplary, and I appreciate the collaborative spirit that pervades our deliberations. On behalf of my wife and children, as well as the entire people of Plateau South Senatorial District, please accept my sincere appreciation for making my 62nd birthday celebration a memorable one. May God continue to bless and guide us as we discharge our duties to the nation. Sincerely, Senator Simon Bakula Long, CON, KSGG, Plateau South Central District. Any petition? The Leader of Senate. Okay, order what?
41 and 51.
Okay.
Mr. President, distinguished senators, my name is Mohamed Tahir Monguno. I represent Borno North Senatorial District. Mr. President, distinguished senators, I have a matter of urgent public importance, and I am craving for the indulgence of the Senate to come under Order 41 and 51.
We are familiar with the order. You can continue.
Okay, sir. Mr. President, distinguished senators, the matter is on the resurgence of Boko Haram insurgency in Borno and Yobe State. This motion is jointly sponsored by the 3 senators from Borno and the 3 senators from Yobe State. Sorry, it's supposed to be the Senate notes, not the House notes. The Senate notes that a few years ago, 2/3 of the local government areas in Borno State were under the control of Boko Haram. Yes? It's ready for distribution.
Senator...
It's around.
Huh?
I have copies.
Okay. Well, it's okay. Right. He explained to me, he came and met me about the problem they are facing in Borno State and Yobe, where the Boko Haram insurgents are executing, surprise attacks. Probably because we thought that lies the end of, we've gotten the end of the Boko Haram and we feel relaxed. So it's a relapse, so to say, about what is happening there. So he said he wants to bring up a motion to ventilate to the Senate and to the nation what is happening in his constituency. Even though we know the government has taken steps through through the Ministry of Defense and so on and so forth. But then, as being their representatives, he want to get that known to the Senate. So you may go to. So is it the view of the Senate that will take the matter as in expedited fashion? Those in favor, please say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. You may summarize your motion so that, right?
Yes, sir. As I said earlier on, this motion is jointly sponsored by the senators from Borno and Yobe State as a result of the resurgence of Boko Haram insurgency in Borno and Yobe State. The Senate notes that a few years ago, 2/3 of the local government areas in Borno were under the control of Boko Haram. But with the concerted efforts of the military and civilian joint task force, the areas were reclaimed, restoring freedom and liberty for the residents. Also note that after relative peace was restored in Borno and Yobe State, the military relocated their tactical command of operations to the northwest to address issues of kidnapping and banditry in the region. Further note that on the 12th May 2025, about that is on Monday, yesterday, the insurgents attacked and killed more than 12 soldiers in Marte town of Marte local government, not Manguno local government. And earlier this morning, Gajiram, the headquarters of Ganzai local government, was also attacked, thus necessitating the reinforcement of military in the state. Concerned that the country is experiencing a resurgence of Boko Haram, marked by increased attacks by insurgents targeting communities, including those recently resettled, and regaining strength after years of conflict. Worried that the insurgents are
Hello and welcome to SOUQ News Television. We're reaching you live from our studio in Lagos. I am Antonia Umor. Nigeria's Minister of Marine and Blue Economy, Adegboyega Oyetola, has restated the country's commitment to protecting and managing ocean resources sustainably. Speaking at the Blue Economy and Finance Forum in Monaco, he said Nigeria would continue to lead inclusive, science-driven and economically sound marine policies. The event, hosted by Prince Albert II of Monaco ahead of the United Nations Oceans Conference, gathered world leaders including French President Emmanuel Macron and Prince Williams. Discussion focused on financing sustainable ocean initiatives, aligned marine science with policy, and accelerating resilient ocean economies. Oyetola's presence highlighted Nigeria's active role in shaping global ocean governance and building strategic partnerships. He also met with technical experts to explore cooperations on marine conservation, blue economy investment, and capacity building for West and Central Africa. In another news, the Corps Marshal of the Federal Road Safety Corps, Malam Shehu Mohammed, has urged Nigerians to prioritize safety and moderation on the roads as the country marks Democracy Day on Thursday, June 12. In a statement released by the Corps Public Education Officer, Mr. Olusegun Ogungbemide Mohammed said national holiday typically witnesses increased road traffic, which can lead to avoidable accidents, if not properly managed. Mohammed warned that festive movements often comes with tendencies to disregard traffic regulations, posing risks to lives and disrupting public order. He called on citizens to avoid reckless driving, obey all traffic rules, and show mutual respect for fellow road users, noting that the roads are shared public spaces that require discipline to function effectively. The Corps Marshal congratulated Nigeria on the 26th year of democratic governance and reaffirmed the agency's commitment to ensuring safety during and beyond the holiday. He stressed that the celebration should not be marred by road tragedies, reminding all only the living can celebrate. Drive safely, stay alive. President of the United Nations Educational, Scientific and Cultural Organization, Read and Earn Federation, Abdulsalami Ladibolu Oromiyan, has called for urgent action at both national and international levels to end child labor. He made this call in Abuja during the World Day Against Child Labor, which also took place on the same day as Nigeria's Democracy Day. He said this overlap was symbolic because true democracy must protect the right and future of children. Ladibolu Oromiyan explained that child labor is still a major problem, holding back Nigeria's progress and affecting the world's efforts to achieve the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals 8.7. He called on President Bola Ahmed Tinubu to connect the renewed hope agenda with international standards and increase support for education, social protection, and help families in need. He stressed the strong political commitment and teamwork among countries are needed to fight poverty, improve access to education, and stop the exploitation of children. He also called for a future where no child is denied education, safety, or the chance to succeed. The Russian Federation has expressed renewed commitment to expanding diplomatic and economic ties with Nigeria. Speaking in Abuja during a reception for Russia Day, Ambassador Andrei Podeshev underscored the importance of mutual respect and non-interference in national development as guiding principles for the Russian-Nigerian partnership. Ambassador Podeshev emphasized Nigeria's strategic role in Africa and praised the long-standing educational and economic linkages between both nations. He noted that thousands of Nigerians have studied in Russian universities, laying the groundwork for collaboration in energy, agriculture, defense, and science. The envoy affirmed Russia's interest in exploring new projects with Nigeria, driven by honest dialogue and shared goals. He described the relationship as rooted in trust, with untapped opportunities that can drive mutual growth across critical sectors. And finally, for now, U.S. President Donald Trump has launched a new website, TrumpCard.gov, to promote planned $5 million United States residency permit. The site allows interested individuals to register their names and email addresses for what he described as a premium path to live and work in the United States. Trump said the initiative, dubbed the Trump Card, is designed to attract job creators and boost the American economy. Although the permit is not available yet, he has presented it as a luxury alternative to the traditional green card, with hopes of generating significant revenue that could support national development goals. The announcement comes amid heightened immigration efforts in the United States, and Trump has emphasized that the Trump card could serve as a gateway to citizenship and suggested that up to 1 million applicants, including wealthy foreign investors, may benefit from the offer. Many thanks for watching. Do well to follow us on our social media platforms at SOUQ News Television. SOUQ Business Landscape comes up after this. I am Antonia Umor. Good afternoon.
And across the country, the silence of shock was broken by the roar of resistance. The people rose, angry students marched, journalists spoke, mothers wailed, workers downed their tools, fathers stood before tanks, and young men and women whose only crime was believing in democracy laid down their lives. May their souls rest in peace. They died because they loved Nigeria. They loved Nigeria enough to fight for her soul. This was not just a rejection of oppression, but the beginning of a national reawakening, signifying a rebirth as well as a reckoning. The intro of Chief Moshood Abiola campaign song captured the spirit of that day. Nigeria on the march again. Indeed, Nigeria was on the march towards democracy. But that cruel announcement turned the march for democracy into a march for justice. Many, including Your Excellency, stood tall in those days of darkness, while others chose silence and others chose compromise. You chose to exhibit courage, real courage. At great personal cost, NADECO, which you were part of, helped sustain the flame of liberty when it was most at risk of going out, even to say a word. So as we mark this day, let us remember those who bled so we could vote, those who took risks so we could speak. Those who were buried so that freedom might rise. Let us also pay tribute to all those who played pivotal roles in Nigeria's democratic transition. This year's theme, 26 years of democracy, renewing our commitment to national development, is not a slogan. It's a call to purpose, a reminder that democracy is not an end, but a means to national transformation. Under President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's leadership, we have seen transformation in his bold approach to build and reform the decayed Nigeria. From unifying the foreign exchange market, to local government autonomy, to the formation of the regional development commissions, to Nigeria's educational loan fund, to removing the fuel subsidies, to attracting foreign investments, to the major issue at stake today, the tax reforms, the tax unifications. This administration has shied away from the hard decisions required to stabilize and grow our economy. It has not shied away from it, as other administrations did. These efforts are gradually restoring investors' confidence, laying the foundation for long-term prosperity, and refocusing government expenditure towards productive investments. Mr. President, we commend you for your boldness, your vision, and your unwavering belief in the future of this country called Nigeria. Likewise, the 10th National Assembly, which marks its second anniversary today, June 13, which ought to be tomorrow, but we are marking it today, has played its part with diligence and distinction. From its inception, the 10th National Assembly demonstrated, and is still demonstrating, a renewed vigor towards addressing the country's complex issues and challenges through purposeful legislations. This commitment is reflected in its extraordinary output. A total of 844 bills have been introduced within its first 2 years, 844 bills. An unprecedented figure that underscores the Senate's and the House of Representatives' proactive posture towards tackling pressing national issues. Out of this impressive volume, 107 bills are currently at the committee stages, undergoing the necessary scrutiny and stakeholders' engagement that will ensure quality legislation. 206 bills in the Senate are awaiting first reading, reflecting a robust pipeline of legislative ideas prepared to ensure the formal introduction, and 409 bills have also advanced to second stages in the Senate. I'm sure my brother will mention the ones in the House of Reps. Notably, the Senate so far has passed 96 bills, a record for any Nigerian Senate within 2 years only. At this stage, the legislative cycle, even more significantly, 52 of these bills have been assented to by Mr. President, translating into enforceable laws that will shape the governance of this country. Economic development, public welfare, and national security. These bills include the National Education Fund, local government autonomy, as earlier stated, regional development commissions, tax reforms. Universities have been established, particularly in the areas of agriculture. And most thank you also for the University of Environment established in Ogoniland, long ravaged by oil exploration and exploitation. You saw the need to establish that institution to remediate the terrible situation of the Niger Delta. We thank you. The 10th Senate has acted decisively on 26 executive bills, showcasing a healthy balance of cooperation and oversight in its engagement with the executive arm. These executive-sponsored legislations address key policy issues that will benefit not just the Senate, but Nigerians as a whole. And we have done this through thorough review and refinement. Beyond bills, the National Assembly has received over 100 petitions from Nigerian citizens and civil societies. This is a testimony to the public trust in the institution. Of these, 28 petitions have been fully adopted, providing redress, transparency, and institutional accountability. History teaches us that nations make the greatest progress when the executive arm that governs us has vision, and the legislature guides with wisdom. But they prosper most when both work hand in hand, not as rivals, but as co-stewards of the national trust. In the United States, Mr. President, the Civil Rights Act and the space race were all made possible through executive-legislative collaboration. In Rwanda and Ghana, transformation was achieved through shared resolve between these two arms of government. In South Africa, Mandela's dream was realized through executive-legislative collaboration. The lesson is very clear. Where governance is in partnership, progress follows. But where governance is a contest, the people suffer. Therefore, as we commemorate 26 years of uninterrupted democratic governance, we must renew our national commitment to foster collaboration between the different arms of government and ignore the critics who decide to term the parliament rubber stamp. But they do not understand why we are here. Democracy is not a gift, it is a trust that we must protect. To the youth, we must not treat democracy with apathy. To the civil society, we must not let memory fade. To the media, we must be held accountable through responsible journalism. And to every Nigerian, democracy must not be reduced to election days. It must live in our values, it must live in our institutions, and it must live in our daily lives. So let us preserve the memory of June 12. I respectfully urge Mr. President that we consider the establishment of a June 12 museum, a living archive where the stories, artifacts, struggles, and sacrifices of our leaders and the democratic movement will be housed, preserved, and taught, and let nations learn from the past losses of our dear country. And this will remain a moral compass for the future generations. As President of the Senate, I reaffirm the unwavering commitment of the 10th National Assembly to the cause of the Nigerian people. We must continue to champion every policy that uplifts the poor, empowers our youth, strengthens our economy, and defend the dignity of every citizen of this nation. We owe it to those who fought. We owe it to those who fell. We owe it to those who still believe. May we never again betray the hope that was once betrayed. And may we never lose the freedom that was once denied. Once again, Mr. President, welcome home to your chamber, which is not only the heartbeat of our nation's democracy, but your political home. We now have the singular privilege and honor to invite you to address your people. Thank you, Mr. President.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Please be seated. Your Excellency, the Vice President, Your Excellency, the President of the Senate, Honorable Speaker of the House of Representatives, Principal Officers of the National Assembly, distinguished senators and honorable members, House of Representatives, executive governors here present, all former legislators here present, the national chairman of All Progressive Congress, secretary to the government of the Federation, honorable ministers here present, head of civil service of the Federation, clerk of the National Assembly, all senior government officials, gentlemen of the press, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. With profound honor, I stand before this joint session of our National Assembly, a parliament that embodies the will of Nigerian people. Today, as I enter this grand edifice built from the sweat and toil of our democratic yearning, my heart stirred. It was a blend of accomplishment and resolve. I felt a sense of collective accomplishment when I realized how far we had come as a nation. Since 1999, democracy has risen from the ashes and destitution of military rule to take its original rightful place as the only mode of governance of resilient and beloved people. With every footstep I took through this hallowed hall, up to the moment I now stand before you, I remember that we still have so much and a lot for that to go. To achieve this progress, we sought an elective office to lead this nation forward. Thus, I hereby affirm before you, our merciful and almighty God, and all men, and resolve to do all that I could do to safeguard and build our democracy as the divine hand intends for us to do. Since 2018, we have celebrated Democracy Day on this day to commemorate the sacrifices of the men and women who fought to restore democratic governance to Nigeria. Let me pay tribute to my predecessor, former President Muhammadu Buhari, for reaching back into history to rectify a national misdeed by making June 12 Democracy Day and by officially acknowledging Chief MKO Abiola and his running mate Babagana Kingibe as the victors and the duly elected president and vice president, respectively, of Nigeria after June 12, 1993 election. Year by year, election after election, every time we debate instead of battle, we discuss instead of fight, and argue instead of destroy. We preserve the institution of democracy. More importantly, we weave the culture of democracy into very fabric of our nation. We thank God for this. Whilst Chief MKO Abiola is June 12th central figure, we must not forget the long list of those who equally deserve to be called heroes of democracy. We must celebrate the courage of Alhaja Kudirat Abiola and Pa Arfe Rewani, both of whom were murdered by agents of military repression. We also remember the many civil rights activists, journalists, and politicians imprisoned, exiled, tossed aside, tortured, and beaten by the military regime. We remember Chief Anthony Enoro, Commodore Dan Suleiman, Chief Abraham Adesanya, Ayo Adebanjo, Chief Gani Fawayemi, Balarabe Musa, Ganiu Daudu, the journalist Baguda Kato, and Commodore Ndibusi Kanu. I mention these names not to exclude or degrade the profound contribution of anyone else, but to illustrate through these few heroes the universality of our pursuit of democracy. The struggle was never the province of any one group or section of the country. It was pan-Nigeria in its conception, and it will even be more pan-Nigeria as we strive to perfect it. It is fitting that I come to this chamber to you. You are the authors of the people's law, and I must be their faithful implementer. While we may not always agree, we must forge a way to work together, because this is what democracy demands of us. I pledge myself to this cooperation and ask that you do the same for the good people of our country. Mr. Chairman, the National Assembly has acted to uphold democratic ideas at every critical moment in our nation's history. In 2006, the Fifth National Assembly protected our democracy against unseemly third-term bid that would have ripped our Constitution apart. In 2010, the National Assembly, through the doctrine of necessity, opened the door for then Vice President Goodluck Jonathan to become the acting president following the illness of his predecessor. Even under the military, the National Assembly tried to protect our democracy. After General Abacha took over power on November 17, 1993, and dissolved the National Assembly, some of us, led by Senator Ame Ebute, the Senate President of the Third Republic, defied the general and his goons, and we reconvened in old Parliament building in Lagos and declared that regime illegal. We had the courage to do so, the determination to resuscitate democracy, but we were jailed for our defiance. On behalf of a grateful nation, I commend your invaluable role in lawmaking, oversight, and constituency representation. At this point, I plead for your indulgence so that I may put a terrible rumor to bed. To those who ring the alarm that the APC is intent on a one-party state, I offer you a most personal promise. While your alarm may be as a result of their panic, it rings an error. At no time in the past, nor any instance in the present, and at no future junction, shall I view the notion of one-party state as good for Nigeria. I've never attempted to alter any political party registration with INEC. Equally, my dear friends and colleagues, we cannot blame anybody seeking to bail out of a sinking ship, even without a life jacket. Look at my political history. I will be the last person to advocate such a scheme. In year 2003, when the then governing party tried to sweep the nation clean of political opposition through plot and manipulation, I was the last progressive governor standing in my region. In their numbers, they boasted. In all their numbers and the false grandeur, they boasted of ruling, not only governing Nigeria, for the next half century or more. Where are they now? Yet I stood alone. My allies had been induced into defeat. My adversary held all the cards that mortal man could carry. Even with all of that, they could not control my destiny and could not control our national destiny, because fate is written from the above. A greater power did not want Nigeria to become one-party state back then. Nigeria will not become such a state now. The failed effort to create a one-party state placed progressive political party forces on a trajectory to form the APC. It put me on the trajectory which has brought me before you today. I dare not such a favor to any political adversary by repeating the same mistake of political overreach. A one-party state is not in the oven, nor shall it ever be. That said, we would be guilty of political malpractice if we close our door on those from other parties who now seek to join the APC. I sincerely welcome our party's newest members from Delta and Akwa Ibom states, led by Governor Sheriff Oboweri and Pastor Moeno and other national members of this respected National Assembly. You are all welcome to the progressive fold. Nobody should close the door. Political parties fearful of members leaving may be better served by examining their internal processes and affairs rather than fearfully conjuring up demons that do not exist. For me, I would not say try your best to put your house in order. I will not help you to do so either. It is indeed a pleasure to witness you in such a disarray. Distinguished honorable members of this House, we must welcome and accept the diversity and the number of political parties, just as we welcome and embrace the diversity of our population. Our efforts must never be to eliminate political competition, but to make that competition salutary to the national well-being of working across the aisle, political aisles, whenever it is possible. One area in which democracy calls us to work together, whether in legislative or executive branch, whether in this or other political parties, is that the economy and social development of this country must not be compromised. On assuming office, my team and I moved to reform our ailing economy. We introduced fundamental reforms to correct structural imbalances that prevented maximum growth. We are already seeing results. The GDP grew by 3.4% in 2024, with Q4 hitting 4.6%, the highest quarter of growth in over a decade. Inflation is easing gradually, steadying the price of food staples like rice and beans. Our net foreign reserve have increased fivefold, and the Naira exchange rate has stabilized. Our balance of payment position is positive. Our sovereign credit rating is improving, and we continue to promote oil and non-oil gas export. State do not need to go about borrowing to pay salaries anymore. In less than 1 year, over 100,000 Nigerians, including 35,000 civil servants, have benefited from affordable consumer credit through the Nigerian Consumer Credit Corporation, enabling them to purchase vehicles, light up, and improve their well-being, and purchase life essentials. This July, we will launch a bold new initiative to empower 400,000 young Nigerians, including youth corpers, with consumer credit. We are committed to giving more opportunities to young people through job creation and skill development. Through such programs as Nigeria Education Fund, NEL Fund, we are investing in education and in the greater future of our country. Vocational training, apprenticeship, and entrepreneurship to ensure that our youth are job ready and future ready. In addition, we have embarked on an ambitious project to lay fiber optic cables across the nation, a transformative step towards bridging the digital divide and fostering greater connectivity. This initiative promises not only to enhance the speedy and reality of internet access, but also to revolutionize how business operates, how students learn, and our community stays connected. By extending this critical infrastructure, we are empowering entrepreneurs, enabling digital education, and providing the tools for our youth to compete in a globalized economy. Our Nigerian First policy We further enhance progress and we consolidate market-driven growth. The improved economic performance is encouraging and validates the soundness of our policy measures with collaboration with you. Our medium-term growth target remains an economy growing at a 7% clip with a stronger manufacturing base. We must learn to produce and grow most of our food, and we are on the path to achieving food sovereignty. These and other reforms have placed the economy on a more rational footing, where critical decisions regarding the large-scale investment can now be made. We are making agriculture more sexy by providing tractors. And I ask you, the legislature, to join me as we enter the second half of our term to put forth innovative legislation that further encourages industrial development and job creation in our urban centers, while also drafting laws that improve food security and production. To further underpin our economic vision, we introduced a competitive tax reform package, a vital component of our economic re-engineering. I am deeply grateful to both chambers of this House for your thorough consideration and deliberation of these bills. And I look forward to signing them into law soon. Again, your collaboration across party lines on these bills has been a model of democratic partnership. You are great. As elected leaders, we must continue to do more to make real the dream of Nigerian political and economic democracy. We must be vigilant in expanding the political space. We must always value dialogue over dictatorship, persuasion over suppression, and rights over might. We be tolerant and broad-minded in our legislative action regarding speech and civil liberty. Do not be afraid to bear an unkind word spoken against you. Some of the best advice a politician gets sometimes comes from his most ferocious opponents, if they think well, though. We do not seek silence because the imposed silence of repressed voices may breed chaos and ill will. Not the harmonic of democracy in the long term. While malicious slander and libel should not go unattended, no one should bear the brunt of injustice for merely writing a bad report about me or call me names. Democracy requires a fair degree of tolerance for harsh words and stinging insults, particularly when they are pained because of their losses. Call me any name. I'm not here to make you happy politically. And I will still call upon democracy to defend your right to do so. Mr. Senate President, Mr. Speaker, distinguished senators and honorable members, our nation is not perfect, but it is strong. Our democracy is not invincible, but it is alive. And this means our dream of a prosperous, happy nation is still within reach and worth fighting for. Mr. Chairman, Nigeria is at an inflection point, undergoing structural and fundamental change towards a secure future. Our administration is fully committed to boosting the economy and productive base through investment in critical infrastructure, roads, expansion of port operations, rail, and power. We are creating a new environment in which industry and manufacturing can thrive. Our tax and fiscal policy reform will streamline taxes, administration, and eliminate burdensome or multiple taxes, enabling our industrialists and entrepreneurs to operate in a more conducive environment. Governors must work and deliver value to the people. As part of our tax reform, we have provided small businesses with an exemption of tax, established the Office of Tax Ombudsman, and ensure transparency and protect taxpayers' rights. Digital tools now help us track performance and reduce waste. The diaspora's bond and non-resident BVN are bringing Nigerian abroad into national development fold. In line with my promise during the New Year address to the nation, I recently appointed the board of directors of the newly established National Credit Guarantee Company. The company backed with 100 billion naira in an initial capital. With the Bank of Industry, BOI, which, by the way, is performing very well in supporting SMEs, next year, Credit Corp and Murphy as stakeholders. BOI will play a significant role in transforming the nation's industrial landscape and reducing corruption. National security is the foundation of peace and progress. We have intensified security operations to reclaim communities from criminals and terrorists. We are better at coordinating intelligence and interagency cooperation. It has proved well for us. Our highways are safer now, and we invest in technology and training to secure every inch of this country. Let's take this opportunity to thank the men and women of our armed forces for their bravery in service of the nation, their selfless dedication to protecting our sovereignty and assuring the safety of citizens to serve an inspiration to us all. As we celebrate the progress of our democracy, we must not forget the pivotal role they play in safeguarding our freedom. For their courage and commitment, they deserve not only our gratitude, but also our continued support, prayers, and recognition. May God continue to keep our men and women safe. Fellow compatriots, our achievements are not the work of one man. They are the result of a collective effort to make possible the Nigerian dream. Yet the journey is not over. We must work even harder to translate broad macroeconomic gains into tangible improvement in the lives of ordinary Nigerians. We must stay the course, reject cynicism, and believe Nigeria can and will rise again. As we mark a 26th year of unbroken democracy, It is right to honor those who have made sacrifices in the past, braving all odds and the guns to ensure we have a regime of democracy in our country. In this light, I announce the conferment of posthumous honors of CAFR on Kudirat Abiola. The heroine of our June 12th struggle. I also confer posthumous honor on Sheikh Musa Yadra, GCFR, and Professor Humphrey Umwosu, CON, Rear Admiral Kano, CON, Balarabe Musa, CFR, Paul Alfred Iwani, CFR, Bagabda Kato, OON, Shimaubani, OON, Dr. Bekora Somkuchi, CON, Alao Akabashorum, CON, Chief Franco Kori, CON, Ima Ezeazu, Bami, COON, Bamidele Aturu, OON, Frederick Fashem, CON, Professor Festus Iyayi, CON, Dr. John Yimasen, OON, Alaja Sawaba Gambo, CON, Dr. Edwin Madunagu, CON, Dr. Alex Ibru, CON, Shibola Ige, CFR, Paharuben Fasoronti, CFR, Senator Ayofasomi, CON, Senator Polycarp Mwite, CON, and Dr. Nuruddin Oluwokoko, CON. I also have the honor to confer on Professor Wole Soyinka, GCON, Professor Olatunji Dare, CON, the journalist and journalism teacher, Kunle Ajibade, OON, Noza Igebo, Dapo Olonyomi, Bayo Nanuga, CON, Ayo Obe, Oni, Dare Babarinsa, CON, Bishop Mazi Azam Kuka, CON, Senator Sonny Shehu Sonny, CON, Governor Basoni, CON, Barrister Femi Falana, SAN, CON, Professor Shafidin Namowo, CON, Owe Lakemfa, OON, Barrister Luke Aganenu, OON, Senator Tokumbo Afikuyomi, CON, Labram Maku, OON, Kade Komolafe, OON, Dr. Tunji Alausa, OON, Honorable Abdul Oru, OON, Odia Mfem, OON, Sheye Kainde, CON, Barrister Felix Muka, CON, Barrister Ledumite, CON. Honorable Olawale Osun, CON. Dr. Amos Akingba, CON. Professor Segun Gbadegesin, CON. Bolaji Akinyemi, Professor Bolaji Akinyemi, CFR. Dr. Kayode Sonoike, CON. Julius Inyonbere, CON. Lieutenant General Ikpola Alani Akinriyade, retired, GZON. Professor Bayo Williams, CON. Senator Abu Ibrahim, CFR. Senator Ahmed Bute, CFR. Additionally, I confer the national honor of CON on Uncle Sam Amuka Pemo, a legendary journalist and the publisher who remained true to his lifetime calling as he marks his 90th birthday tomorrow, June 13th. Furthermore, I also confer posthumous national honor on Ken Saro-Wiwa, CON. He was the leader of Golden 9 with his fellow travelers, Sunday Dobby, OON, Noduevo, OON, Daniel Boko, OON, Paul Levera, OON, Felix Owetri, OON, Barbara, OON, Marian Kobel, OON, John Kupen, OON. I shall also be exercising my prerogative of mercy under the prerogative of mercy to grant these national heroes a full pardon. Together with other names that shall be announced later in the conjunction with the National Council of State. Finally, it is my great privilege to now decorate the presiding officers of this National Assembly with the national honor earlier announced. Presiding officers, so please.
President.
Senate President.
Well done.
Excellency. Put the pen.
Yes, sir. Yes, thanks. Well done. Thank you, Mr. President.
PhD, that's the thing about. GZON.
Thank you, Excellency. Thank you very much, sir. Deputy Senate President.
The Deputy Senate President.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Well, that of Prof will come later. In conclusion, let us review 12. Freedom, transparency, and accountable government. Social justice, active citizen participation, and a just society where no one is oppressed. We must strive harder to hand over a banner to our children and grandchildren without stain. Happy Democracy Day. And may God continue to bless Federal Republic of Nigeria and protect our troops. God bless you all. Thank you.
Yes, hello and welcome to SBL. This is SOUQ Landscape and this is your weekly dive to what's happening in the nation. We speak business, we speak development, and we speak the economy. Today happens to be Nigeria's Democracy Day, and I'm glad to be alive, to witness, and to also share the history and every story that comes with it. We've had a broadcast from the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, His Excellency SOUQ Bola Ahmed Tinubu, and we'll talk about that in a little while. But before then, I'm not here alone. My name is SOUQ, John Rogers SOUQ, and part of this beautiful day is going to be glorified and made more beautiful by these people with me on set. So, Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, join me as I introduce to you once again, Moyo, Lagos.
All right, thank you so much, SOUQ John Rogers. Always great to be here. It is Democracy Day. Happy Democracy Day to every Nigerian out there.
Okay, I thought you were going to give us a piece. You were shocked I came to you first.
Yeah, I was shocked. You said
definitely. So now we always go to the person that is repping and selling and wearing Nigeria. Thank you very much for always being there. We also have the beautiful one. They say the beautiful ones are not yet born, but hey, that's a big lie. Bola is here. Bola, how are you doing?
Bola is born. Bola is born. Well, 26 years of, thank you, 26 years of uninterrupted democracy. Well, it's a good one. We are grateful for that, but you know, whether it has favored us as a people or as a nation is still very highly debatable. But we are extremely grateful for the uninterrupted democracy, and we hope it stays that way.
Yeah. Yes, we hope it stays that way. Then also to our extreme left, not just left, but we have a man of timber and caliber, the media juggernaut himself. Olumide, welcome.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much, Chooks. I'm Olumide Shokoya. Happy Democracy Day. With each administration, starting from 1999, we've seen innovations, we've seen so many things, so I can confidently say that democracy has brought dividends. So once again, happy Democracy Day.
Yes, dividends, dividends, dividends. Now, earlier on, the president was projected, or we were expecting a speech from the president for all of us.
Yeah.
I don't know if you are involved too. But for Nigerians were expecting a speech from our president. Then we're told something was going to change. Then yes, we now got the information that this was going to happen on the floor of the National Assembly. So that has come and that has gone. So for everyone that was out there, thank you very much. For those that got to watch it, thank you very much. But now let's get to talk about what he said, our president. We don't have any other one for now. Let's start from the beginning. His tone, was it inclusive or was it for APC people?
They were singing on your mandates.
No, that's a great way to start.
That's APC's on your mandate.
They were singing on your mandate in the National Assembly. It was supposed to be a national address.
Okay.
He's addressing the country.
Okay, now the question should be, was he addressing the country or he was addressing National Assembly?
Well, he was meant to address the country.
He was meant to address the country.
Yes, he was meant to address the country, that's for sure.
Okay.
And
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
At the Africa Development Studies Center, ADSC, we are committed to driving sustainable growth and development across Africa through innovative training and research. Our mission: empowering leaders, policymakers, and professionals with the tools they need to create lasting change. With custom